let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. 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 Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. As alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus. We become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. As alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus. We become the light. stars dancing bright. You're one of a kind. Stars shining with us. Your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in your eyes, shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. Yeah. Feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel my eyes. Even when I'm gone, like circles on from near and far above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, we'll never be apart. Shine and feel like circles
Is he switching lanes?
Now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're about
fit.
to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Explore over 30 hotel brands in legendary destinations. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time?
We arrived. What do you mean we have arrived? This is not Ivry.
Ivry and Ivry are not the same place, you know? We are in the wrong one.
Ivry?
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 Avry?
Ivry?
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 Paris? Where are we?
There's been a classic map reading issue. No worries, it's part of the process. Take it as a learning experience.
Okay, so what do we do?
Great question. What will you do?
Bonjour tout le monde, coucou les amis, and welcome to the first day of this road trip here in Evry. It is the last week of the spring regular season, and as you see, the blue wall has arrived. All the fans have arrived, and I'm so thrilled to be here with you, with Finn, and with GP guys. And honestly, I'm so excited to see how much more noise we can make compared to Madrid, because Madrid was wild. I'm expecting more today.
It absolutely was. And I mean, the arena is smaller than it is in Madrid, but already the atmosphere is making it feel just as crazy.
Oh, the blue wall is very loud and they're standing very tall. You hear them always just having all these songs they're singing. I don't know if they're prepared, if they all know it by heart, but it's so amazing to see all this energy right here.
Honestly, something that I always see with Garmin Corp events, fandom, and the fans is the fact that they always bring new chants. And guys, they're yelling behind us right now. The teams are not even on stage, so I'm really thrilled to see what it's going to be like in the next 15 minutes. First things first, let's talk about the state of the league. As I said, we're reaching the end of regular season here in spring, and some teams are yet to qualify to playoff. We have 3 teams qualified already. I expected this ones. There's some results that I did not expect here. How do we think that this one is going to unfold over the rest of the weekend, Finn?
I mean, the stakes is high for every team here, but the team I'm looking at first and foremost is G2, because they really need to get rid of whatever happened in Madrid and really come in strong, because we expect them to be one of these teams that really get fueled by these arenas, and we did not see it in Madrid, and they have not even locked playoffs, that they really need to come in with their best game here.
Yeah, you're looking at them. I'm looking at the 6th to 10th spot. There is still opportunity for every single team to make it into playoffs here in the last week of the LEC. So I think everything up for grabs. Even for the teams who no longer got games are sitting at home rooting for specific results to happen so they can still make it into the playoffs.
And of course, we're going to keep you posted on like all the stakes, the results and everything, because everything is super messy right now in the LEC. A lot of teams can make it, and it's going to depend on the matches that we're going to have in front of us in the next 3 days. Let's talk about what's at stake for our teams here in Evry, because guys, in Madrid, we saw a resurgence. We saw a breath of fresh air coming from some teams, and I really want to see how they're going to seize the opportunity that they have playing in front of the audience. Finn, you were talking about G2 making up for whatever happened in Madrid.
Oh,
what the hell was that?
I mean, we don't know what happened in Madrid. They really just couldn't deal with the pressure, perhaps. I still see Skumon and Labrov being uncoordinated. I still see BB and Caps overreaching, and they really need to fix these issues. Last week against Vitality was better, but that's just a short step in a long way.
And taking it back to Madrid, I mean, we saw MCOY, that was their home arena. They managed to get 2-0 in terms of the games they played. Now we're looking at Carmine Corp, defending champions of the winter split, in their house, in their arena, with their fans, looking to claim back that first place of the regular season that Fnatic is currently holding.
It is the first time that they're going to play in front of their fans in their arena. There's so much on the line for this team. G2 wants to take revenge on them for what happened in winter. And for me, KC want to cement themselves as the new generation, as the new contender who can elevate the level of the league. They need to come strong this weekend, Finn.
Yeah, I mean, KC, this is their home turf. We still hold them in such high regards after that showing in first stand. And they really put on this plateau of European League of Legends right now. And they need to show to us, to their fans, and to all of Europe that they can still get better.
Yeah, and even for a team like SK here, we've barely yet to see any fans of them, but the players themselves are still...
We've been looking, guys.
We have been looking, but they are rooting for their own chances at still making playoffs. They barely have any expectations fan-wise on them, but they have everything to win on this weekend in terms of trying to make it to playoffs.
I mean, that's the thing, everything to win, everything to lose as well, but less pressure on their shoulders, maybe, Finn.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think what we saw in Madrid was that GX just rose to the occasion and they just showed everyone up and they just came and stomped everyone. And I think SK has the opportunity to do the same thing as GX did in Madrid, because they really have no expectations, and I really want to see them really use that as a catalyst for better performances.
Last team we have, Vitality. And for me, guys, maybe you're not familiar with the rivalry that there is between Karmine Corp and Vitality. Vitality being the historic French team, and Karmine Corp arrived just a few years ago to just snag their spot, snag their position. Vitality is the biggest enemy of the arena this weekend. And I hope they can play spoilers. They're going to play against Karmine Corp later today. Niski, there's a lot of history between him, Kameto, and Karmine Corp. Honestly, I don't know what to expect from them, but I think it's going to be a banger.
You never know what to expect of Vitality, and you're talking about any enemies. They're their own worst enemies as well. But yeah, we've seen the high highs, we've seen the low lows. The question with Vitality is always, which version are we getting?
Yeah, and there's a lot of chances for players to make a statement, especially in front of their fans. That is something that we saw in Madrid, and I want to keep tracks of how the players are going to perform, how much aura they're going to get, how much boost they're going to get from this audience, who is going to have the biggest baguettes here in Evry. And guys, we're looking at all the Francophone players, Niski Targamas, of course, included here because of what they mean to the French fans. So guys, who do you think is going to have the biggest aura? Who do you think is going to have the biggest baguettes? And what is the metrics here?
Come on, guy. It has to be Calist, right? I mean, the guy has already lived up to so many unreal expectations in winter. Now we're finally seeing him where there's so many people who's already going to be rooting for him. He's the messiah of this arena, the Lisan Al-Gaib. So I'm looking at him to really just raise the bar.
Oh, you think Calist baguette is impressive? I want to talk about Skew Mond, because I think this is a perfect opportunity for him to really prove to all the G2 fans why G2 took this chance on him. He is back in his home country, in France, in front of a French crowd, and now he has the chance to prove to everyone that he belongs in this team. He has all the pieces around him. He has all the talent in the world. We have seen the solo queue performances. I think this is the time for him to rise to the occasion and show that he belongs at the top of Europe.
Not gonna lie, guys, for me, I'm excited about Bukada. Bukada used to be Karmine Corp Blue in winter. Joining SK and the LEC after that, it is the very first time that he's gonna play in front of his former family. And I think they're going to give him a warm welcome. We're just going to see this in a few minutes, but I believe in Bukada to turn things around for SK and prove that he can have the biggest baguette here. We're going to leave things here for now. Let us know what you guys think on the chat, and we're going to go for the very first interview with Broken Blade in the Marriott Bonvoy pregame check-in.
Hi everyone, I'm sitting here with the beautiful Sergen Celik Broken Blade coming into today's series, and I want to ask you some questions because I obviously have played against you many times. I bet the score is pretty much even, I would say. But I mean, you are known for your creative and innovative nature. I mean, you brought out champions like Seth and Swain this split, for example. And as someone has played my own fair share of really bad draft champions, horrible really, that just kind of ruins the entire game for my team, how do you really keep getting into it?
I mean, it's really about trial and error, you know. I mean, you should know, you play Kled. You have a high win rate on Kled because you know when to pick it, you know. And those goes the same with like Swain and like the set, for example, didn't work, right? That was like an error, but you learn from these picks and like moments as well, and when to pick it and when it's good to pick it. And for us, it's just really about if it's good, we will do it, or I will do it. That's how I see it, and I feel like it's really fine being a guy that only sticks to the meta because you can't do anything wrong with that. The way I see it is though, if you play something that is not normal, firstly you have the edge of how to play that matchup, and second it's just it's probably in that specific case you pick it because it's stronger than the average meta pick, right? So
I mean, that makes sense. I think after my second Malawi game, my coach banned that word in the office. So I don't know what kind of blackmail you have on Dylan to keep getting away with it, but I kudos to you, man. Well, while we're at the subject of draft disasters, SK Gaming playing against them this weekend, and how do you come into this series? Because it's kind of a double-edged sword coming in with a lot of confidence and really seeing yourselves as the favorite. How do you deal with this situation?
I mean, I think after our rough week in Madrid and the loss against BDS, where it hit us really hard, we got humbled a little bit, so we will go in with a very, very clean state of like not underestimating anyone. And right now it starts with SK. I have a little thing going on with Rika. He's not doing so hot in my solo queue games, so I really want to beat him. It's a little bit of drama going on there, but no, I'm excited to play against him. It's going to be the first time since that I play against Kidui. I've known him for a long time, so excited on how he will perform. especially on the big stages.
I mean, exciting, obviously, the German rivalry there. And I mean, maybe if we're lucky, we're going to get a third G2 is back tweet from you after today, after tomorrow even. If we're lucky. G2 is back tweet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm confident we're back. Just have to showcase it now, especially on the big stage. With this roster, we have struggled a little bit on the big stages, but it doesn't, weigh us down. We are very confident still, especially after last week. I feel like it gave us a very, very big confidence boost. You know how it is, momentum in the team is very, very important, and how you take it, and we take it with the flow. That's how it goes around here, So yeah, I'm very confident.
Yeah, obviously the big game of the weekend is against KC. And how excited are you to rub that massive smile, but also very beautifully photogenic smile off Yike's face?
I mean, Yike has been getting the longest draw way too many times against us. So now it's for us to take it by force this time around. I do think KC is strong. They've shown a lot of off games as well, though. So we're gonna be playing off of that, and the Yike's not gonna be ready for what's coming.
Yeah, you heard it here first. Yike has the longest straw, and BB is excited and confident into the game coming in against KC. Thank you so much for us. We're going back to you guys.
Great interview, Finn. I mean, I've had three main issues with G2 so far, and it's a bit of cause and effect. Right now, I still think that Skuman and Lavrov, they're still yet to be integrated in the roster properly, and the synergy is still lacking. I think that's leading to Broken Blade and Cavs. They're feeling a need to overperform as well. And then 3, I actually don't think that they're always set up for success with their draft. I think that's what led them to have a 3-game losing streak.
Yeah, and I want to say, last week against Vitality, we saw some hope for G2. I really like the kind of direction they're taking these drafts, because crucially, I feel like Broken Blade has a higher impact in the team fights. Because when I see Broken Blade, I see a player who's really good at gaining leads and then transitioning them to the rest of the team. And I think a lot of the time, BB has been on the side lane and the other team is pressuring on the other side, and not a lot of things are happening right. But now they're simplifying the drafts, and they're really making it easier for them to win games when they are ahead.
So you say this, and then there's SK. The teams are about to play in just a few minutes. You can hear the atmosphere. It's electrifying at the KC Arena. But guys, SK, they really don't want to make things easy for themselves at all.
I mean, at this point, then just double down, right? You can complain about that the drafts are hard to execute. I say, make it harder. Hit him with everything you got. Because you look at Gen X champion pool, and he doesn't want to be normal. You can say whatever you want. It's not going to happen. So I want to see the Clad top. I want to see the Shyvana. I want to see whatever that he can get going.
No,
well, you can try if you want to, but I think you have to be a bit crazy against G2 as well.
Yeah, and while we're on the side of SK, the guy I'm looking at, which is surprisingly, I think, the best performer, is Kadui.
Yeah.
I think he's had a great spring split so far. And when I think about Kadui, it's a guy I played against in solo queue for many, many years. I think of a player who's forever vigilant and always clicking forward, always trying to make things happen. And I want to see them amplify that in the draft stage. I love his S-roll, I love his Kai'Sa, and I absolutely adore his Tristana, which he hasn't played yet, but I know it's one of his best champions, and I would love to see them pick it, because it's in a strong state right now, and he really amplifies that champion strengths.
And that's the thing, you're never going to beat G2 on their turf, so they went weird. SK, go weirder today on stage. I'm going to leave you guys here because you see Dwagby, the host for the weekend. He is on stage, and we're about to kick the last week of LEC Spring regular season. We are in Carmine Corp's arena, in their house, à leur maison. It is time to get this show on the road.
Et on va commencer par accueillir les SK Gaming avec sur la top lane Genax, dans la jungle Bougada, au rôle de mid laner en carry, Keji. Et au rôle de support, Loupi. Ils sont là, ils sont en place, ils sont prêts avec de grandes ambitions ce week-end, et aussi ils veulent repartir avec les 2 victoires. Donc s'il vous plaît, dans le respect, une dernière fois,
un peu d'énergie pour SK Gaming. Mais pour leur faire face, c'est pas n'importe qui. Un nom qui a rayonné en Europe depuis bien longues années. On accueille maintenant G2! Avec sur la top lane, Broken Blade. Dans la jungle, en mid laner, le génie, Caps. Au rôle de carry, qui d'autre que Hans Sama. Et bien sûr en support, la Bro. Eux aussi veulent repartir avec 2 victoires, ils se sont fait peur les semaines précédentes, il faut assurer dès maintenant. Surtout qu'ils feront partie du match of the week demain face à la Carmine. Sous les cris du Blue Wall, une dernière fois, montrez ce que vous savez faire pour G2. Profitez de l'ambiance encore quelques secondes. Mais il est l'heure de passer au concret. SK, G2, c'est l'heure du match.
J'espère que vous êtes prêts à nous voir exploser G2 et Vita. En tout cas, nous on l'est. Montrez-le nous dans la salle.
We probably need one win. We're happy playing against SK. Hopefully it's one of our wins. And in KC it will just be a banger, right?
The goal is simple, just crush everyone at home.
I feel like Kalist will kill him though. I mean, you're right. Ulti has to come out. Kalist flashes it! 5-0 Kalist on the Kai'Sa. Passive, Linzes flashes in, but he's all sent away. That's Nuke's ulti, but finally! Nesquik, not just a good-looking drink!
G2 and Vitality that we are going to play, and we can still ruin their season by knocking them out. Maybe perhaps we can even make playoffs ourselves still in Paris. That would be insane.
We are rarely in this position where we have to even fight for playoffs as G2.
Paris is the final decider if we make playoff or not, so we really need to win them if we want to continue.
It's not hard to say that we have been struggling. The first team we have to beat is SK for that, and we're going to put our focus first on SK before we can even think about KC, because it's not guaranteed yet and we don't want to be too cocky.
Broken Blade looks for the demolition. What's Nucko? The burst of flash! Just when you doubt them, they always find a way to come back in.
Razzle going back in, cease and desist on the back line. The humanoid already down almost. Genex goes in with the last breath. Razzle the first to fall. SK have out Team 4 Fnatic.
We're playing in the K-Corp Arena, so I'm not losing in the K-Corp Arena. We might be able to kick G2 out of playoffs, so that will be really fun, I think.
And here we are, baby, another road show this time. Not in Spain, no. In France.
Beautiful France.
France, who may not have been excited about all players equally. And we normally talk about the crowd, but what's it going to be like to play in front of an audience? And now that the players on stage, it's all cheers, it's all hype. But there was a rough reception. I'm going to be honest. There was a lot of boos.
And we saw G2, when the crowd wasn't going their way, they struggled. It's a very similar story with G2 facing off against SK, similar to the G2 going against Giant X. That was the first match of the Madrid Roadshow. Everybody thought G2 would just clear them easily. But they ended up choking. They ended up underperforming. And now their crowd is still not on their side.
It's a very different time for League of Legends. 2-3 years ago, we used to say G2 were always the home team, at least in EU. Just like T1 are internationally, it feels like no matter where they play. Not a different story in the house of KC, it would seem. But here we are into picks and bans. I'm Dracos, joined by Jack Spectra, Maokai, Kalista, Vars. Nothing too surprising there. The Rumble as well as the Yone. Now heading into the first pick of the draft. Some debate in terms of what it's going to be. The instantaneous Vi lock-in.
I'm very happy to see the Vi going over for SK. I feel like Vi and Estral have been the two key picks where SK has actually been able to find a good level of success. And then building on that, Dallas Des talked about wanting to see a lot of weird picks from SK, but I'm going to be a little bit boring here and say I want some boring picks. Let this Vi Ezreal carry that I hope SK will build, but at the same time, G2 with the Taliyah Pantheon roaming across the map, that's a very scary combination as well.
I don't know, Jack. I like GB's analysis. If you're eating peanuts and you're getting sick, just keep eating peanuts. Eat more peanuts even. Yeah, it's a bit bold, but you know, right now, I would say pretty stock standard drafts. We have similar levels of jungle mid power. Ahri Vi, kind of last year's jungle mid powerhouse duo, as powerful as ever. Obviously, the builds have changed. On the opposite side, we've got the Pantheon, the Taliyah paired together. And look, I think this jungle matchup is just so hype, and now they actually have the firepower to do something. We're not going to sit back and just watch tanks farm. We're going to have some early action focus, at very least from the Pantheon in the hands of Skewmond.
Yeah, but this pivot into the Corki, I'm not sure what made them decide for this. It is actually the Ezreal banned on 3. I didn't see that from G2. That's why he goes for the Corki. Now it makes a lot more sense. But it's the Kai'Sa from Hans Sama here. We've seen so many players upset have phenomenal success on this pick. And it follows up this Taliyah Pantheon so well. It really makes me worried for SK.
It makes me worried as well, but one thing we talk about, we've seen this Corki matchup into the Kai'Sa many times. Usually, Corki can find these early leads. Yeah. We said the same thing in some series last week, however, in the hands of Upset, the Kai'Sa seemed to get away scot-free, and if Hans Sama can replicate that, this is completely a terrifying champion. Now, though, as we hit into the second bans, targets at the support pool a little bit, not wanting to give away too much here. The Braum taken away. See what the follow-up options are going to be as well.
Yeah, that's a great point, but I do think it's hard for when you're a struggling team like SK to be the one on the aggressive side in the early game. And especially if G2 decide to go for a last pick support, they can have a really easy laning phase, but the Braum ban actually indicates to me that maybe they just want to go Nautilus on 4, pairs up fantastic with the Taliyah, has a really good laning phase, and I mean, it's Kai'Sa not.
Kai'Sa not always feels reliable. Look, it's vanilla ice cream, but it's the best vanilla ice cream. You know, you love this. From the premier place, you pay $20 a pint. It's too expensive. It's still delicious. Now, the Poppy also banned away. Sion getting taken away as well. This is something Broken Blade has been playing more and more in solo queue, as I checked today. And it's just, if you are ever on paper, a better team, and you have a comp that just outscales, the path to victory becomes so clear. And Sion is one of those champions that they can just leave on an island, ignore top lane completely to focus on that bot lane that might be tough.
They just ban Sylas.
And then it's a Sylas ban, which I think that's a Jinx ban. Like Goldberg talked about, he flashed that graphic up. It wasn't on screen for a long time, but if you missed it, there's like 50 champions on there because Jinx just refuses to play a defensive option on the top side.
Oh, it's an Alistar on 4 here for the side of G2, a great frontline option for them, but a little bit weak in that laning phase. So maybe SK wants to pick an aggressive range support here to try to punish this Alistar blind pick.
Look, strong jungle mids. We have a winning AD carry matchup in bot lane for SK.
With support counter pick.
With support counter pick. A lot of the pressure right now is on SK's bottom lane.
I like this Rakan. Pairs up great with the Vi, can follow up, has a good laning phase into this Alistar. The only thing is you can easily get one-shot, right? Doesn't have the survivability that you'd want against this Taliyah Pantheon, but he does have the mobility. So if he functions and plays the champion well, he's going to be fine. And an R, actually, pretty stock standard. I like it.
Would be if he had locked it in. Instead, however, we're going to get a Jace.
Yeah, I mean, Jace is pretty similar.
Jinx has a commitment to wanting to be that guy. And he has the highs and he has the lows. And sadly, he's had more lows. But this is a powerhouse champion. And I'm going to be honest, Cassante, since the most recent set of nerfs, I felt like has looked pretty terrible. But again, we saw the Sion ban. It's clear that this bot lane from G2 is going to need help. So putting Broken Blade on something defensive that can just kind of sit back does at least make sense.
I mean, it does feel a bit strange to use the last pick for Cassante when that used to be like the go-to, line pick. But I think just the thought process is, the Cassante can tank a lot of that engage from the Ahri Vi, has a decent matchup into the Jace, and now you have 2 nice frontline options with the Bruiser and the Pantheon, and the carries of Taliyah and Kai'Sa.
Overall, powerful compositions on both sides. Kai'Sa has been super dominant for us here in the LEC. But the question is, as we've often seen, can Kai'Sa make it through the early laning phase unscathed? It will be a tall task. And for SK, a reminder that this is a tough matchup. This is a tough situation that they find themselves in because while losing here doesn't eliminate them with certainty, it lowers their chances significantly. If they go 2-0 this week, and we'll have a graphic to show you the specifics later, but if they go 2-0 this week, they have a 75% of scenarios, they have a tiebreaker. In 25% of scenarios, they're in already.
I think already that to me is like insane. We're in the last weekend of the regular season, and still every team can make playoffs, and they still have their fate in their own hands.
Yeah.
Pretty much. You know, at least they get a tiebreaker to secure themselves that. And that, to me, makes this whole weekend so cool. You have a reason to watch every single game because every team can do something. It's not like you're watching it like, oh, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. As an update, the draft's completely valid, but there was a client issue. So we will be remaking picks and bans off screen, I believe. Everything you saw on screen is correct. It will go through, but they need a bit of time to remake and redo Champ Select. It's a good point. The downside is about that whole point.
That you need to win.
What is it you need to win? But in an interesting twist of fate, as much as we would like to be like SK, the underdog story, they're here, they're at the road show. If they win this game 1, BDS and Rogue are immediately eliminated.
That's true.
Whatever couple of remaining scenarios are gone. And that's the other thing about this week is that for teams that have played all of their games, right? You are at the mercy, if you've not already locked, of the teams around you. So if SK fans think they're big SK fans, they're going to be fighting neck and neck with, BDS and Rogue haters for this one, because it's not the G2 fans they need to be worried about. Oh no. It is the haters who are preying on an SK downfall.
I'm really scared of the Rogue fans, all 5 of them.
How dare you? You're gonna have to make a statement to explain why that wasn't flame and it's not what you meant.
Yeah, it's my culture. But I do feel bad for BDS because I thought they had a good season kind of up until they didn't, which has been the story of a lot of their games.
We're in a weird position right now where we're starting to do all-pro voting, and Vedius was on Euphoria and they talked a little bit about it, but I think Nuke is a top 2 mid laner and he might not make playoffs.
And Upset thought Ice was a top 2 ADC.
He might not make playoffs.
Most likely won't, yeah.
Which is a testament, I think, to how important the consistency is in clutching games is. And it's a reminder of us about like how just having the mental fortitude, part of the reason we've seen Team Heretics do as well as they have, is they've been able to stick it out in these games that look unwinnable at 25 minutes, somehow hold on, and, bring it back.
Yeah, I really agree. And I think if we bring that back to G2, it's weird because this new iteration of G2 seems to be lacking a bit of that mental fortitude.
Sure, yeah.
With Lebrov, I feel especially has his like high highs, but really low lows in the finals against KC and the last road show.
I mean, you were at Madrid, right, when he played that incredible Alistair game.
Yeah.
And then the immediate game following, he felt invisible.
Yeah, completely invisible, just lackluster, and the consistency is really what you want from G2, a team that has never failed to make top 4. And now we're asking, can they make playoffs?
Well, the good news is a win does get them there.
So they got the easy road after
for this brief moment before any games have been played. Every narrative is we can just drown you in narrative. I know what you're hoping for. You're hoping for gameplay, and we are doing our best to get you in the game as quickly as we can. But in the meantime, you're going to get just a lot of narrative, little kings, little legacy, little dynasty. But
biggest baguettes.
Biggest baguettes. Which unfortunately, I stepped away as they were describing the metrics.
I think it was based on aura. So.
Aura?
Yeah.
How do we track aura in game?
I don't know. Gameplay, I guess.
Gameplay.
I mean, I think Hansama with the Kaisa, that could be a pretty big
Hansama with the Kaisa into a losing matchup, with a losing support matchup, that's a lot of aura.
Yeah. But I think also touching on that, the Kaisa and the Corki, I think one thing that happens there that's quite interesting is a lot of time is you have a champion that struggles in scrims, but then the on-stage performance is buffed in the sense of Kaisa because you're not getting punished like you would in scrims.
Yeah, 100%.
While with Corki, the champion has 35% win rate in every league because it probably does pretty well in scrims, so people are still picking it. But then in officials, you don't get that lead that you want. You don't get the snowball rolling.
It reminds me a lot of MF. Right? It's these super dominant champions. Lucian's another good example where it's like there's these champions that snowball and they just win hard. And in the games where it's a 30-kill game in 15 minutes, these champions feel like the greatest champion ever made.
Really OP.
But then people chill out a little bit on stage, or maybe they're nervous, and suddenly...
They're just farming minions and it's 20 minutes and it's like, wait.
My champ's useless. What do you mean I'm not 6-0 right now? This champion doesn't do any damage if I'm not 6-0? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Well... you guys can't see it on your screen, but we can see they're speeding through the draft remake right now, so we'll try to get in game as quick as possible. Should just be another minute or so. that your fast?
Race car. But I do like SK's draft overall. I think they have really good tools. Rakan, Vi, Ari. If there was a draft for them to play nice, proactive League of Legends, it should be this one.
100%. And I think that this is in front of a French crowd. You gotta hope the players are gonna be energized.
Yeah.
You gotta hope Bukata's feeling energized. I mean, imagine the same is true for Skewmont at Hans. They are winning in the quantity of French players department, but Bukata's got that history.
Bukata's coming straight from K-Corp Academy after having won the French League with them. Surely he has to be feeling pretty good.
Also, Bukata's story is one of, like, this guy has been around, like, essentially since 2018 grinding tournaments. He's been in and out of Div 1, went down to Div 2, got back up to Div 1 LFL, now has made it to LEC. Like, this is a guy who's fought tooth and nail to be here.
Similar to Kadui, to be honest.
Similar to Kadui as well, right? Both these players who a lot of people wouldn't or didn't initially want to give a shot to, making their way into this league on SK, and with the potential to, they're not going to knock out G2 here, but they're going to make the weekend a lot scarier for G2 because they play KC tomorrow if they win, and they're going to knock out VDS and Rogue, like crazy position to be in. And look, we saw how good that momentum was for GX. Need to see if SK can do the same thing.
Yeah. It looks like we're heading into game. Beautiful. And I'm excited to see how can Hansama prevail in this bot lane. Can he do what Upset could and maybe cement his name back on that top 3 ADCs in EU leaderboard? As I feel like he hasn't had the best split by his own standards, although his team hasn't been always helping him too much. It's been a rough split so far for G2. I'm excited to see.
I'm ready to see as well. Here we go. Game 1 of the day, SK versus G2.
And so always, when there's a Vi in the game, we have to talk about, can they punish the Vi pre-6? And it's Skewmont on this Pantheon. I think he has incredibly high kill pressure on this Vi. He also clears incredibly fast. And Skewmont, my opinion, best jungler in our league right now. He is incredibly efficient in his pathing. He's always able to create an individual lead on these carry champions and just have an incredible impact post-early game. But in this game, I don't want to see just crazy good farming. I want to see his skirmish power around Caps, around LeBron, to utilize and make use of the weakness of Vi.
Yeah, and I think when you look at those two champions, right, Vi always feels like she guaranteedly gives you something. Pantheon could be a bit more feast and famine. Has, I think, been a bit more powerful. We've seen how good this pick can be. And look, if you're a coach and you give your player this kind of proactive pick into a Vi, there's a very clear expectation. You mentioned it. Like, you're going to get something done before level 6. The assumption could be bot lane. Well, that might be tough. Might more likely mid lane with the Talia. Pre-6 before Ahri has that dash. Very vulnerable position on the map. And Cap's a guy who, hasn't had the best split either. As you mentioned, it's been a difficult split overall. Check in on bot lane. Loopy trading back, making the most of that Q early levels just to keep them sustained. And this is what we talked about when they locked in the Alistar, is this pick is really weak at the early stages.
Yeah, and Hansama choosing to go for the Ghost as well makes them even a little bit weaker in that early game, but it also just shows the confidence that he has, that he's gonna get through that early game. And then once he gets 2-3 items with this Ghost, he can glide.
It's such a good feeling. I like that more people are picking Ghost. Yeah, the gliding.
That's so much fun.
You played League of Legends with me. You absolutely know that I cannot
missed
glide.
the refreshing Ghost. That was so much fun. Oh,
level 2. Rob, not concerned whatsoever. Able to get the Plasma proc off as well.
Able to get some good trades here onto the SK bot lane from the side of G2. And Loopy forced to take E as well. It means that Hansama doesn't have that much threat. And in this lane, both supports have very good sustain. Rakan with the Gleaming Quill, and Alistar with the passive healing. As you can see, both junglers pathing towards bot here. I don't think Skewmont can really look to go for anything other than the bot crab.
Ooh, Caps. Phase checking, getting charmed, getting electrocute procced. That was a trade. It was not a good one, though. I see a champion waiting in the brush up until someone's about to phase check. And I just assume that it's going to go in their favor, right? That did not.
Yeah. Caps does have one potion advantage, or he had at least, until he started drinking it, so he's going to be up a little bit of HP. But Caps has had an uncharacteristic split so far.
Yeah,
he hasn't had the dominance as you'd really want to see from him.
A bit feast or famine, right? We've still seen these great carry moments, and we've seen other games where despite finding leads on the Orianna, I think most iconically, I believe in Madrid too, not able to close that out. Skewmont Leap in, Bukata trying to cancel with the Vault Breaker. Reeker stepping up. An early heal from Loopy. Now they're committed to getting something else out, but traded for the flash of Lebrov. Not a bad deal overall.
Yeah, very good trade for the side of SK. Was thinking that G2 might be able to try to fight them more, but Skumon happy getting the crab and then being able to get the top crab as well. So it's going to be a nice CS lead for him. And now going back to the Raptor respawn as well, he's just building that tempo and efficiency lead that we've been praising him so much for.
Yeah, clear these Raptors, maybe go for the recall. Now, talking about it, you talked about it a lot previous week. I wasn't here. I'm not used to this world of casting with an 8-minute grub spawn. What do people do when they can't brain off just trade objectives? Can't just handshake. This is the world we're living in now, and I'm ready to be a part of it. Still about 30 seconds away from that Drake, and I don't think either team needs to go for it early on, although Kadui, quick reactions on the flash, but still losing that flash. A pretty frustrating spot to be in, and once again, despite the fact that on paper, Corki Rakan should be, I'm not going to say smacking, but building some sort of lead, we continue to see, you know, better teams with Kai'Sa always finding a way to make it work.
Oh,
Lebrov, though, taking a decent amount of damage. Ignite now, ticking Hansama, continuing to walk forward. Flash out from Loopy, one more auto with Pot Plasma, but probably not enough to finish the kill as Hansama just continues to trade autos. They have no mana, no spells.
I mean, this is the downside of Loopy burning that heal earlier. He doesn't have that combat summoner now. He can't use it. And G2, this is the problem that we talked about. The better bot lanes picking these Kai'Sas are able to not just navigate the lanes, even build up leads. And now Bukata is here, but Caps and Skumon are coming as well.
Hansama locked up, Bukata on the way down. Nice interrupt from the Vault Breaker from Skumon. Crucial because now Hans feels that much safer. Caps here first. Weaver's Wall.
Caps
there. Flash forward does not hit the flick back. An aggressive look to be certain, like the confidence, but really doesn't pay off. At the end of the day, Hans is able to stick around, take an extra wave in bottom lane, but a lot of resources from both sides use bot lane, while Reeker's just pretty comfortable sitting mid.
Yeah, and Caps ends up dropping, I think, nearly a full wave for this move. He's going to be able to pick up a little bit of it, but it feels bad, definitely, to invest the flash as well and then miss out on that W. And it goes to show that Caps is having some of these uncharacteristic moments where we usually feel like he's so clutch. He always hits those skill shots when they really matter, but right now, not quite in form.
Yeah. Flash Seismic Shove, though, is a bit of a rough one. It's not Charm Flash on Ari.
That's true.
It's Flash cast your really slow animation skill shot, so
yeah.
We'll see how it progresses as we go through. This is just one best of 3, but it's best of 3 that could qualify G2 immediately to playoffs. No more worrying about tiebreaker scenarios. Instead, you can worry about seeding and where you'll finish in that regard.
Ooh, SK here looking to zone out G2 after they took this dragon. Lebrov has no flash.
Ooh, nice W. Good use of the Gromp. Nice escape path.
Yeah.
SK, unfortunate, they're a bit late to the objective.
Yeah.
Playing for, you know, escape kills, but good escape.
Ooh, and Hansama is going the AD Kai'Sa build.
Oh, you're such a hater.
I'm a hater. I'm a hater. I can say it with my chest out proud. I don't like it, but...
Why don't you like it? Explain. Because we've had this conversation 50 times, but just share it with the class one more time.
It has a very good first item power spike with the BF and with the Yuntal. But then once you get 2-3 items, the AP build starts to heavily outscale as you do a lot more DPS. You can poke with the W. The biggest upside of going crit is when you're really heavy AP, but when you have the Cassandra and you have the Pantheon, I think you can allow yourself to always go that AP build. And as we've seen, Upset with the AP build just pops off on it. But when we saw Hansama with the crit build, if you're not able to consistently auto-attack, Kai'Sa is 525 range, and she really, really struggles.
It can be tricky, especially getting into melee range of a Jace, and especially one such as Gen X, who's doing pretty well for himself right now. He does have a solid matchup. BB did sort of counterpick himself for the early laning phase. Now that we're post-level 6, once he gets a reset, maybe it'll feel a bit different, but already stacking a tier, already stacking a coal, holding on to a 400 gold lead right now. Some of this is expected. Jace has a range advantage. He's supposed to win early, but need to see now if Gen X can keep that snowball rolling, get an even bigger lead for himself, maybe put some pressure on Broken Blade, because now that Broken Blade made it past the early lane, he doesn't seem too concerned.
Yeah. And I think that's a great point, and it kind of brings me back to the Kai'Sa point. It's like, it's a hard game for Kai'Sa to auto-attack up against the poke of Jace and Corki, and then you're not really going to be able to auto-attack the Ari or Vi either with how slippery they have and how much engage they have. So it's going to be... I'm really having my eyes on Hansama, seeing how he positions in these team fights with the Ghost and how he's able to pilot this AD Kai'Sa build.
And again, this is all on paper, the theory. We'll see if it comes to life as Lebrov cheeky ignite there. the laughing emote. As it looks like the Grubs are going to get taken down to the end. All 3 for the side of G2 getting those spawns. Happy to have that extra pressure on a side lane. Will make it that much easier for them to take towers. Not the strongest side laners overall, but still good to have and certainly good to take away from someone like GenX.
And it's indecision for the side of SK. They're not really sure if they want to fully contest the grubs. They kind of watch G2 take it, and it's G2 even that's able to push out top, caps TP's bot to push out bot, and they get a tempo advantage all across the map.
That they do. Now at this point in the game, G2, the thing is the gold lead, it's close, it's within touching distance. Essentially GenX, the gold lead he's built, small leads there, but balanced out to a certain degree by G2. Skewmon still farming as expected. A 0-0 game though. Normally we would say this favors the buy. Let's do our buy check-in. We said there's a buy in the enemy team. If you don't do something before 6, you goofed. But it feels like Skewmon's gotten 2 objectives. Is that enough?
You've gotten 2 objectives, you've gotten an individual lead. It's only 200 gold, but it's a few camps, and he has a bit of an XP lead to go alongside it. So I'd say he's done pretty well so far, especially with how little action has been happening in any of the lanes. There was a little bit of trading in bot lane, but not too much. So he hasn't had too much of an impact on the game so far, but now, after unlocking level 6, you have the Pantheon ult, you have the Tali ult. I really want to see them utilize that to move to a side lane and just jump in together.
Yeah, and you did see Caps hovering around that Scuttlecrab point, knowing that he could immediately all bot lane. Lebrov on a bit of vision here with Skewmon and Hansama to cover. You mentioned it before, but Loopy has to be careful. He has Flash, he has Heal, he has Guardian, he doesn't have Aftershock, and he's not the most tanky support. So him face-checking into Lebrov or Skewmon can be deadly at this point in the game.
Yeah, all they need is a CC chain, and they can just always look to one-shot him, even when he gets that Mertreads, when he gets a few more items. Rakan is just a champion that never gets too tanky, and you always have that one-shot win condition. Ooh, that's Caps here.
Finding out firsthand what a buy can do. Instant combo, they just point and click him.
And Caps was on a ward. He was on a ward, but he didn't know. He wanted to look for the flick back onto Reeker, but SK had the know, and they just dive onto him. And this is the inconsistency we've been seeing from Caps.
To be fair, I guess you're just looking for a little bit more support from Skewmon at that point, but you have to be incredibly careful about face-checking against this duo, even more so than the Pantheon Talia. That immediate, reliable point-and-click engage.
And that's the proactivity that we want to see from this SK draft. They have great pick tools. Keep looking for this. Every single Viol, every single Ariel, they should be looking for turns to try to pick off these carries off the side of G2.
And what was once a 200 gold lead has now shifted back. Some gold picked up by Reeker. And the thing that I'm keeping my eye on as well is whenever you have one of these pick-focused compositions for either side, breaking that mid lane tier 1, knocking towers down, opens up so much space on the map for you to play and makes so many more area parts of the map risky. Checking in bot lane though, Broken Blade's done a decent job of weathering the storm. GenX is essentially plateaued at this 300 gold lead. I think the awkward thing about Jace is you're so good in the kit department, and then you buy Cole tier, and it's correct.
And he's scaling.
He's for sure scaling, and Jace is a champion who scales well, unlike the yesteryear points where it used to just be more about the lane. But it does feel a little bit sad that you're like, I am bodying you in lane, I will immediately invest in my future.
Yeah.
Sometimes you want to ball out. I understand the crypto's appealing, but like buy yourself a latte, have a good time.
Loopy here, clearing some vision. G2 still have control of the river, but now Bukata's here. Doesn't quite have the ultimate back and available. Probably has that in around 10 seconds.
Dewey has to be careful. Flash barrier available though, should be okay.
And what you're really looking for with this Corki is to get this Trinity Force to actually start to pounce on this early game. And the same for Reeker as well now. It's still a very equal in the mid ADC department, but I really want to see when they get these one-item power spikes on the side of SK to try to make use of this proactive team comp.
I'm also tracking Reeker again. You mentioned the ulti earlier. It's about to come up, but the Charm Flash is specifically on Hansama. Hansama not going cleanse. Again, it makes sense. A lot of the CC is knockback or something you're not going to be able to cleanse away. But it does mean before QSS, before Mikhail's, if Lebrov does want to go that way, that, he has to dance around these skill shots pretty damn proficiently. And I'm not going to say Charm Flash is unreactable, but it is tough to deal with.
Yeah, especially if they also then start with the Viol into the Charm.
That's pretty much unreact. Yeah. If you are CC'd, you cannot react. Yeah, that's fair.
And normally you want to start with the point like CC before the skill shot.
What are you talking about? I thought you just flash seismic shot. I thought it would all work.
Okay, yeah.
That's not fair. Caps didn't deserve that strike. Malignance as well. Also, Reeker about to take over to level 11, so if he waits a bit longer and gets level 11 before using that ult, it's going to be up pretty damn fast.
Janax might be in trouble here with Skewmond looking to ulti.
Perhaps Gen X trying to get tricky. LeBron on the way, but he's not even needed. The wall is blocking him off. He is just spectating. He just showed up to watch a jungle mid tag team on the top side.
And this is that power of the Pantheon Talia. Utilizing both ultimates, they're able to take down Janax. And I thought maybe SK could hover him to provide some safety so he could catch this top wave, but they don't. And he's left packing with G2 taking first tower top.
And this is crushing. Again, Gen X is your strong point. G2, we expected the Kites to be more vulnerable. Hansama has been sitting pretty in the lane, and this is simple. It's cut and dry. Gen X, there's just nowhere to go. He's walled off, he's blocked, he's flicked. Even if he leaves, there's a cow ready to hunt him back in.
Yeah, and Loopy, nowhere to be found. You'd really want him to be hovering there, be close enough to provide some peel for Gen X and save him from this play. But the synergy, the coordination, it's not quite there for SK.
Hasn't been. And again, it's not just SK who care about this particular game. As I try to broadcast a graphic, but then remember my laptop that I'm running this on is not a touchscreen. Took a second there. Technology, folks. Reminder, G2 win, they lock playoffs. It's cut and dry for them. It's simple. You win, you're in. For SK, they're not in if they win. It does certainly help their chances. It's more important for them to get to a weekend. But most importantly, BDS and Rogue are fully eliminated. 1-1-3 on Nidalee, Nuke, Ice Hype, it all dies in the blink of an eye. Larson as well, but we might need to be more worried about Caps. He's the one immediately in the line of fire, now trying to back away. Good flick back, LeBron there to body block in case Gen X throws out another shot. He will be able to retreat. Nice protect there, Caps surviving.
Great peel by LeBron, and Caps doesn't even end up using the flash as they're on to Loopy.
He's outie.
He's gonna be fine. But you can see the CS lead mounting on this jungle department here, with Skewmon nearly having built an 1,000 gold lead. And this is that efficiency that I want to keep going back to. He's so good at PvE, clearing camps. It sounds silly, but he's just so good at it that he generates a lead in every single game he plays.
Yeah. I don't know if he plays other games, but this would be a great time for like a Path to Exile or a Diablo shout out or World of Warcraft maybe. This man raids. Efficiency there. In respect, it's a hard thing to keep track of in a pro game, and it's often something that players, when they first come into the league and they're rookies like Skewmond is, you see they're either full clear junglers and they never gank, or they're ganking junglers and they never farm a camp, and he's managed to thread that needle so well.
Yeah.
Part of the reason why that hype, that reputation of being this promising rookie feels so well deserved, but need to see if he can transition that now as he may be caught out. Nice initial setup. Wall coming in as Gen X goes down a blast, but it's hitting Hansama on the backside. Loopy not certain if they can follow. Meantime, it's just Bukata getting deleted. Thought they had the angle to force the fight, but G2 were too ready to respond.
Bukata has no ultimate. He's not able to follow up on Loopy's engage, so he just ends up falling down with Caps ulting in. And SK, many questions for them left unanswered as they now lose the Herald. Caps pushes in top, Reeker zoned from the top side as well. And the map is just looking more and more in the favor of G2.
That's terrifying. Just a second ago, we were watching Reeker pull off a successful play, but G2 immediately mirror it and now make a play of their own, punishing SK again for trying to force in the river. As Broken Blade, walking face first to the Kadui! Oh, that's rough. Tower Echo resets. The might is there. Q flash forward, gets the proc. Pathmaker's his way out. Broken Blade making it clean.
And that's the Cassandra moment right there as he takes down Kadui. Genax is able to pick up a bot tower of his own, but it feels like too little too late as SK are just dropping like flies.
Left and right, they're losing so much. And credit to Broken Blade. Again, pick 5 Cassante. Not something anyone, I think, in the history of League has been super jazzed about, but weathers the storm of the lane phase, gives up no kills, but focusing in on this play, you can see why they think they have the angle, but it just disappears so quickly.
Yeah, with the TP coming in from Broken Blade and the ulti from Caps, and Bukata lacking that crucial ultimate, doesn't have any tool to actually lock down Skewmond, and they just don't have enough damage. So now Skewmond looking for Reeker.
Reeker, Charm, initial burst. Aegis Assault still there though to block follow-up damage. Skewmond manages to sidestep. Now the ult is finally there, but it's a little bit too late. Loopy retreating, trying to protect the team. Bukata in the midst of the fight. Gatling gun poking a bit for Kadui off to the side, but he doesn't do any damage! Broken Blade just getting tickled by this Corki! Now maybe he can escape. Q3 ready to go. Charm, they have so much CC. Now going unstoppable. Pathmaker, such a balanced ability, but SK have the damage to get that one done.
And it's such a close fight, and SK are the one able to pick up 1 kill as Caps fights with Genax on one side and SK and G2 fight on the other. And maybe SK can now pick up the Drake.
Nice backstep from Loopy, dangerously close to going down there.
TP in here from Reeker. It looks like this Drake will be going over for SK, and first signs of life for SK in this game.
I mean, good luck. This time they had the cooldowns. That was a bit of the difference. Broken Blade riding high, I think, after that solo kill, but still has to be careful. You can see early Last Whisper coming in for Genax. He knows he needs to hurt this tanky member.
You can see here in this fight, this starts off with Skewmon pace checking onto Reeker, but he's tanky enough that he can survive until Lebrov gets there to start CCing, while Caps is fighting with Genax up at the top side. There's also a fight here with Hansama being quite late to join, which ends up being a bit of the difference maker for G2 not being able to continue pushing forward. Lebrov then is forced to flash out, and G2 are forced to be on the defensive, as Hansama is not able to do any auto attacks or assist in the fight whatsoever.
Okay, so on the one hand, it is proving your point about the AD Kai'Sa build, but I don't think AP Kai'Sa out of one item doesn't have 3,000 auto range. There's no scoped weapons here, so
he wouldn't have AP items yet. But if this was at 30 minutes,
but this is the simplicity of League of Legends. It's like if you're uncertain of how a fight is going, if the enemy team has more members, they're probably going to win.
Yeah.
Even when G2 had moments ago a much more notable gold lead, although still about 1,000 in their favor. Gaining a bit of confidence here as they push into mid lane. Lebrov and Loopy trading blows. Otacon now spawning on the top side as the Herald does get summoned. Mid lane likely to break, and this is big if G2 can get the necessary damage down, and they will.
And Otacon being up as well. G2 might just look to pivot into it. But they're taking some poke here. That's hurting them out.
Loopy, the flash over the Alistair! It's clean! Wakanda now falling over to Hansama off onto the backside of the fight. Skewmon desperately trying to escape. Ulti out from Hansama. He's still living for an extra second, but Wakanda finds the kill. Genax now involved as well. The Jace hitting hard. 2 dashes left for Reeker. Ready to follow, ready to go over the wall. Charm not gonna connect. Nice sidestep from Broken Blade. That's the clean footwork. SK backing away, but getting the bot lane of G2.
Broken Blade wants to continue going, it looks like. That's no, I got a little bit too excited there. He backs off, but SK are continuing to show signs of life in this game. They get 2 kills onto G2 with an amazing engage from Loopy and great follow-up from Bukada. G2 nearly peel back enough, but it's not quite enough. And this is the struggles of playing Kai'Sa in this game. Enemy team has so much dive, despite the fact that you have the peel, you have the flash, you have the ghost, it's just not enough. Loopy starts up here, he flashes the Alistar W and gets a great Rakan ult W. Bukada follows it up, Skewmon tries to peel him alongside Broken Blade, but it's not enough. And Lebrov ends up falling as well. It's nearly a continuation here. Maybe if Reeker hits this charm, they could have done more, but it's still 2 kills onto G2.
Look back good, Genax is dead.
Hey, Genax!
Woo! And that's a caster curse, folks. We praised them, they had a great fight, and it immediately starts to crumble, although Broken Blade getting chunked out here.
Loopy is moving.
2-item Reeker, they can eventually kill him. I just don't know if they have enough time.
Oh,
be ready.
Is ulting in there.
Reeker now dashing out. Loopy might be the one in trouble. Caps versus Kadui off to the side. Loopy now frontlining. Reeker backstepping to give his support a way to escape. Caps going golden for a second. Lebrov ready to go over the wall. Lebrov finding initial engage. Again, just getting dashed around, trying to use the minion to escape. Kadui already down. Traded for Lebrov, so positive for G2 in the end.
And G2 ends up splitting there a little bit as 4 members go into Kadui, but Lebrov wants to continue going, so he ends up falling down as well. Don't think it's going to be any sort of objective take for either team, as it's just developing into a little bit of a fist fight.
Big fist fight. G2 still winning out in gold though, and the Cassante is going to be a problem for a Kadui in a lot of these fights if they can't find a safe position for him to fight from, which has just not really been the case in the last 2 instances.
It's a hard game for both ADCs.
It's a pretty rough game for ADCs. Yeah, the Pantheon and Vi are kind of just nightmare champs right now.
Yeah, Caps ulti's in here, gets onto Kadui, flicks him back. Loopy buying a lot of time against the G2 members, but Kadui is in no man's land. He still doesn't have flash up. What's he gonna do? He's just a little corky. Ends up falling down while Lebrov is on the other side of the fight and falls down as well.
Good trade. Good death, as it were.
Good death.
1 for 1. Probably not ideal. Probably could have chilled a bit once they knew that they had the first kill in wraps. But I understand the thrill, the roar of the crowd, the yearning for blood. Okay, set up here now. You can see Broken Blade continuing to push bottom side. Armor penetration second, good for Genax, but he still just needs too much friggin' time bot lane, and he doesn't have good info on G2, so he's forced to back away from the tier 1. As Reeker, again, fishing, good reaction on the Aegis Assault. Follow-up knockup, not going to connect, and now it's Loopy who's been pushed away, forced to ult a bit early as Caps waiting over the wall just in case. So Rakan ult burned,
in exchange for Ignite, in exchange for very little.
It feels very indecisive for SK as they're looking to go with Reeker, but Bukata doesn't really want to follow, and Kadui is not there either. And it doesn't end up losing them too much, but they really need these ultimates.
A bit awkward because I think they could have taken mid lane tower. I didn't see where Kadui was. I wasn't sure if he was opening mid or if he stepped aside to take Raptors or clear vision, but they had a full wave that just got deleted to that tower, and all it would have taken was a single auto to finish it off. But I guess just really respecting the semi-global potential that Caps and Skumon bring to the table. Hansama as well. If a single member of SK mispositions, it's a tough game. And now it feels like a game for G2 of, this is kind of harsh, but spot the Inter, right? Who oversteps? Who's too far?
I mean, now it's really hard for SK to enter. G2 has full control, and with... Actually, Ari has the ultimate back up. This is Power Malignant. Maybe they can try to enter through bot side here.
Loopy in the pit. No ult EQ3 ready for Broken Blade. Looking for the pullback, but it won't connect. Some poke from Gen X, but not a ton. Drake getting lower. Both teams tied at 2-2. Not much of a fight here. SK can try and play around that bot lane wave, but they have no control over the top side of the map. Both vision and waves not in their favor, so...
But SK have to base here, and G2 could just look to go for the Atakan. Actually decide to not go for it with Caps TPing up top. I thought they might just look to rush it, but they're happy just pushing in top and getting a tempo advantage that way. But puzzling plays here from SK. They really want to contest the Drake, but they don't quite know the how.
Also, remember that they don't know anything about Otacon right now. So that's why we see an immediate TP back to mid lane for Reeker, is because they still have not got vision over the pit. They will finally see that G2 are not on it. But one of the things we forget as spectators is SK just couldn't see it. And now they've overstayed, assuming that G2 had fully reset, and they did. It was just about 30 seconds ago. Bukata caught out, channeling. Maybe the Baron isn't leashed, and is not going to finish the job. But the TP now coming in. Broken Blade has arrived to the party. The party might already be over. Charm there. I think unintentionally perfectly timed as he canceled the Pathmaker.
I'm not sure. It's becoming a bit of a strange game here with Bukata. Instead of clearing out the vision, wanted to go a little bit too deep. Ends up getting caught out and has to burn the flash. Doesn't end up dying, luckily. Could have been the Atakan otherwise. But we're really seeing a lot of indecision from both teams here. And especially from the side of SK. As if they can get this poke... Oh, Broken Blade might have... No, he's fine. He's Cassandra, I suppose.
Sticking around.
He's losing a lot of HP, and he does not have the teleport.
This tower is living. It will finally die. The minions... SK didn't want to steal the credit. Didn't want to steal the glory. Minions will finish that one. Bukata.
Reeker pushing up top here as well. So they're able to get now 2 towers, mid and top tower, with Broken Blade being forced to base. Although G2 get full Nash control in return.
Yeah, and we are approaching a 3-item Talia, a 3rd item for Pantheon as well. He's going to start to feel unkillable, assuming that is the Unending Despair. And IE for Hansama. The question remains, you brought it up earlier, so I'll remind people, can he auto-attack?
Yeah. We'll see. I think it's a hard game to auto-attack. I also think Zonius would be really poggers.
It is really poggers. Why Riot Leviathan? Hold that thought. Aegis Assault goes in. Reeker looks at the fall. LeBron now trying to disengage. Decent damage in. Skumon is forced away from the fight briefly. But Kadui now locked up. And G2 has way better fall of damage. The flick back not going to connect. Kadui burning down to the Ignite. LeBron grabbing that kill and Caps. Now on the chase is Hansama. A killer instinct. Determined to find it. Flash forward. Flick back once again will not work. But Hansama,
he can auto-attack, baby! He's auto-attacking left and right with the Ghost. My goodness, Hansama getting damage in, and you love to see it. But SK, we're full sending it on a Pantheon. He's tanky, he has the E up. You can't kill him, and that's Nash for G2.
That sounds like coward talk to me, Jack Spectra, but maybe it's also winner's talk and good analysis, because you can see here how...
I thought for sure they would look to send it on to Caps or Hansama always, but they try to burst down Skumon, but he flashes out, and it's a great flash from Lebrov to knock up Kadui, then stun him right after, and then Hansama, he goes God mode, dashes the Reeker charm, gets 3-4 auto attacks in, does a ton of damage. Beautiful.
Good stuff. In the meantime, Otacon also going down in favor of G2. Big boon to have, most certainly. 4.6k gold lead, and perhaps SK were just in a position where they felt like they had to send it. They had to get an advantage. They knew 3rd item was around the corner for Hans. They just wanted to force a fight, but the fight they forced was a bad fight and has only put them further behind, and this is where things start to look grim.
Yeah.
Ari not known as the big late game scaler. Jace can hit like a truck if we get later, but
it's only going to get harder to play this game because Hans Sama, with this kind of lead, gets to sit back and take his time as Broken Blade feels pretty unkillable. Ahri does true damage, but the only truth is she did.
Yeah, he feels pretty unkillable. He looks pretty unkillable. I think he is pretty unkillable.
He's pretty unkillable.
And he takes down Reeker, and now it's Rabidon completed for Caps. Infinity Edge for Hansama. You have to feel that it might just be it for SK.
I don't have to feel anything, but I do feel like this game is over. I do. This is. It,
so you do feel.
I don't. Yeah, but you said you have to. I mean, I don't
you
have
might
to.
Have to.
I might have to. It's probably correct to feel that way.
You might be compelled.
I'm certainly compelled to feel that way. Hansama and G2 walking in. Baron down as well, of course, in the previous exchange. So it's only, they get the double super buffs. They're short at Elder, but I don't think this game is going to Elder if they have anything to say about it.
Would be crazy if it goes to Elder.
They're on the way out. I think they're going to get third Drake.
Yeah, I mean, it would have to go pretty long to go to Elder.
Have to go really long.
Yeah.
That would be a good sign for SK, I think.
It would. As SK, it doesn't look like they're quite willing to drop this Drake here. Kind of sticking around. Reeker has TP.
This is a rough contest, though, because, again, if you do anything other than more than just kind of wander in and see if you can get a flash, you could just lose the game right here. Midway pushing in with supers already for G2. Broken Blade off to the side. Again, relatively unkillable. On the flank, nothing that SK can do. They need to try and find an angle. Caps now on a killing spree. Labrov going in, finds the two-man fall from Human there. Hansama charmed for a second, but now he just gets to rain hell down on those backliners. SK wanted a third Drake. It was not a good choice.
And G2 showing why they're still a top team. Roadshow be damned as they take down all of SK, and they're taking down the Nexus alongside it.
Impressive stuff. Early game, the lead for Gen X didn't end up mattering. The counter pick for bottom lane did not end up mattering. G2 weathered that storm, found better plays, found better fights.
Now Skumon and Hansama. Skumon building that individual lead, and Hansama great team fighting that really brought it home for G2, taking the series 1-0.
Incredible stuff. Ending on a 10K gold lead. That win in front of a crowd. Feeling good.
Yeah. Must feel great to be Skumon, you know, in front of your nation and performing beautifully. Very nice.
Yeah. Good stuff from G2. We'll see if SK can fire back in game 2. In the meantime, we're going to head to a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A-rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New towers, new objectives. There's also
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Red Bull gives you wings.
Pocket in
Hold,
base.
hold. Last time first. Nice, looks good. Nice. Let's do the turn. Yeah. Let's have time. We get first turn.
No fight mid. No fight mid.
It's good.
Nice, good job. Oh, that's wrong. Tower angle resets. The might is there. Q flash forward. Gets the proc. Pathmaker's his way out. Broken Boy making it clean.
It is G2's victory here at Evry, at Karmine Corp's house, and we have a special guest with us to talk us through this victory. Former pro player, former caster, Bard OTP, now G2 costumer. Tréton is with us today. Comment ça va?
I'm fine. Speaking in English will be hard for me. I have to...
You're gonna do well, no doubt.
Yeah, it will be fine. And I'm just quite happy to be there and quite happy for the G2 win.
Does it feel better to see them win like this, especially after the past few weeks?
It feels better even at Cassie home. It's even better to win there for G2 for sure.
You're the jinx for G2, Joe. So,
a bit, maybe.
But they did well here, guys, and I kind of want to follow up on what we've been saying for G2. Making things easier for themselves is the way to go so far with this roster. I feel like that's what they did here as well.
Yeah, let me try to speak up because the KC fans are going crazy right now. The energy is crazy right now. But G2, I really like what they're doing. I was really hesitant towards the Cassandra pick because globally it has a 20% win rate right now. And it seems to be losing a lot.
Yeah.
And he actually counterpicked himself into the Jace. But having that easy setup with a Talia, Pantheon, having that tank in the top lane made every setup so easy for G2. And it really was that both teams seemed to have a little bit of stage jitters. But I think G2 really relied on the fact that their comp was so much easier to execute and just like great individual performances all around.
Yeah, and I think that also in contrast to that, the SK composition, great picks that can come out of it from a Vi and an Ahri, right? You're laughing, but it is one of those
I
things.
see the Jace. I know that's like...
Yeah, I mean, that is one of those things where, I mean, I don't really get it because I see the Silas ban, then G2 picks Alistar 4, and I'm like, well, you just gave them that freebie, and he has blind pick Jace, but they did get some picks, and honestly, I was hoping to get more from them. I wanted to build this reel where I was like, all right, now we're getting a lot, but unfortunately, we weren't getting enough. SK, they're just not often the first ones to the fight.
And that's the thing, Tréton. SK was trying, but they were always too late. One step behind on objectives, on every fight, and you know that on this ground, G2 is always going to have the upper hand.
Yeah, I feel like they're not on the same page between, especially the jungle supports. I feel like Bukada is always there, but Tupi may be a bit late at every fight, and then he has troubles engaging fights, and G2 is just here earlier all the time, and they're just a better team, to be honest.
Yeah. But it's also so important for SK to fix going into game 2 because it was not just the objectives, it was even shadowing lanes. So often Loopy wasn't matching LeBroff in terms of where G2 was making a play, and when you're playing against a Talia and a Pantheon, you can't even miss that with a couple of seconds. You need to be where the play is going to happen.
And that's the thing that I really like about G2's comp and what they try to do together is the synergy that you have between these players. We've been talking a lot about LeBroff and Scumon synergy, and I feel like on picks like this, when they know exactly what they're supposed to do together, this is when they shine.
Yeah, and I think it almost helps if your jungle support are struggling, get those global ultimates in your draft. It makes it so easy for Scumon. Sure, he was farming a camp bot side, but he's ready for the play top side immediately when Labra wants to go in there. They see the Jace is overstepping on the top side tower, and they just pounce immediately. And it's just so simple. The stun into the shove makes it a great play for them.
And even as an individual, I think Porter is maybe his best champion we've seen so far in the LEC. So it's so great if you can pick it.
Well, before the show, we said something that I think you're gonna enjoy. We want to award baguette points to the players with the biggest aura, with the biggest swag, with the biggest style. And in that sense, I think Scumon's baguette is growing bigger.
Yeah, it's quite big, but I think Hansama's is a bit better.
You would put it, okay, so Hansama would be the standout player here. Okay, so we can update later with Hansama as well. I want to have Traiton's input here, of course. Scumon's performance, guys, what did we think? As we said, Pantheon, we know that it's a success for him.
Yeah, I mean, the casters were talking about how they really wanted him to punish the Vi in the early game, but also I think Scumon did such a good job at just grabbing the early objectives while still getting a lead. He so often finds himself in a position where he's making plays, but also making sure the enemy jungler is falling behind. And I really love what you had to say earlier, the Pantheon for him, it really just elevates this style as well.
I will say -1 baguette point for not picking Baker Pantheon.
That is true.
You can't play in France
such a big
getting baguette points, not picking Baker Pantheon. That is a crucial misplay by him, and I think we have to deduct at least 1 point for that.
Missed opportunity here, big time. What are we looking at, though, for the next game, Traiton?
The same draft may be something that can put Labrov and Scumon on confident champs, so they can take over the game. And then Hansama with the Kaisa, with Ghost and Flash, he did really great. They just have to set him up.
I want to say I love Broken Blade on tanks. I feel like he's always so cocky, he's always stepping up, taking so much space, and it really makes the game so easy to play for G2. And I feel like this is really the glue they really need right now to really find their form. So I like, they banned the Sign Game 1, they picked Tekasante. I'm not sure how deep his tank champion pool goes, but I love to see him do it on a champion like Jax that kind of can perform that same job, even though it's a carry.
Yeah, but also while keeping it simple, we still have some power duos available, right? You can get an Asir and a Sinsao together. You can get the Yone and the Sejuani. These are the thing where if we're talking about mid-jungle synergy that these teams will probably be needing and looking for as well. Yone was banned in game 1, so was Maokai. I'm looking to see what's going to be freed up as well, depending on what team select in terms of side selection.
I'm never worried when it comes to G2 and the arsenal that they can have in-game and in-draft, but what about SK? We said go weird, go big. If you don't know what you're doing, how can they know? But
I want to clarify, because we said about Genax specifically, the rest of them...
But they all got the nose, though.
Yeah, sure. No, I mean, I really love Bukata and Vi. I think that's one of the better champions for him. I'm really liking him, Sejuani. Whatever gives his team the ability to just follow up on his engage, I think it's what's best. And for Kadui, I mean, the Ezreals will probably still be permabanned, and the Kaiser is out now. He's picked the Corki. Now he's going to have to dig a bit, but...
I mean, Traiton, I want to ask you, because you're a bot laner, because I hate Corki in this meta. I feel like he never accomplishes anything. And now I wonder, what do you want to see Kadui on? Because you've played with him in the solo queue, as has I, for many, many years. We've seen each other in games. We've been there in the trenches together. What do you think is like his strengths right now?
I think it's just hard for him to pick Corki and to be good in the game. I think Tristana would be the best. I think Tristana could be great. I'd like also to see Zeri maybe. A pick that he could be good on. I think it's on LPL and LCK. They play a lot of Zeri right now, so I'd like to see it.
We've been talking about like what it means for French players and French-speaking players to be able to play, even if it's not their home, in front of their audience, in front of French-speaking audience. Do you feel like our French players have been shining a bit more today, looking at Bukata, Scumon,
It's a bit too early to say.
Yeah?
A bit too early to say, but we will see. And I especially have a lot of hope about Calist playing in front of his home ground.
Okay.
I think he will be great.
Can I introduce you guys to a Danish player perhaps again? Because I think Caps as well is looking, you know, he's coming back into form a bit. Laning phase was still a bit shaky and he found himself at a disadvantage against Rika. But I still think that going into that mid and late game, he was one of the engines for G2 this game together with Bukata. And I still love his team fighting. I mean, he was pulling up the numbers this time around.
I mean, I think he had a good late game, but I kind of disagree on that point. I think he kind of was rough in the early game. He wasted that first move towards bot and then gets picked in the top side. I think he was the reason why SK had a kind of a breath in this game. And I love Cabs. I know he's the best player, and it really did come through later on with these massive shoves. But I think really the main carry was Scumon.
Yeah, the main guy was Scumon, and I want to see more of Caps. Caps in front of a crowd. I want him to be the GOAT, and I want him to completely crush Ricker on the next game.
Is it that the expectation on Caps is just too big every time, or do you really feel like he's been underperforming lately? Because he's coming back.
I think he's a bit underperforming, to be honest. And in front of a crowd, I want him to be just the GOAT. And of course, there's expectation, but it's normal to have expectation when you talk about Caps.
I mean, for me, I still think it goes back to the new roster decisions as well. Caps is one of those players that you know in Europe for a long time, has demanded a lot of pressure from his jungler, from his support as well. And I still think both Laprov and Skumon is getting used to how do we play around Caps, but also maybe Caps needs to get used to maybe it's not good you always get all these resources and you learn to play a little by yourself.
Absolutely. And they're coming back in full form with Vanilla Draft, but we don't care. This is the G2 that these guys want to see as well. Tréton, thank you so much for joining us. Merci beaucoup. You can go back to your costume after that. And casters, take it away for game 2.
Thank you very much, Lore. I'll be honest, I'm kind of, vanilla ice cream makes sense, but the analyst desk does not speak for us. I would take a little bit of spice at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a little bit crazy.
I think when you are in the losing position and the normal things stop working, it would be insane to keep just doing the normal things. So you have to be a little bit crazy.
You have to be a little bit nuts. Already with G2 on the blue side, though, they have banned away Kadui's Ezreal. This poor guy, he has one champion that clearly stands above the rest, and everyone's just like, well, you'll never play that again.
Yeah.
So Rumble, Maokai also going to be banned away here alongside Kalista. Pretty stock standard bans thus far, nothing super surprising.
Yeah, I do want to take it a little bit back to the Tristana, though. I would love to see Kadui playing it. It's a champion that has been changed to be even better in the ADC role. It has a little bit of a weak early laning phase, which is why I don't think we're seeing it too much in pro play. But it's just a champion that Kadui, I've played against him so many times, and he has like the magic on that champion that he also has on Ezreal. And that's what SK need right now. And with Azir locked in for Caps, you know he's going to perform.
He is, and if you want to, fight fire with fire, get some scaling of your own, Tristana is an option. Even in the last few days, I think he was spamming it in solo queue, almost more than he played the more conventional options. So see if comfort is king in this draft, or if there's a different approach. There's a lot of creative hover-overs here for SK, but in the end, again, I'm not going to say vanilla ice cream, but I do like, in general, giving Bukata something that can be proactive early. Xin is one of the champions left in the pool that can do it.
Yeah.
It would be easy to just go for something like Sejuani, but instead opting for a more aggressive option.
Yeah, and I'm curious what they decide to take into this Azir now that both Ahri and Talia are out. It's going to be just the MF lock-in. So another very strong early game ADC for Kadui. He wasn't able to punish Hansam in the last game. Can he do it this time?
Need to. I think even more so.
Yeah.
On the MF, right? This is a champion where when you're winning the game, when she gets ahead, she feels so dominant. She has such an insane solo queue win rate because of that, right? She's a champion who snowballs so well.
Yeah.
But what will the option be for G2? How will they respond? Maybe taking a bit more time to lock in their bottom lane this time around. Instead, scaling.
I'm a big fan of Wukong.
Like
I think
Wukong
this champion
is here. We've got a recipe for success.
That's true. It's kind of fallen out of the pro play meta, but he just has so insane scaling when you hit that level 6, when you get a few items, the amount of armor you get, the amount of skirmishing power you have, and all that you're really sacrificing is a little bit of clear speed early on.
Which can be rough, but previously, right, Skumon we know can be that player who can just clear better. See if Bukata, who is now the person under pressure to make something happen in the early game, can do. A bit of a role reversal from the Pantheon vibe we saw in the previous game. Jack's now locked in too. So bot lane really getting deprioritized here by G2. They said, hey bot, you did great. Carried, did a lot of work in game 1. It's topside's turn. We got, I mean, Jack's, Wukong is here. There's a lot of confidence picks. And picking them so early, a bit of a different strategy from what we're seeing here from the side of SK, as Gragas is going to be the lock-in.
Yeah, so just a lane bully answer here for the side of Genax. Can always shut down this Jax later on. And also great into the Wukong and peeling for his carries that way. I'm curious to see what G2 decides to go for this bot side now. I think utility champions such as Jhin, Ashe, they strike me as great picks in this game just because you already have the carry potential from the top side. Don't need more carries. Don't need too many chefs in the kitchen.
From your mouth to SK's ears, Jhin banned immediately.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see Ashe hit the bench as well. There's not a lot of conventional utility AD carries left, especially with Varus already banned away, who, I mean, with the ulti lethality, Varus usually put in the same camp in terms of having some proactivity to start fights.
Yeah, and Ezreal is out as well, which is another longer range option. So they could find themselves in a bit of a pinch, depending on what G2 wants to go for. They could also decide to just double down and go for something like the Draven, but he doesn't really have the jungle setup that you'd want alongside it.
Option here now. With Wei taken away, the control mage pool is getting smaller, and you mentioned already with both Game 1 champions taking out the Ahri and Talia that conventional answers into Azir are getting picked off one at a time. It will be the Ashe ban.
coming through. So no utility for G2. And now Nico as well, presumably just want to make sure that the bot lane matchup isn't any more dominant than it already is expected to be with the MF not wanting to give over the powerhouse that is Nico's support.
Yeah, and I'm thinking maybe just a Rel here for the side of SK. They could also decide to last pick support, but Rel just works so great with the MF, and Alistar being out from the last game, who's one of the best picks into the Rel, but instead, they're going to go for the Ryze. Early game powerhouse here. They really want to try to set up this Insao for success, giving him tools and CC to work with. But they were not able to snowball the last game with a proactive draft.
It's also just so much nostalgia for me because we've had a rotating cast of people who fought Azir over the years. Victor Azir, very iconic.
Yeah.
Corki Azir, very iconic. Ryze Azir, if you go back, very iconic.
True.
Mid lane duo.
The Ryze Azir one never made too much sense to me.
It didn't make sense to me either.
He always gets so outranged that I always thought it was bad, but like my mid laner always said it was good.
Well, Ryze was probably OP back then, if I had to guess. Right now, Ryze is not considered as objectively strong as he was in the past, but despite our expectation that bot lane from G2 would get deprioritized, instead...
Is it Caitlyn Braum? You have now the long range from the Caitlyn. It's not quite like a weak side, just leave it be and be done with it type of bot lane, but it's a bot lane that works very well into the short range of SK, and you also have the peel back of the Braum to just enable this Caitlyn so much more.
Yeah, and there's always the threat of the Ryze in the side lane. He could, in theory, do a lot of work, but as we get to team fights, it's going to be so tough for the side of SK to handle what G2 can bring to the table. But I think the number one question, and this is always so important, is just can Caitlyn hold on to control of an early lane? What does this matchup look like? Because we're so used to Caitlyn being this incredibly dominant lane bully, but she's also that champion that we've seen, usually when paired with an enchanter, lose a flash and then the entire game kind of falls apart.
Yeah, I think Braum provides a lot more of that stability. It's a lot harder to completely grief the lane, while when you're playing with something like Lux, it's very volatile where one mistake can really cost you it all, but Braum just gives you so much safety, but it also it lowers the highs as well, as you're not going to be able to completely deny the enemy ADC and poke them under tower. You're just going to be able to push them in, get some damage and trades in here and there, but not to the extent of something like a Caitlyn Lux that can completely demolish a bot lane.
Does make a lot of sense. Hansam also opting for the cleanse. See in game how much he is going to need it. Again, for SK, not out if they lose here. BDS and Rogue breathing a brief sigh of relief. But G2 would be in. They will have locked playoffs week 7. Not by the skin of their teeth, they still had one more game, but an uncharacteristic situation for G2. But this is certainly the kind of series you'd love to lock on. Game 1 is pretty dominant, game 2 could be the same.
I completely agree with you, but I also feel like for Caps and Broken Blade, this game is really, really important because they're playing two champions, two carries that I feel like they can have a ton of impact on, and neither of them have had that sort of impact that you want to see from them recently. Caps on the Azir, I've seen him 1v9 so many games, and I want to see him return to form, challenge Vladi, and make our region more competitive.
Yeah. And I think it does a testament to the reputation and pedigree of G2 players that when you talk about how good you need to see Caps be in this game, you're not talking about in the context of Reeker. You're talking about, is he the guy that can be undisputed #1 in his role? And the same is true for Broken Blade, and that is the kind of pressure that G2 are used to playing under. We'll see if they crumble. So I almost trip over a table there. I'm wondering what happened. Because again, Madrid was tough for this G2 lineup. Still some good early games, but comparatively a bit underwhelming.
Yeah, so I'm just really excited to see Caps on the Azir, 1v9, on this long-range artillery mage alongside the Caitlyn as well. They have a crazy range advantage. How can they space in team fights? But then you have to ask yourself, as SK then, how do they win? Well, they need to get a great snowball going early game, try to fight and skirmish all around, utilize the Ryze moving top and bot, and just generate numbers advantage across the map where they can make fights happen.
And already they're starting early.
Yeah.
1 minute in. Of course, we saw briefly there, before the tickets promo, you should always get your tickets. G2, we saw in Madrid week 5, weren't able to snowball in the same way. Weren't able to find those clean victories. Last game wasn't a super explosive early game, surprisingly kill light. Maybe this game will be a little bit different. But I think you're right.
So Bladed Caps with the tools to make these big plays. Reeker will see if the comfort of this Rise, this kind of niche option, so many champions taken off the board, can have that power.
And it's a little bit of swapped roles this game in the jungle department. As last game we talked about Bukata being on the Vi, having to get that level 6 before he gets strong. While this time it's Skewmon who really needs the level 6 and Bukata that's strong early game. So I want to see Bukata this time be on the aggressive side, generate a lead for himself, play for the objectives, play for these volatile lanes. And maybe he needs to help his bottom lane out because already
this is not going great.
It's starting to look tough.
A lot of free autos coming down. Loopy able to get the first cooldown, come through the knockup. Labrov immediately zoned him off. Hansama sitting here, sitting comfortably. Didn't even need the headshot to trade. Used it to push the wave a little bit faster. Also landing that pilt over Peacemaker. God, this is,
Top lane looking rough as well.
Top lane looking rough too. Reeker at least is holding his own so far, but
yeah,
whatever story we want to tell, however champions are supposed to match up on paper, Jack, it's, if you start to fall behind in lane, things can just turn in an instant. You still have to back it up, with the hands.
I mean, this bot lane matchup is one that is quite hard for the MFRL early on, but gets easier as you get more and more levels. And it's the same for this Gragas as well. He's not really going to be countering the Jax in the first few levels. Gragas does need a little bit of AP, a little bit of ability haste. Oh, he gets a good power shot onto him. But once you get that level 6 onto the MF and REL, that's when you really start winning.
And we'll see how a top lane shapes up as well. You mentioned it, ability haste really important. But also Gragas was hit repeatedly last year when he was a popular top lane. And even at some points, mid lane pick. That passive, the happy hour, how much healing it gets, along with some Doran's nerfs. It's just why we see the ring instead of the shield these days. And, not quite the infinite sustain bot that he once was. Janet's going to need to navigate with a bit more grace in the lane as Hansama and Labrov holding on control of bot side. And it does put Bukata in a tough spot. Bot lane losing Prio means Labrov and Skewmon now free to move in, to contest some of this vision and take a crab that in a more even bot lane state probably should have been his.
Yeah, and it's absolutely fantastic starter for Skewmon. He just gets to full clear his camp, get his bot crab. Bukata will match it in the form of top crab, but you're not getting that early lead that you really wanted from the Xin Sao Rise, as it's just going to be crab for crab unless Bukata wants to just get some deep vision here in the side of Skewmon's jungle. But as you spoke on, it's not what you want to see. We want to see more early game aggression from this SK comp. And now, bot lane is going to continue to bleed. But Reeker getting some good trades onto mid, that could be an option.
Yeah, definitely crucial that he's able to just get a bit of a chunk down there, especially as Caps just used TP. Caps not able to get any damage back. Early lane phase seems to be working out quite well for the Rise as Hansama and Labrov holding on to Prio here.
That's good early lane domination from Hansama. What he's kind of known for, being able to play these aggressive champions. But Reeker
running forward.
Ton of good trades against Caps here. Might even... If one more of those Qs lands, or Reeker's able to flash forward, Caps just dies.
And really, I mean, credit to Reeker for knowing the limits in this matchup that he can't just walk past the creep wave and start spamming abilities. Caps has to be careful that none of the block back or the blowback here from the E-spam comes through for Reeker. Maybe Skewmon can cover, but remember, TP is already gone.
Yeah. And maybe Loopy could look to roam, but it looks like it's Labrov that's going to be able to help out Caps. Loopy looking to match it as well, but he's a little bit late. Might have a fight though, as Loopy spotted out on the river.
Yeah, but of course, I think when it comes to these ganks, when it comes to these early plays, if Loopy's uncontested, I mean, Rel just does so much more in an aggressive gank than a Braum will. But as long as the Braum's there to cover, maybe it does not matter. SK now collapsing. Good backstep, good stand behind me coming in from Labrov as Reeker forced to back up. It might take 3 people, but they will push mid out for Caps.
Mr. President, get down.
Yeah, it's a reminder that as good as it is, as much as we want to see in 1v9, it's still a team game. Still need support in those early stages sometimes.
But it looks like the reward will be Drake going over for SK as they're able to force G2 to help Caps in this mid lane. And Reeker even staying one more wave might be able to crash this and generate a CS lead on mid. Overall, despite the bot lane being quite a disaster with Caitlyn getting the early BF sword and MF only getting the Cull and the longsword, Reeker in the mid lane really saving this game so far.
Yeah, also, I mean, big credit to Reeker. Early itemization is also going to be nice for him, right? Getting an early Roa, even just getting an early Catalyst and sitting on it. We'll see which version he likes better, but G2 committed to this invade. Skewmon now ticks over to level 6, ahead of Bukata, not the position he wanted to be in whatsoever. And Hans is, well, not completely crazy. He will take the state way around in the end.
I mean, Hans is E-going on them, and Skewmon is the efficiency master as he's able to build lead yet again, this time in the losing jungle matchup.
But again, it is product also of Hans, right? It is that bot lane prio coming together. And this will make it frustrating for Bukata because, again, in the 1v1, it was just a battle of junglers. It was arena.
Oh.
Bukata would be favored, but with the bot lane there, with having prio to back him up, things are looking pretty good. Reeker remaining that strong point, and the trades aren't getting better for Caps. Phase Rush, especially on top of now an early Cloud Drake, just means like, once the Rise is on top of you, you're done.
I now see why Rise is good into his ear. This makes sense, actually.
Which mid laner is it that you need to apologize to now?
I don't remember. It was so long ago.
We'll go back. He's going to message you on Discord after this. He's got the receipts. Now you get it.
Well, I'm surprised with the Rise being so tanky. It looks like he's just able to continue trading with Caps. I'm guessing that once Caps is able to get a few more items under his belt, then he can actually start to try to space this Rise. But for now, Reeker is able to continue getting this mid prio. But Hans Sama swapping up top here for the Grub spawn. Can SK contest? I'm not sure.
Does not seem likely. Kadui on the move. And now Caps in trouble, trying to make his way out to safety. Will retreat, ignite ticks, but not nearly enough to finish the job.
But Caps has no TP. Now he has to base for the Grubs. Kadui moved all the way up. This looks like free Grubs for SK.
Should be. Hansama stepping forward any further to contest a plate would probably actually still be reasonably safe, just given the amount of members he sees on the Scuttlecrab vision right now. But SK would be happy to have these Grubs, taking them away from Caitlyn, giving them to Rise. Definitely a good value proposition.
Oh, Reeker ulting here to get this top wave. But now he left his team on his lonesome. Genax also TPing bot as G2 will reclaim the river. But repeatedly here, it's Caps getting out-pressured and outmaneuvered that is causing G2 to lose the Drake and now the Grubs.
Yeah, and while Hansama has held onto this gold lead, they still haven't broken down any structures. It is just plates, a bit of a CS advantage.
Well, I hope they haven't broken any structures. 8 minutes. That would be pretty crazy.
I mean, how much Caitlyn have you played in solo queue?
I mean,
that
Caitlyn, that's the thing. Caitlyn Lux can do that. Caitlyn Braum should do that.
Yeah, it's chill.
Yes.
But now you're excited about Hansama building Yuntal. What
That's
a crazy
true.
world this is.
That's true.
No love for AP Caitlyn.
And I feel bad for Kadui when I see his inventory at 9 minutes and he has no BF sword.
Yeah.
As that's always a pain.
No, it's harsh. When you see the pickaxe instead, you're like, oof.
Yeah.
You're a broke boy. You need to mine yourself a little bit more gold here.
He's able to get a great QA on Hansama at least, and the Vamp Scepter does help out on the poke of a map, and that's one of the nice, or of the Caitlyn rather, and that's one of the nice things about playing this map, is that once you're able to finish this BT, a lot of Caitlyn's win con, which is just slowly whittling you down, kind of disappears.
Yeah. Good to have the early Vamp. Cole on top of that, right? And Doran's. You've got a decent amount of sustain to help you survive.
Yeah.
Keeping Hans away from the tower, I think, is the greatest thing of victory, and keeping your CS close is essentially all you can hope for. Is Loopy trying to stay just outside of G2 vision, but he has been spotted. Reeker waiting in the brush.
Don't think they're going to be able to do anything with Hansama being so close, as Kadui tries to get prio on the next wave, but this turn might be one where SK can actually contest the river here, with Hansama being forced to catch mid.
Loopy. Come on there. Q flash forward in the ulti with the blast cone! Oh, it just trolls a little bit. Kadui on the way in. Skewmon should just be able to retreat. A well-placed plant, it's safe to say.
Yeah, really unfortunate there for Loopy as he tries to flash in. And now Skewmon has no ultimate, but Loopy has no flash.
Certainly does. Should be able to crash down over the wall. Waiting. About 1 second away there from dying. I like the new emote. Emotes with sound. Underrated levels of trolling.
Yeah, Loopy now forced to base. Oh, Reeker here.
Hitting LeBron, good damage. Unbreakable going to keep him steady for now, but...
Strice is doing way more damage than I expected. Like, you look at his items and you think he'd do no damage. He has 55 AP.
Mana scaling, baby.
Yeah.
And some levels. But I will say that now that Caps is no longer in mid lane, I thought things would be worse with the long lane, but G2 are just loaning him LeBron, sending Skewmon up. They're just never letting Reeker play the isolated 1v1.
Did you hear the orchestra?
I do.
Beautiful.
Where's my whistle and my trumpet? But I like that we have a drum line.
Yeah.
Ooh, Loopy.
Quite able to connect.
Don't think that he knew.
Nah, I don't think so. So he just assumed that nobody was there, probably.
Yeah. Now he thinks that no one saw him. But we did all just see him whip that.
Oh, you know what was just sad that happened?
What?
Kadui just based, and he bought a pink ward and a pot, because he doesn't have enough for BS sword.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's a tough game for him so far.
Paycheck to paycheck, while Hansama's over here buying $250 white t-shirts from the Bear.
Yeah. Well, SK starting off the Drake here, but Loopy is in top side.
Lebrov close. Hansama and Lebrov still will need to respect. Oh, but it's Broken Blade and Skewmon coming from behind. The Drake might go down, but how much is it going to cost? SK Loopy off to the side. Hex Flash. Forward in. Shattering Strike still available. Hansama tries to flash out. He cleanses, but it's a little bit too late. GNX now following. Wind becomes lightning. Hansama still standing. Flash over the wall. Not enough. First blood coming through. Lebrov will barely be able to escape.
And G2 get caught unaware as they try to approach the Drake from two sides here. But it's SK getting the Drake, getting the kill on Hansama, and getting both Lebrov and Hansama's flashes. And a much better early game from SK here as they get all 3 early game objectives. And it's Loopy on the pink ward, right? Channels the Hex Flash, gets to jump in. What were you going to say, Dragos?
Oh, I was just going to say crucial.
Crucial.
Look, they're in a position where, despite the fact that Reeker was winning, a lot of that advantage has been disappearing because Hansama's been, or excuse me, Caps has been covered on the top side. You can see now, Caps, despite not having any kills, 300 gold lead. Reeker backing away, Loopy. Overstayed a bit. Stunned there from the concussive blows. Yep, another goes through. They're going to donate the kill over to Hansama.
It's one of the classic problems of weaker teams as their support and jungle just doesn't quite have that synergy that you really want. As you see, Bukada is in the bot side. Loopy's trying to protect the top side at the same time. Gets got, ends up going down, and that's going to be jungle Caps going over for Skewmon as well. And he's now have a left. Trades on bot here.
Oh. Knockback. Broken Blade wins the auto trade, but that's one fast Gragas.
Bomba? No bomba.
No bomba.
Oh, it was a tense 1v1.
Look, it could have gone, yeah, something could have happened.
Could have.
I will say that for SK, as much as the early game hype of Reeker felt great, it does feel not so great anymore. It does feel diminished as everyone on G2 is holding on to a gold lead, although it's very small in mid.
Oh.
And the Wukong is only going to continue to scale, but Broken Blade needs to outplay. Counter-strike. Bukada under the tower. Wind is becoming lightning. Bukada walks away.
I mean, now GenX should be able to clear out most of this wave with the explosive cask. Never mind, he only takes 1 minion. Kind of sad for him, but Reeker is able to push on this top, and now they get both Caps and Broken Blade's TP ahead of this Herald spawn. So maybe they can look to put some pressure down on this bot side to punish the fact that they have no TPs. But Loopy is actually around this top side here, but I don't think they can really dive Broken Blade. Although with Bukada and Kadui moving, maybe.
Have to move fast if they want to make it happen. They got 4 people. It's a bit desynced though. They need Kadui in the area to lay down the ultimate. Broken Blade slowly walking away, going in onto Reeker. Lockup is there. Good counter-strike going through as well. Flash out from Broken Blade. It's not going to be enough. Kill finish. Kadui grabbing it. Well executed by SK.
And G2, because they decided to try to move to defend the play, they don't have a cross map on the mid tower. What you'd really want to do is try to punish MF moving here and siege down this mid tower. But instead, Hansama and Lebrov choosing to match. But Kadui might be a bit in trouble here. He's going to be fine.
Little strut active.
But ends up being a great play from SK as they take down Broken Blade. They do have to base now, so maybe Skewmon can take down this Herald.
A decent option. G2 set up first. SK, do they want to flip it? The answer is no. They do have a pink to cover. Bit awkward that they have to concede the Herald, but it is good that Kadui is able to finish that first item, gets the BT. Maybe this opens things up a little bit.
It's definitely bittersweet. The fact that you're able to get that kill onto Broken Blade, but you're not able to convert it into the objective. And Caps was on the bot side getting that bot tower, and he's actually been able to snowball his lead now up to 700 gold.
Which again, despite a rough early game, good coverage from his team. Winning bot side, I think, made that a graceful loss of early lane phase. And ever since he's been freed from being in mid, he's just been getting more and more gold. Remember, he was in the deficit early on. Certainly in trade, certainly in life, a little bit in gold. And now he's 700 gold ahead, despite not participating in the 1 kill. It's only 1 kill. Okay, it undermines the point. But Point is, Caps just continuing to scale up, getting the time that he needs to farm on a side lane where Broken Blade LeBron might be trouble here bottom lane. Leap through, gets a bit of CC down. Reeker taking the tower, a bit unfortunate. Kadui now locked up Bukata on the way in. Repeated dives coming in. Reeker free to fire. Wind becoming lightning. Reeker getting out. Ulti goes in from Onsama to clean up one though. But SK getting 2.
It's a 2-for-1 for SK, but G2 crucially are able to siege up this top tower with the Rift Herald and get a tier 2 for Caps here, slowly building this gold lead for him, funneling him more and more resources as Reeker is the one who goes down, but Caps is able to continue pushing and continue building.
And Kadui, I think one of the people who's benefiting the most from these exchanges, what was once a pretty sizable gold deficit, now quickly approaching a second item here. Has the Swifties empowered as well. Feats are going over to SK as they're able to get the 3 kills as well as the first structure. Or the 3 objectives, excuse me, as it's 3 grubs. So SK at a pretty good pace thus far, but Caps is going to be a big thorn in their side. 1.3k gold lead. Azir? That's pretty terrifying.
Third dragon for SK, so G2 desperately don't want to give it. As Caps is looking to base, but he has no TP.
Also Hextech. G2 on the way in.
G2 are 3 versus 5 right now. Broken Blade is far, and Caps is still very far away.
Trap onto Genix is okay. I guess they just believe it's Skumon to steal, though Loopy's going to go in and try to start the fight, instantly locking him down. The clone on the web, but Skumon's already dead! Perfect combo! The confidence we waited 30 minutes for in Game 1 has come full force here in Game 2.
And this misplace of tempo from the G2 solo laners. As Reeker tries to ult the in, but it doesn't end up making anything. But it's Caps trying to push out this top side. Oh, but G2 want to continue fighting here. SK Genix going in.
Lightning off to the side, still standing tall. Hansama on the way in. Caps doing decent damage. The fall from Bukata is lethal though. Kadui ready to go over the wall if he needs to. Flash in onto Hansama. Kadui unleashing. Double guns going through, but Broken Blade still stands for a second. SK get the fight. They just keep winning out.
And G2's in roadshows. What is happening to them? As they're just falling apart at the seams. First it starts with the solo lanes getting picked off, and then Hansama gets picked off as well. And SK are getting absolutely everything.
The fight starts here. It looks reasonable. They're at a man disadvantage, but maybe they can go for the steal. But Loopy, the confidence again, the perfect combo. Skumon getting caught there. Ends the fight.
And his Caps and Broken Blade being so late. By the time they arrive, the Drake is already gone and Skumon is dead. So it's just a 3v5 posture from G2 here. And then they want to continue fighting, but SK stay stuck around. So they're still here. They still have that numbers advantage. Skumon is still dead. And obviously, bigger number equals better.
Bigger number does equal better. And right now, Kadui's got to run for his life. Skumon going in. That MF is probably just dead. Every time we have a... Okay, just for the record, every time we go to a replay of SK doing anything good, we come out of a replay of one of their members getting caught.
True.
Every time.
At least Skumon had to burn the flash, but Kadui there not having the flash of his own.
Not great. But I will say, we came into draft. First 3 picks for G2. Skumon doing pretty well on the Wukong so far, but 0-3 for Broken Blade on the Jax. His early prio, willing to blind pick it, getting bit punished. But the Xin, the MF, despite losing the early lane phase, Kadui has been super relevant in these fights.
Yeah.
7 out of 7 for the kill participation alongside Bukata.
I'm still left with a lot of question marks for both BB and Caps here, as BB might be caught again. The brother
strike from the Loopy, covers the angle. They're just going to take a chunk out of BB and walk away.
But BB now down 40 CS, down 1k gold. It's just not the performance that we're expecting of him.
Yeah, maybe second item. We'll see. But has been obviously focused in a lot of these dives. That is a lot of the reason why Caps has had so much time to recoup an early deficit, to build this gold lead. But even though he approached that team fight with 2 items, he approached the fight late, and that is, you know, what is 5,000 extra gold if you can't show up to the party?
I mean, you make a great point there. It is important to note that G2 has kind of sacked off Broken Blade to put Caps further ahead, which is a large reason for why he has a lot of these deaths. He's got Dove on the side while G2 is playing the other side. But at the same time, you know, it's Broken Blade. We expect excellence. I think we hold him not to the same standard as someone like Caps, but very similar. He's been the best top laner in our league for a long time, and we expect that from him.
We do. And the question is, can he replicate what he had in the previous game with Cassante, where he suffered early and remained super relevant in the fights? Can he find that same level of performance here on the Jax? A much more intense pick, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah.
Does still have a lot of scaling components, but isn't quite as reliable outputs in terms of what he can do in a team fight.
Now SK want minute 30 seconds for Drake. I would love for them to not fight here and just chill until that Drake spawns and then play for that, and you have an easy to execute win condition. The easiest way to throw this game is you start Atakan or you get caught.
Right here. Okay, Caps does hit like a... We already get the left cone! The edge! Oh, Caitlin's got his eyes in his sight! That pirate is dead! Girl walking!
Oh! SK!
We've never capture cursed a team more than we have capture cursed this team. My god. G2 immediately going to get Otacon. The blast cone angle was wrong. They failed geometry. They failed trigonometry. It just did not work.
On the bright side for SK.
Stop bright-siding me! That was bad! That was terrible! They can't afford
They're able to get the mid tower. Kedui is spawning for the Drake. They should be able to get control of this bot side, set up for the soul control, and play for it. Come on, SK.
If they get the soul, worth it. Not a great trade, a bad trade. Not a trade they initiated, but they can make the most of it. If they don't, though, you can see G2 speeding down here, fighting for mid-prio. Ready to try and match bot, although it'll be tough against Reeker. It's all eyes on this fourth Drake.
And Caps, this time, crucially, bases way earlier. He's here for the Drake spawn. All 5 members of G2 are here. It's going to be a 5v5 with this time Genax being the one who's a little bit slow to join the fight.
Sprinting down, TPing instead, covering bot wave. SK fighting from the bottom side of the map. G2 fighting through mid.
Caps taking an aggressive
going
portal air.
Over the wall, but it is okay. Range of the portal does allow him to arrive into relative safety.
Loopy's off to a flank. Has the flash.
Fishing. Not going to walk into the vision. Looks like will be spotted there in a moment. G2 backing off.
It's on the pink ward.
SK, do they want to flip it? Going back to the team. Broken Blade moves to cover. Loopy taking decent damage. Okada falling off into Caps. Trying to get the easy out of the fight. He's almost going to get one shot, but not quite. Caps going back in. The bomber! Caps, but he goes golden. He buys a second, and Loopy might already be dead in the meantime. It might not matter. The Drake going down. G2 get it. Despite the knockback, it's like Caps being on the bleeding edge. G2 take the fight.
And it looks so great for SK in the beginning, but it's G2 that get absolutely everything. They get 4 kills. They get the dragon, and they are sniffing out all of SK's hopes in this game, one at a time. SK get the initial engage, but it's just not enough.
Snuffing is the word.
Snuffing. Not sniffing.
They're sniffing so many hopes right now. There are a lot of things to sniff. And look, it's a bit messy on the start. Loopy's caught out. Caps gets so low. You think the bomb is going to finish the job, but it's the difference of shielding.
The bomba puts Jax with the counter-strike on the heads of SK's carries, as Broken Blade is...
Okay. And the flash. Oh God. Okay,
let's never praise the team again.
Is this the only time? Is this every... No more replays, observers. Every time we look at a replay, we come out and the team who just lost the play or won the play has a member dying. G2 aren't above it.
Oh, Kusala.
For the knockup, Lebrov taking a huge chunk of damage.
I wouldn't say huge, but pretty average.
All right, bro. You're the expert. We'll get you on the baguette panel next. Let's talk about aura. Good news is, look, it's first Drake for G2.
Oh, Skumon. I think they can chase here.
Loopy and Skumon both just fishing for plays.
Or maybe not.
The Hex Gates are working out nicely for G2 thus far.
G2 are definitely utilized.
Okay, can we take a breath right now? Because the last like 3 minutes have been a whirlwind. So, Caps gave up Seekers, but he's probably approaching complete third item Zhonya's, so not too concerning. Gold lead, 3K about in G2's favor. I feel like SK just have to go for a fourth Drake. What do they need to do? What do you think they're looking at?
Yeah, I think they really need that wombo combo with the MF and the Rel. I think how they want to use the Gragas is more as a peeling tool rather than a follow-up. Because I think if you use it as a follow-up, you can usually just disrupt the engage rather than help it.
Also, as we saw in the previous fight, occasionally when you try to knock someone into your team, you get a Jax.
Yeah.
An extra Jax.
But Genax, speaking of Genax, his individual lead is quite incredible. At 2 levels ahead, he's about to hit level 16. And
he doesn't even have Roa. I thought it was Roa for a second. I checked down.
Yeah. He's
Dark Angel's Cosmic. Okay.
He's just raw building this lead.
That he is. Caps, though, taking over to level 16. He is still terrifying. Hansama now at 3 items as well. It does feel like SK are going to be more... You normally would talk about a wombo combo being important for them, but with this kind of deficit, with this kind of power on the G2 carries, it feels like it's that or nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely a prolonged fight is always going to favor the Azir Caitlyn at this point, as they already have 3 items apiece.
And the front line for G2 as well. Oh, Loopy. Loopy going in, forcing a flash out of Labrov. Uses the ulti as well. So a brief window where G2 can try to capitalize with that ulti being down.
Well, speaking of CS leads, Caps is nearly at 300 CS in 26 minutes. God damn.
Yeah, that's
pretty crazy.
Yeah. We were critical of Caps, so he decided to become Chovy, as it turns out.
So we have a standoff here in mid. Caps is approaching, puts down the tower. Bukata is...
No way back to the base. Huge chunk. That Caitlyn poke with rapid fire is so hard to deal with.
Yeah, this is the problem of SK's comp. They're so heavily outranged that if they're not able to get that initial engage, they can never really contest. As G2 now...
Just retreat back to Baron. With that tower set at mid lane, I love the use of the tower here. It's so hard for SK to approach and play around these waves.
The traps as well. The trap line set up for Hansama here. The snatch goes down fast.
Rob there to cover 6k. Azir shreds this objective. 4 damage, but they're not even going to be able to get into the pit. SK, it's a little bit too late now. G2 are set up for a great fight. Bukata getting deleted even with the ulti. Kadui throws down the ult, but it doesn't do any damage. Labrov there to block it up. Skewmon now starting to spin, and he's certainly starting to win as well. Rika running. Extra shielding coming in. Needs to get the hell out, but it's not going to be enough. It just barely is. But he's barely back in his own jungle. G2, they got the objective. They got the fight. Rika will keep his life, but that's a damn high price to pay.
And G2 are just too damn strong as they get absolutely everything. And it just looks hopeless for SK. They don't have the damage that they need. Genax couldn't get into the fight due to Caps' tower placement. And he's really the strongest member of SK as he looks to cheese Caps here, but
Cap's still powerful.
the damage. I don't think he wins that, I'm afraid.
No. Gragas fast. That's a NASCAR Gragas, but he cannot match the Emperor.
Oh,
TP. Oh, man.
That feels pretty bad.
That is real rough.
Yeah.
That is...
And that's your strongest member.
Yeah. That's the talk trash and then concede sort of moment. But respect Genax, you know, got to go for the play sometimes. Maybe Caps is going to fumble, maybe he's going to misstep. Does now have a Void Staff as well. But I don't think it's getting easier, especially when Jax is building towards a Seekers of his own.
It's a great recovery from Caps this game. After a questionable early game that led to SK getting a few of the objectives, he's been farming up a Storm, and his impact in these team fights has been undeniable.
Yeah. I mean, credit to Hansama as well, too, right? All of the kills that went over, going over to Kadui, is what brought Gold back to being close, and now he's got a 2k lead.
True.
Managed to bring it back, and this is the point where this composition is easy. Sieging with Caitlyn, Braum, Azir.
Pretty chill.
Very chill. Trap line set up.
Now Caps is onto mid here as well. Nobody's even contesting him.
5 members, it looks like they want to try and force a man advantage, but in the meantime, the price of even trying to make that play is losing tier 3 mid.
Yeah, Caps just pushes so damn fast with his Nashers too. Immediately now he's able to continue pushing, but
Reeker behind, right into Hansama. Premier target cleanse already going down, but Labrov is ready to body block the bomb, but taking even closer. Reeker can't do it. Hansama's just too damn clean. Labrov blocks what he needs to, and now Caps is looking to take out Kadui. Mid laners versus AD carries. Mid laners not having a great time, but Caps has backup from the team. Oh, and the Caitlyn to close it!
Oh my god.
Nowhere is safe.
Getting absolutely everything. They take down all of SK. Roadshow be damned. G2 are taking the series 2-0.
No hope left to sniff, Mr. Spectra. G2.
It's been sniffed out.
Yeah, it's been sniffed out. 12k lead. G2 dominant across the series. You can nitpick all you want, but on the day, by far the better team, a clean closeout.
And really credit to Hansama in that last fight. The way he maneuvered through Reeker's flank and just position, flash the rel flash engage. Absolutely beautiful.
Excellent, excellent stuff, right? And for SK, they're not out yet, but the 2-0 was the only way that they were guaranteed at least a tiebreaker. Now everything gets so much more difficult for G2. They're in. They've made it. Playoffs. It was a lingering doubt. It didn't feel possible, and it no longer is. They're not going to miss anything. They'll be there. Well, earned win over SK, but really, this is just the appetizer, baby. KC versus G2 tomorrow is the real test.
True. And for our league now, no team is out yet.
No team is out. BDS and Rogue holding on.
Oh, what an exciting time we're in here. As every team has a little bit of hope left in them.
Of course, player of the series, vote now at LEC on X. Kia player of the series, that is. Skewmon, Caps, or Hansama.
I'm thinking Skewmon. He's just so consistent. He's so damn consistent. He's just a monster in efficiency. It's unbelievable.
Hansama game 1 and game 2.
He was very good. Yeah, Hansam is also very consistent, to be honest. But on jungle, I feel like being consistent is harder than ADC.
Yeah, I can see that. Is it? Yeah, it is.
I feel like with jungle, you have to do more things. While with ADC, if you are good ADC, like the best ADCs are usually always consistent, but the best junglers are not always consistent.
That's true. Yeah, I'll give it to you. I'm a Skewmon believer. Yeah. Overall, just waiting to get the interview set up. But impressive stuff. Impressive first game. Excited to see what the reception will be for KC as we get closer to game 2. I imagine it will be quite favorable.
Yeah, I think it should be pretty crazy.
Nah, they'll be chill. It'll be chill. It won't be super. Yeah, that's it. That'll be it.
Cette victoire de G2 sur le score de 2-0. J'imagine que c'était le plan, mais voilà, quelques petites questions pour toi, Broken Blade, pour commencer. Congratulations. What do you think in this game made the difference?
The difference was that we played very good as a team. We had a big goal from last week, you know. We didn't want to repeat Madrid. So far, I'm liking France much more already since we brought a game home, so I'm happy.
It's not your first event in France. I see you in France earlier. What do you think of the audience, the French audience, and what's like to play in such conditions?
The French audience is always great, especially the blue wall. I see a lot of blue wall here. It's great. The last time I was in France, I won as well. And tomorrow, I'm sorry, I will have to win as well, guys.
Il a prévenu. Demain, il sera aussi là pour gagner. Thank you, Broken Blade, for this answer. Bon, ça va être un petit peu plus simple en français, comme tu peux le remarquer. Hans, déjà, qu'est-ce que ça te fait, toi, encore une fois, de jouer devant le public français, sachant que tu viens d'ici, on t'a vu naître, on t'a vu grandir, on t'a vu évoluer. Maintenant, c'est à toi de nous donner des leçons.
Ouais, ça fait vraiment du bien. Je suis toujours si content de jouer devant le public français. Et ouais, merci de tout le soutien. Et vraiment, le bruit, c'est vraiment le best.
Il parle de vous. Il parle de vous. Est-ce que tu peux revenir rapidement sur la saison de G2 parce que forcément elle est un peu à double visage, même si c'est les playoffs qui vont compter pour vous. On a eu la Carmine sur le premier split qui a surpris énormément en allant gagner. Waouh. Est-ce que tu peux revenir rapidement sur G2 et cette saison surtout?
Cette saison, ce spring split, j'ai l'impression qu'on underperform un peu.
Ils sont à la maison, forcément.
Caitlyn? Yeah? No. Yeah, good. I like it. No flash Caitlyn. Nice, good job. I can't chase, I need to go backward. Jackson really deep. Caitlyn. Caitlyn no flash.
Front to back, guys, front to back.
Yeah, good. Play with chip.
Help me.
Team one. Zin als Q-stack. So get Zin. I got it. Big ult. I need Gragas. Come on. Nice. That's nice.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the desk ahead of our second series of the day. We're gonna have Carmine Corp taking on Vitality in just a couple minutes, but first thing first, Bibi, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
That's a relief, I guess, coming back in that manner, because something that we set up today is that what the hell happened to you guys in Madrid? Today feels like home.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to talk about Madrid anymore.
No, we don't.
No, it's Vive la France. I like France. Last time, as I mentioned in the interview, we won. So I'm happy being here. It's good vibes, you know.
Good vibes, yeah. How was it playing on stage, actually? I think it's the first time you see so many KC fans. Were they cheering for you, or like how was the atmosphere?
I'm not actually sure. Like I heard some things.
Yeah,
I heard Carmine chants as well, even though they're not playing. But it was funny. Throws me back a little bit to the old tier sometimes, you know.
Oh my God.
But yeah, I mean, it's a very lively stadium.
Yeah.
Even though it's like a lot less people in the stadium, you can still like feel the vibe, you know. So it's cool to play. It's cool to play in these kind of stadiums.
Well, go ahead, yeah.
How are you tracking these two progress towards playoffs now? Because you have locked playoffs with that victory, but it still seems like there's some things you need to iron out. How are you guys tracking yourself on your way to playoffs and hopefully contending for a title again?
I mean, for us, I'm not gonna lie, we had a sloppy start, you know. And I mean, in the middle, like we just kind of had really bad practice, and at the same time, we didn't really click well together. Right now, it's where it's starting, you know. Like I feel like we showed that last week, and for us, it's you know, like from square one, we are starting to understand like how are we supposed to play together with this 5 set of players. And I'm very confident in going there and getting there. And tomorrow is going to be a big test because I think KC is strong. So I'm eager to see how we will perform.
Key player of this series was Hansama. What did you think about his performance? On stage, and do you feel like it changed something for him playing in front of French audience, maybe?
Well, I think Hansama, you know, is playing great. He plays always with a lot of confidence, you know. And obviously today he played great. I think he's very confident when it comes to Caitlyn, you know. And also, what did he play the first game? I already forgot. Kaisa, yeah. I mean, it's just champs that Hans plays very well. I think in the first game it's a bit more fast champ. Second game he plays slow, but he can play those champions both very well. It's both different play styles, but I think he showcased a great performance today.
All right. So we're gonna give one more baguette point to Hansama, and Bibi, I want to give you the context on this. We wanna celebrate the French-speaking players playing here in France. So every time they do something good, whether it's in game or they display aura on stage, we give them a baguette point. Between Skewmond and Hansama, who do you think should have the most baguette points for this series?
Wow. Like
you can say both.
I would say right now because he got the MVP, I would say slightly bigger baguette.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully they can show more tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully the baguettes will grow.
Yeah, the baguettes goes tomorrow against KC. Anyway, we have a second series on our hand, and I caught up with Niski earlier today ahead of the face-off against KC. So let's check out what he had to say. Bonjour tout le monde, hello everyone, and we're back here ahead of Vitality versus Carmine Corp. I have Niski, of course, with me. Niski, how do you feel about this one? How do you feel about taking down KC in their own house?
I mean, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
I think their fans probably think that we'll get stomped, but I don't think so. So yeah, it will be fun showing them what we can do.
What you gonna do to them?
I mean, I will stomp bot lane. I don't know about the map, but I will stomp bot lane for sure.
Yeah. You feel confident that you guys can make it happen? I mean, it's been... Hello.
Hello. What did you say, Niski?
I will stomp bot lane.
You will stomp bot lane? Will you play Nico today? Because I hope so.
Maybe. We'll see.
Kamel, anything you want to add about facing Vitality? I mean, especially this.
This clown. I think it's gonna be fun. The crowd will welcome Niski very warmly, I think.
I'm sure they will, yeah.
And I can't wait to see what he's gonna play.
All right, well, I'm excited as well, guys. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Good luck on stage. And over to me, I guess. The change of confidence in Niski. Super happy to step on stage, and then Kameto comes in. And he disappears completely, guys.
He just got ganked.
Yeah, just got ganked. Actually, Kameto used to be a professional jungler, so that makes sense. But there's a lot of history between Niski and Karmine Corp, of course. Kameto and Niski are close friends. And when Niski was announced playing for Vitality as a support, all the players were like, we got our eyes on you. We got our eyes on you. We're going to come for you and we're going to smoke you. Are they going to smoke Niski today? That's my question.
He's definitely playing 1v10,000 right now. It's like him against the world right now, stepping onto that stage. He knows the crowd is against him. And he has had a bit of a rough start to the support role. But I really think this is the time to show that this is where you belong.
But I'm curious, BB, Niski's a good friend of you. Targa's a former teammate. How are you rating today's matchup between the two of them?
I mean, you know, like I know both. And Niski is the more talkative type. Targamas is more, you know, skilled, focused type, and like, you know, like cheeky little picks kind of vibe. You know, I think if Targa actually gets the counter pick, I think it'll be very hard for Niski. If I'm not, I'm not gonna lie, you know, because I think he's just not used to this. Like he's just not experienced enough. I think Niski is a great player, no matter what role he would play, because of the experience he has.
Absolutely.
But he just doesn't have enough in terms of micro. I think Targa is very good at countering people. Let's see. I'm excited because we're also gonna see a little bit of what they're gonna show today, and for us, it's always you know, interesting to see. And I think I would say Targa should have the edge, you know, but...
He should. I mean, he should realistically. No mistakes, no slip-ups allowed on the side of Niski today. You really want to be clean on those Alistar plays. If he plays Alistar, maybe we don't want to see the Nico again. Kamel was hyped about him playing Nico. What do we think is going to set up Niski for success the best here?
Honestly, I think you just forfeit that lane. I really want to see Niski have more impact on the map. I've been impressed with Chayak when he's been getting resources in that mid lane. And I think if you can stabilize around your solo laners who at times it's not the most stable. They have high highs, sometimes some low lows. But I think if you can find Niski on the map in a flow state with his teammates, it becomes a lot easier to play.
Yeah, and I also think Carsey is someone who has shown time and time again he's very comfortable playing the weak side. And I think Carsey and Kalista are kind of similar in that way, that they don't really play for the laning phase, but they like to play in those team fights very aggressively. And I think if Niski can really, like as you say, get unlocked on the map and play together with especially Lincess, I think that duo I really want to see be on fleek. If they can match Targa and Yak, because I think that is where Casey is the weakest, maybe in that jungle support duo.
Support, jungle, that's something we talk about often, actually. Do you think that's what it's going to come down to here?
I mean, I think support jungle, they dictate the game, you know, like wherever they go, there's action, whether it's on the mid lane role or top lane. Every team plays a little bit different in that aspect, right? For example, I mean, last game, both teams played really heavily on the mid laner and they got a lot of leads, both sides, you know, and for me, I'm not really sure how it will go. I mean, I would give the edge still to KC, jungle support. I do think Lincess or Linkus?
Lincess, yeah.
I'm going to call him Linkus.
All right. Don't ask then.
I'm sure you won't mind. I think he pulls off like the trigger, pulls the trigger very fast, and he's like not scared, which I really like as a jungler. You can't be scared, or nothing's gonna happen, right? Especially if your support is the not experienced one. But we'll see. Maybe Niski is too smart around the map, you know, and yeah.
Yeah, Nesquik smurfing on the map. We'll see if he can make it happen. We've seen two sides of the Lincess coin, I feel like, here. And similarly to Vitality, actually. This team, as we said, is the biggest enemy of themselves. I don't even feel like KC is their enemy here.
No, I mean, absolutely. And I think we can move it up to the top lane. Nako, a guy, we've seen some crazy picks. Like, I saw him as a guy that in the far future maybe could take after you, BB, with some creative picks and maybe something in the future that can move up there. You're both Turkish and all that. How are you rating his performance and the matchup today? Because Kana, as a very scary guy to play against.
I mean, definitely, I think Kana is extremely skilled in what he does and plays. And for Nako, I think he's very confident in his micro skills. I think Nako is not the type of player who will outsmart you and how to rotate, you know, and stuff like this. He really relies on like raw skill, and I think I really love these kind of players, you know, because I came from that.
you know, and for me, it's going to be exciting. I mean, I hope he showcases great performances.
Yeah, you can look at the graphic here. This is Nako in the green one, is at his highest peak versus Fnatic when he was playing his absolute best. And if you see that there's a little blue dot there, that is when he has the lowest dip, which was that rogue. I think that was the Yasuo gamer went like 0-9 or something.
Yeah.
So you really see the volatility of this player. And as someone that was kind of similar in the past, I do really have Nako as my front runner for the best up-and-coming top lane in the league right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, when you compare him to people like Carlsen and Lot, I think this guy just really shows that individual talent, kind of like you did, kind of like maybe I did once at a time. We don't know. But right now, I think he's the guy to look at, and I want to see what they can bring out, because he's going up against Kana, and this is a tough matchup.
I mean, that's the thing. What do you want to bring against Kana? And Kana, when I see the discussion on social media and what people think about it, they feel like his spring split has been a bit worse than his winter. Is that something that you share?
I mean, I don't really think so. I think Kana has been very stable, you know, like playing against him, he's just been very solid. I mean, a lot of people are saying he's not very creative, which it can be true, but you don't have to be if you're just very good at what you're doing. It is working. He's a very stable laner you can draft around as well, because he just always gets the picks early and then he just drafts around it. And he just plays them so consistently well. So I think what Nako has to do is to bring him out of that comfort zone, you know? I think that's the type of way you want to play against players who have like a very narrow champion pool. Because if they play always the same thing, you want to get them out of the certain matchups they always play.
How do you do that? It's a best of 3. Obviously, it's fearless, but maybe you're only taking away 1 if you're losing. Like, is it really just throwing 3 top lane bans at the beginning, or how are you pinning down a guy like this?
I mean, I don't want to go into very much specifics.
You're playing the let's be cautious here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, like you saw, he's playing like Silas top, Yasuo top. Yasuo top didn't work for the both of us, the split so far, you know what I mean?
He's got 1 win on it.
All right, man. Anyways, yeah, I mean, you just have to get him out of the comfort zone, basically, and let's see if you can do it. Sure.
I mean, that's the thing. Make him out of his comfort zone. So maybe make the lane volatile, but if you're Vitality, do you want to make games and lanes volatile? Because I feel like that's not what works for them
I think
always.
what you do is you take away the power pick, which is the Jace. Because Jace, when you pick Jace early, you guarantee lane pressure. And then you prepare a counter pick for his like second or third best champion, because that is where it's a little bit more attackable. Because you shouldn't give kind of Jace, but you can give him Gnar. And if you actually have something prepared that he's maybe not that comfortable into one of these matchups, that's maybe an avenue where you could attack him.
But it really depends, right? We have seen teams in the past kind of find strategies to deal with first pick Jays, maybe like a Choga Vi or something like that. If you know a team specifically is going to pick one champion and have priority on it, you can set up traps in draft that we've seen before.
Talking about KC a bit and taking a step back, a couple minutes away from them stepping on stage, and they're playing at home in their arena with their audience for the very first time. If they win, they can lock first. If they lose one series, Fnatic locks first. There's a lot of pressure on their shoulders, I feel.
I mean, they want to go away from it as the champions of Europe. They want to go from this event, get first in the regular season, and then come in a good mood in for playoffs.
Yeah, currently, BB, are you seeing KC as the biggest competition for this split? Because it feels like they've had a bit of a slump ever since winning Winter, and Fnatic's been on the ramp up. How are you kind of rating the ranking right now?
I mean, I think if you look at the league, there's the big 3. You know, I'm not going to do a ranking, but it's us in there, Fnatic in there, and KC in there.
Got it.
Objectively, if I'm being very real with you guys, KC is looking the best, right? Fnatic is looking the second best, and I would say we come third, you know? It's not, I'm not going to be like, guys, we are the best. Right now, we need to prove it, you know, to earn this title again, to earn the spot. I know I've won a lot, and we have won a lot, but we have to be humble here. You know, KC has been coming from a very, very strong split. They won the split. I would rate them right now as the best. We have to take them down. Then we can have another discussion, you and me.
Yeah?
You and me, exactly. Anyways, I think Fnatic has shown very great two-lane timings, very strong, fast gameplay. I mean, it's Fnatic's playstyle, and they've excelled with it. Mickey is also, you know, very fearless, you know, and we are in a fearless split. He just goes in, doesn't care about his life, you know, and just creates a lot of space. So I think they're strong. There's also a team we lost against. We want to beat them hopefully in playoffs if we match.
I mean, even before playoffs, you're facing off against them tomorrow. Is that the main theme for you? Do you want to get revenge? They want to get revenge.
Of course, we want to get revenge. I mean,
You're fueled by revenge.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I love Yike. You know, I saw his dad today in the hotel lobby. He was smiling at me. I really like him as well. He's a very genuine dad, you know. But I will have to make him sad tomorrow. I'm sorry if you look at this tomorrow. Just let me be happy for one day as well, and then we can talk again.
Yeah.
Now me and Goldberg will have a discussion about who will win the playoffs.
I feel like there would be a special satisfaction in turning the arena into a library when you're G2.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's something from the past, and I think, it's rough coming into it. I think there's a lot of improvements that has to be made. But I think KC in general, if we're talking about improvements, I still don't see them as perfect. I respect that you have a lot of positives and worse for them, but I still think they can become so much better than they currently are. And I still sometimes think they're limit testing a little bit with some of the champions pool we're seeing as well from Vladdy as well. He's gone away from control mages. Very happy to just slam Yone, Akali, and kind of skill check his opponents right now.
I mean, it really felt like he went to last stand, lost the second, and then tried to emulate.
First stand, but yeah.
First stand.
It's
First stand, he went to first stand, lost the second, and then tried to emulate what Seka is doing, and trying to show that he can play more than just the Victor and the Azir. And I really like that, and I really wonder what you think about the mid-jungle of KC, because I feel like that is kind of their engine right now. I don't feel like a lot of coming from the side lanes. It's most of that Yike, Vladdy that makes things happen.
And adding this, people are thinking that Vladdy is the next Gaps.
I mean, I think Vladdy has shown a lot of good stuff. You know, I think especially from a rookie, he's playing well.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't expect, like, when he first joined the league, I was like, who's that guy? You know, who's that guy? And now I know who he is. You know, because he showed everyone who he is, and I respect that. You know, we always joke around a little bit as well on SoQ. He's a little cocky young kid. You know, it's good. This is what the league needs. You know, he's a very promising player. I hope he can keep it up because that rivalry is just good, right? Mm-hmm. And I think he's been. Player, as you're saying, trying out a lot of new picks, but I feel like that's what you need to do in order to grow as a player, and he's doing that. I think I'm not going to say what I think. Anyways.
If you win tomorrow and we invite you again, you will say what you think.
If I win tomorrow, I will say what I think.
Okay. Audience, you know, I'll keep you on check for this.
What? A bit of a cop-out, only if you win, but, you know.
If I lose, I will also say what I think.
Okay.
If I lose, I will also say what I think.
Okay.
That's very respectable.
Fair enough.
You know what I mean?
Will you say the same thing regardless of win and lose?
Yeah, because I put aside the emotion.
You were talking about KC, and something that we've discussed is the fact that, of course, going to Korea, winning Winter, going to Korea, coming back, fatigue can play a huge part in a team success. I know that you've been, I mean, you know how it feels, right? Like winning every tournament, going to every international tournament. What do we think about KC right now with the level they displayed in spring compared to the highs that they've reached in winter? Because we are used to the G2 is not showing up during the regular season. No problem. They're going to show up in playoffs anyway, but I'm kind of getting the same vibes with KC.
I don't know. Time will tell, because they had that really good run in winter, and now spring we really decide if that is actually the narrative that's going to be surrounding them coming up. But doesn't make me confident that they're kind of playing around with the regular season this much, but I really want to see if they can really step it up now.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually surprised that they did as well as they did at first stand as well, and I think a lot of people were, especially after that first week. But my read on KC was that in Fearless Best of Fives, they weren't complete enough as a team yet to actually have a good amount of champion pool to facilitate a clean drafting strategy in all those games. It feels like sometimes they would lose the source a little bit. I think the series they had in the upper bracket against you guys in winter playoffs kind of displayed that as well. But I've been really impressed with what they've come into with here, and I think the building foundation is really there.
When you look at them, Bibi, actually following up on the question I was asking, is it something you can relate to? The fact that you have a banger winter split, you go to internationals, you come back and like slump a bit?
I mean, definitely, it's not easy to come, especially they went to the finals, right, which is a very respectable performance. Coming back, you need time to rest, and I believe they had their rest. I talked with Yike, and he took a rest. They were aware that they needed probably a bit of time to relax, and I think now they're ready to give it their all, because I think that is the time. If playoff starts, you have to give it your all, or you're just going to lose, even if you are coming as the best. I mean, I'm talking from experience. We did lose coming from a winter split against Mad Lions. I think it was 2023. So it is important to understand what fatigue is in your team. Everyone handles it differently. They have a lot of rookies, so they're probably very eager to just keep playing. So I'm not sure, you will have to ask someone from KC.
No, but that's something I've asked Yike, actually. We had him in PGL. He talked a lot about this, the fact that he wants to manage these rookies. He's putting Vladdy and Calist on the leash and be like, guys, the year is long. It was the first one. You want to make it to Worlds, and you want to keep that stamina, that performance, that consistency. And I'm not worried at all about the fact that maybe they didn't look quite the way they did in winter. For sure, they're going to show another face. I hope in playoffs. But another topic more about the league that we've discussed with Vladdy, actually, that you were mentioning when we went in Korea, was elevating the league. Do you believe that having you guys looking super strong, Casey super strong, hopefully Fnatic, MKOI are like, we have a top 4 that is actually more solid than what we had during the previous years? It's going to sound wild what I'm going to ask because of how the split went, but do you feel like the level of the league or this top 4 got better? And this is what is going to elevate the region?
I mean,
One team region meme, we want to fight that, BB.
I mean, I think I agree. I think if G2 doesn't win, that means that other teams are better or like close to our level. And I think we always showcase usually a good performance in the split. And I think, I mean, Vladdy and Calist, especially the rookies. And I think any rookie in the league, really, I feel like they are good, you know, like they are not, they're like elevating the league.
Yeah.
Basically, and I could agree with that I think we have a very solid top 4, and I think even the bottom 6, I will call it.
Okay.
They're also like, they have their playstyles, you know. If you compare like BDS, for example, GX, I feel like they all have their playstyle. Maybe the only team I would say doesn't have one is Rogue.
Yeah.
But I don't want to like put some shade on them, you know, but just to like put it out there. I feel like every team has like their identity, and it's good. It's what the team league needs. And I'm very, again, like, I think this playoff is going to be very great. Yeah. Maybe one of the best I've played in Europe. I'm going to be excited. It's not always we have this big of a challenge. So I'm personally very excited. I know my team is excited. You know, we also have a rookie. I'm putting him on the leash, you know?
How has he been doing, actually, Skumon, working with Skumon and seeing, like, how he develops?
He's great. I mean, He's coming from a BDS but I feel like he already has so much experience in terms of like how he views the game, you know, like I feel like I've learned a lot from him. Like he's talking about like jungle camps, jungle pathing. He's like, I was like, wait, this makes a lot of sense. It's really good. And for us, it's like how we integrate him into the team without him feeling like especially in the beginning, like in Winter Split, I made him feel very, very comfortable because I had a lot of talks with him, like, hey, bro, this is how it's going. Like, how do you feel? I had a lot of one-on-ones with him. Not one-on-ones, not fighting, you know, like talks.
I mean, maybe that works. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe you can have like a follow-up question with him at some point.
Yeah.
I'm sure he will be glad to talk about
you,
his captain.
His mentor. I love it.
How's the leadership role been when you've had so many new pieces to the roster? Has it been a change for you as well in terms of your approach to how you put yourself in that position?
I mean, definitely, because every human is different, like every individual for us. And for me, it was easier last 2 years because you work with the same group of people, right? We just added one more staff member. And now it's like, when you have 2 new players, you first have to understand, like, how do they react to certain situations? How do they react to like bad situations? Like you're losing the game, you're winning the game. When do they come back? What words do you want to use? And for me, that's what I had to focus on a lot in the beginning. I feel like I have a very good grasp on how it is now. I would say I'm very confident with the position.
All right.
Yeah.
One thing I'm really curious about, and I'm asking you, even though he's not here, but you guys have played together for so long, so I think you know him pretty well at this point. Caps. Caps is coming in another year with a new support and a new jungler. How do you think he's handling that, trying to kind of communicate to them what he needs in the game more? Because sometimes we feel like maybe Skumon and Labrov is not always giving Caps exactly what he needs to really be that Caps factor that we've seen in the past.
I mean, I think Caps, over the years, he's also been grown a lot. Like, I respect Caps so much in what he does and how he does it as well. Like, sometimes I'm like sitting in the sofa and he says some stuff and I'm like, wow, that's really like very good words what he's saying, especially when it comes to like high pressure moments. And he's just talking about the game so much, and like Caps is Caps when he's having fun, you know. And that's just the beauty of it. I feel like Caps is such a unique character that with us, with the group, we want to like elevate the game as well, as you said, right? And we are really putting a lot of focus actually on the mid 3v3. And I think we've gotten a lot better at that. over the course of the split, because it has been like one of our like challenges we had, because just if you change jungle and support, who are usually always around mid lane, you have to like understand how each and everyone thinks, because like Labro coming from BDS, Scuban also coming from BDS, but Academy, they all had their different playstyles, right? And Caps has his own playstyle, and we first had to mesh together, and sometimes you needed more time to click together. And I think we needed that. I think right now I would be very confident in our mid 3-3,
You were mentioning Caps, and it reminds me of like an interview that Romain gave last week where he was saying something that I don't think a lot of people know. Caps is apparently the goofiest and the funniest member of G2. Can you elaborate on that? The jokes he makes apparently are really out there.
I mean, jokes. Sometimes I'm challenging him on that. I'm not gonna lie, but he always looks to make things ridiculous. Okay. You understand? Like he brings a lot of dad jokes, and it's like it's just a joy to be around him, especially when we travel. He also has a thing that he just doesn't travel with any bags. Yeah. Okay, now he was kind of like forced to, because we needed to carry our gear and stuff, but he's just a funny character to be around, he's very unique. I've never met someone like him. So him alone, he brings like a little ray of sunlight, in the team. So, but I think I would still have to challenge him on the jokes side. I don't have one right now. Don't ask me, please.
No, I'm going to ask him, actually, next time I see him.
The dad jokes really do make sense.
Yeah, it's dad jokes, actually.
He has been the father of
him and Faker, man. Yeah.
So it does make sense that he comes up with dad jokes, but just incredible class on a player like that. To be this good for so long, just pure admiration.
Pure admiration. Guys, you've been patient, and your patience shall be rewarded, because we are now ready to get to the second series of the day. Carmine Corp in their own home, taking on Vitality right now.
Retour pour cette LEC Road Trip by Cassé en direct des arènes de la Carmine Corp. Est-ce que ça va toujours ici dans la salle? Vous avez été monstrueux durant la pause, c'est incroyable de voir comme ça 3000 personnes en communion avec le Blue Wall, bien sûr, en chef d'orchestre. Vous avez tous joué le jeu, je pense que vous pouvez déjà tous vous applaudir. Merci beaucoup de votre présence ici en physique, sur les lives aussi, on pense fort à vous. Et je sais que demain, ça va être la même chose avec 3000 personnes encore attendues ici aux arènes, c'est un vrai succès. Merci énormément pour tout ça, je pense que Kameto est très joyeux de voir ça encore une fois ici, chez lui, tout simplement. Parce que vous êtes chez vous, la Carmine Corp aux arènes, ça a été quand même quelque chose d'assez impressionnant, faut le dire. Allez, je ne vous vais pas attendre plus longtemps, on a déjà beaucoup attendu. On est parti pour vivre ensemble le second match de cette première journée ici aux arènes. Vitality contre Cassé, c'est ce qu'on va vivre parce qu'on va faire entrer les visiteurs en premier. Ça vous va? J'en étais sûr. Allez, on est parti pour le match et on est parti pour accueillir Vitality avec sur la top lane Nako. Dans la jungle, Linsas. Au rôle de midliner, Shayek. En tant que carry, Kazi. Et bien évidemment, au rôle de support, vous l'aimez, vous le détestez, avec le coaching staff derrière, il y a Mac, Cass, Pad et Lucchesi. Ils sont très bien entourés pour vivre leur premier match ici en direct des arènes. Certes, ils ne sont pas à domicile, mais il y a quand même quelques fans ici présents du côté de Vitality. Et donc une dernière fois, du bruit pour Vitality, s'il vous plaît. Allez, il est temps d'y aller. Il est temps d'y aller parce qu'on va accueillir l'équipe qui est à domicile. Vous l'avez attendu toute la journée. Ça y est, c'est l'heure de faire rentrer la Carmine Corp. jungler. Faites la bienvenue. Aïe aïe. Le teammate idéal, agréable au quotidien et monstrueux in-game. Allons en mid lane avec qui d'autre que votre mid laner, époustouflant depuis le début de l'année. C'est peut-être le plus en forme à son poste actuellement. L'ambiance est dingue, le tifo est sorti du côté du Blue Wall. Et on enchaîne par votre pépite, Carmine. Veuillez accueillir Analyst. Il a eu la confiance de la Carmine très tôt. Et il a su se rendre très fort malgré la pression et l'adversité. Il a toujours été à la hauteur. C'est impressionnant. Et on termine par votre support, Blue Wall. Faites place pour Targamas. Derrière chaque grande équipe se cache un esprit brillant. Vous l'avez là, sous vos yeux. Waouh! Le monde entier vous regarde, le monde entier vous écoute. Montrez de quoi être capable, le public français! Bien sûr, une grande équipe, c'est aussi un coaching staff. Donc on peut aussi remercier le travail qui a été fourni jusque-là pour Réa, pour Apple et pour Wally. Écoutez-moi ce public. « 3000 personnes ici en direct qui chantent ensemble, unis, comme si vous n'étiez qu'un. Une dernière fois, avant leur match, faites un maximum de bruit pour la Carmine Corp. Et vous pensez que c'était fini? Mais derrière chaque surprise s'en cache une autre. On va accueillir quelqu'un de plus. Mais c'est pas la personne qui compte, même si elle est très intéressante. C'est ce qu'il a entre les mains. Côté, rejoins-nous. Avec le trophée gagné en début d'année par cette Carmine Corp en LEC. Le voilà, présenté face à son public. Le premier split 2025. Ils l'ont gagné. Vous avez bien raison d'en profiter, je sais que le parcours a été compliqué, mais cette année, la Carmine Corp fait un travail monumental en Europe et je pense que c'est loin d'être terminé. En tout cas, on vous souhaite le meilleur, sincèrement. Côté, je crois que derrière cette seconde surprise s'en cache une troisième.
Dogby, il va être temps pour l'attendu What the Color.
On compte sur vous pour suivre comme il se doit, Réa. Vous savez faire, je pense.
End of Carmine Corp's setup ceremony there, as I think they were going to do the "Who Are We" chant, but for now, who are we? We're Medivedi, and we are here to cast.
It's great that the French crowd get to participate in what was a huge victory for KC back in winter, of course. Important to remember that we were here in the Berlin studio during the winter victory for KC, and so I think it was a great opportunity for the fans to kind of get to celebrate the team's success and what overall has been a very successful year for the organization.
Yeah.
Now getting to play in front of their home crowd is a big opportunity for a lot of these players, and I will say that there is a bit of a bias, one could say.
Oh, in the crowd? No.
Yeah.
No.
Perhaps I'm projecting.
I think it's just one of those UK things, not liking the French crowd. I think that's what's happening there.
Yeah, it was great to see still all the smiles on the faces of Niski in particular. We know how good the relationship is between him and Kometo, and of course it's all in good fun, and I'm excited for what will hopefully be a fantastic series of League of Legends between these two teams, because the desk has already talked extensively about it, but KC find themselves in a position to fight for first place while Vitality are kind of fighting for their lives in the race for playoffs right now.
Yeah, a bit of a struggle for them. If they do win, they'll make it into tiebreakers. Oh, okay. There's a power outage in Paris, Benny. The power's gone out. Where the LEC goes, the power goes out.
You're kidding, right?
No, I'm not. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back after that. I'm sorry, guys. We cut the power.
No, you're joking.
We cut the game. I'm not joking. We're going to go to a short break. We'll be right back. See you after the break.
Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go! Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move, side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in.
wanted a peek. I've seen your face around here. Come along, tell me under the table, what do you see? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. What brings you to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LEC. I have some unfortunate information to share. A fire alarm has been pulled in the arena where the games were being played. It is a false fire alarm. We are currently assessing the situation, and obviously we'll keep everyone updated on social media and on all of our platforms as we find out exactly what's going on over in France. For now, we're going to go to a 30-minute break, but we'll be back as soon as possible.
sweeter and sweet 何をしてても daydreaming yeah 君のことば繰り返し寝ても覚めてもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
Breaking expectations when we hit the riff. Dom Toretto, Macro, see the way we shift. You can talk your shit about the way we push, but you're always gonna fall for that 5-stack push. Fast play so clean, we won't ever stop. Got wrist-breaking moves like Fnatic top. Sonicon, only thing that we tend to botch. Yeah, it might be a circus, but it's fun to watch. Jim Bro's impressed with the way we flex. You're best and never ready for the Mirwin Vex. We got the best new picks and they're adding up, but Frogs don't want to see them, so I interrupt.
Excuse me, Barbarito, I don't want to make a scene, but our boys have started cooking like it's 2019. Give me chaos.
Never gonna settle for this boring plays, no way.
Give me chaos.
Never gonna feed, but we will create some space.
Give me chaos.
Greedy for the glory, so we're only chasing dreams. Making titles, trophies, highlights, international memes. Give me chaos.
Pit fight, miss might, everybody sit tight. First strike, ignite, running through the red light. Big bite, wolf light, bringing all the hype as we be howling at the moonlight. Stop talking, we don't need your opinion. When we get more value, last hitting a minion. About to leave your head spinning like a Garen main. Outdated like Dominion, where you're playing the game. Man, please, don't call me Sally. With the XDD, we'll be getting chatty. Tap father throwing hands like it's Paddy the Baddie. He'll be taking you to school and you'll be calling him daddy. Movement is so crazy, you would think it's a glitch. Khalid's dodging every skill shot, but not from blitz. You want something new? Well, we'll grant your wish. We got a brand new mantra and it goes like this.
Give me chaos.
Never gonna settle for those boring plays, no way.
Give me chaos.
Never gonna feed, but we will create some space.
Give me chaos.
Greedy for the glory, so we're only chasing dreams. Making titles, trophies, highlights, international memes. Give me. Got a rookie buffet and you know that we ate. Vladio Power, breaking your plates.
Always betting on ourselves, don't mind the hate. Like Alistair's dad, we be raising the stakes.
Then staking our claim on international fame. Throwing dirt up on your name, trying to stifle your shame.
We know you can't stop watching like your moth to a flame. Flipping birds, coins, Baron, flipping every game.
Tell me who will get the credit when that Baron pops. You're calling you Montoya, praying that he stops.
Really think you're pretty special if you beat G2, but we solo leveling like Sunjin.
No more loyalty to scripts, yeah, I want something new. The time for royalty is over, revolution in blue.
Revolution in blue. Revolution in blue.
Revolution in blue.
Revolution in blue. Give me chaos.
Never gonna settle for those boring plays, no way.
Give me chaos.
Never gonna feed, but we will create some space.
Give me chaos.
Greedy for the glory, so we're only chasing dreams. Making titles, trophies, highlights, international memes.
Give me chaos.
Never gonna settle for those boring plays, no way.
Give me chaos.
Never gonna feed, but we will create some space.
Give me chaos.
Greedy for the glory, so we're only chasing dreams. Making titles, trophies, highlights, international memes. Give me chaos.
Can I get a different team actually?
Yeah, just keep playing like you do, buddy.
LOL! I'm going to T1.
Oh my god.
You wouldn't get a
Oh
team.
my god,
Then
you
you wouldn't get a team.
roasted.
Shots
Marek.
fired.
Actually, imagine Marek would replace Faker in T1. Just imagine it.
I'm imagining it.
I'm imagining it.
I'm visualizing it.
The fans would be so stoked.
I'm already standing the truck.
I would miss Marek. Oh my god, thank you.
I'll be the only one now.
Can you hear me?
People cheering for us actually.
Yeah.
Whoa, we have Rogue fan actually. People with Rogue jersey.
That's my family. Yeah.
Oh.
Vladim, please start the game.
Oh, I start?
Guys,
I start, right?
No.
Oh, wait. Don't.
But what are they waiting for?
No, you can start the game.
No.
You can start, good luck.
They're coming, okay? For sure.
Split up. Can you rotate?
Bye.
Okay. Aus. Just play slow, play slow. I can ult. I can hit them.
I wanna go. Okay, second. Actually. Yeah, I don't reach.
I do.
Yorick? My bad, this game.
It's okay. I swear to God, guys, that I get aroused when I hear Pantheon voice in game.
The earth is beneath me.
I'm not joking. Dude, this guy has such a gigashot voice that whenever I play Pantheon, it's like, sure, bro.
Sure, you want to sit somewhere else? We can arrange that.
Your parents are here?
Yeah, well, like, you talked us about the curse.
There is no curse, guys,
Bro,
because there is Max Father. We never lost with Max Father.
That's true. Okay. It's counter. We're banning Pantheon, right?
Yes, especially now.
No, but he will hear it then.
Maybe that's why our jungle can't.
Actually,
Maybe that's why our jungle is so excited to engage.
I don't know what it says when he gets one.
Can't focus.
Pantheon. I don't
It says Ivan, you sexy.
I'm coming. I will flash on the Jhin.
Nice, you win. Good job. Penta? No. Holy moly. Just kill him.
I can win this. Guys. Yeah.
Oh.
I don't have much yet.
Flash.
Play with dice, play with dice.
You have W? Yeah. Oh, look.
No flash, no flash.
No flash, no flash.
Stay strong, careful.
Got this dice.
No flash.
Oh!
Base. Flashes.
Insane,
Talk about
insane,
flashes.
insane.
Talk about flashes.
Gabro, can you talk then?
Hello, 1, 2, 3.
He's louder now than before. I want him lower.
Okay.
I will say, ult me.
Ult me!
Make sure to laugh, because then they will like... They will feel like
Game is starting. Good luck, guys.
Wait, when we are losing, we should love him. We're losing it.
11k down, minute 19.
Look, Talia.
Yeah, no flash.
Oh, my baby.
Blood, no flash. Good jump scare, by the way.
That was a crazy flash.
Guys, flashing 10.
How's Browse, guys? Bottom,
They have
no,
Brow,
Brow,
they
right?
have
How's mid, top?
I don't have Briar, baby.
Yeah, top?
No.
No?
Okay.
Oh.
Jhin condition is bad, but he can do it.
Actually,
Contest with maybe?
Holy, he's not flash.
Nice. GG. Nice. James. Guys, if someone knows what Scanner says when he presses R, I give you 50 euro.
Feel my sting.
Oh my god, Mickey, you got it. It still says it? He says, feel my sting.
The referee need to send 200% lower. So like if he shouts, I still don't listen.
Only when I can spoon.
Give me a random champion you play, and I don't play, and I'll tell you the code.
Nicky, you're completely outing yourself as a nerd right now.
What if I say to
What
the
did you say,
arena?
Mickey?
That's all.
Let me guide you.
Soraka.
I hate to admit it,
Everything works.
but Sten has like so much infinite aura.
Lol.
Me when I lie.
The unseen blade is the deadliest.
Zed.
Huh?
Zed.
That's too easy. Front to back.
We have poster. I got a look.
Yeah. It's good. I can ulti them F2.
Yeah. Nice one.
I have Q, okay?
Yeah, I got top.
Yep, go for waves and towers. They got completely.
This puppy, I don't know what he's doing.
Ismail always looked like so sad, you know?
Yeah.
Like today I want to see that face in person.
By the way, enemy mid is complete tired, okay?
Why?
I just looked at him and he was yawning like the biggest yawn of his life. Like that guy didn't sleep for 5 years, I think. I'm gonna go on Azir, okay? I go to Zeri?
Yeah, top of Zeri.
Nice, good job. Nice! That's my boy.
Go guys!
Oh no, Ismail! Bro, Ismail!
Good job, guys.
Is this sign-ups?
I think Jojo, you're every referee's nightmare.
And manager.
Rise, Coming, Jojo. They're dead, okay?
Yeah,
Barracks.
dude.
I will ulti the Rise. They're committing.
Can you see? Yeah. I have full three. I keep going, okay?
Yeah, keep going.
Nice.
Got one cash shot on.
Try to get out if you can.
Any no flash. I reach two.
Jojo, let's do 1v1. Rock, paper, scissors. In the chat. 1, 2, 3. 1-0.
I felt like they really didn't give us any opening, no?
No, like legit. Every time that you guys were trapping in buses in lane and these things, their side laners, they will wait under tower and they will ping. They are in the buses. They know every turn that you guys have.
Okay, so you're saying there was no way we win this game if they play like this? I mean, after we
when they are ahead, no? Like legit, they didn't give you a single one turn.
It was crazy, like...
If they play super, like, well...
Not bad, bro.
Yeah.
They look me?
I'm coming.
I'm tipping behind.
I think it's good. Nice, Alvaro.
They're tipping behind. I asked, please.
Went here. I'm gonna take Rift and go. I'm taking Rift. Porky's here somewhere, no?
What the What is this? Wait, Fanatic Human got 4 participation.
Wait, Mario, what happened? You only played the Herald fight and that's it?
I wasn't in the last fight.
It's a classic Marek Yon game, like just first pick it for him. Instant lane.
Oh.
And then it's like, my job's done here.
My job's done, right?
But you didn't.
I was hitting the Nexus. I could join the fight, I guess, to get KDA, but I'm not a KDA player like you.
Yeah, LOL. Next game I'm not gonna kill them.
Do you have PTSD from the M-code? You have to hit the Nexus now?
Ooh.
God damn. Did you buy Lich Main?
I'm an Alistar. He's out.
Look, Vic's on a flash.
He's gonna flash. Bezo.
So one Vic's smoke.
Keep going.
No.
I got the Seri, guys. I killed them all here.
But I don't know why my ult didn't like increase. I have it upgraded.
Marek, these kind of performance issues can happen to anyone, okay? Don't worry about it.
And we're back, and it seems like the players are in position to get ready to get into this Vitality versus KC series. So
we have great news.
What's the great news?
League of Legends.
Debatable. No, it is great news. It is great news that we're back. I was enjoying our little discussions off camera, though, which is why I'm a little sad to be back already. We're talking about new decks that you're building in Magic.
True. Talking about Expedition 33.
Yes. What
potential game of the year.
What a game.
But you don't have to listen. Well, you will have to listen to us because we've got a game of League of Legends to cast. Yes, we do. We're going to be jumping into the draft straight away. No more fluff, so let's get straight into it. Tristana going to be the first taken off the boards. You'll notice that Vitality sitting on the blue side with KC on the red side. Maokai going to be the response coming in from KC. Things to think about. Kana has been a standout top laner throughout the split. Things like Rumble, his Jace, his Gnar, all champions that you have to be incredibly afraid of. We'll see if any of those make their way towards the ban pool. Right now, it looks like that Vladdy's Akali is going to be taken off the Rift, but he's been a bit of a Zeka fanboy so far this split.
Yeah, he has. I think Vladdy's evolution across the course of winter and spring has been very enjoyable to watch. His Akali obviously can be really good, can sometimes have a few disappointing series as well. Pantheon taken away by Carmine Corp, so they're trying to get rid of some of that easy CC in the jungle. Like Panthelia, such a strong combination when teamed up effectively. We'll see where Vitality want to go with their final ban of this first phase. I'm still looking at things like Varus, Sejuani still up, Vi still up, Talia, Yone, like a lot of power picks still available.
Certainly. Interestingly, one of the most played for Yike this split has actually been the Lilia. You mentioned the Yone. Lilia is a combination that they would absolutely love to play.
Agreed.
So many options. The Jax, interestingly, going to be the ban. I wonder what that suggests towards the top side. If you want to ban away the Jax,
I mean, you could go Gwen.
In the current, maybe the Gwen? Yeah, maybe it is a Gwen part, but would you want to first pick Gwen in the current meta?
I don't think, like, Gwen kind of fell off a little bit when she got her slight nerfs on 25.08. I think she's still strong.
Sure.
She's just very reliant on having a team that works around her.
But if you blind pick a Gwen, I mean, they just do Jace, right?
Oh, 100%, yeah. And it's Kana's Jace as well. So you don't really want to be playing into Kana's Jace.
I'm super interested what they're thinking about with this Jax. It could be, of course, Nako, Yone top player.
That is true.
So
he also plays Yasuo top.
Yes, he does. But my point is that the Jax ban could very much be, we're locking in the Yone because we want to play it top. And so then they have a potential, I mean, one of the good counter matchups into it on the top side.
Yeah, that makes sense. There is the Yone locked in for Vitality to kick us off. Carmine Corp still have the rule of the roost. Rumble is going to be their AP top pick, and it is Yikes Vi in front of a crowd of Carmine Corp fans. You can hear the jeers, is what I'll call them.
We'll see how he performs on the pick. Obviously, KC have gotten themselves a lot of lockdown with this draft. I wonder if they will go towards their mid laner, because right now we don't know where this Yone is going. We are guesstimating that it's going top, but with the Gwen locked in, Medic, your expectations around the Jax ban, I mean, seeing the Rumble as well, they're saying we think that the Gwen outscales, we think the matchup is fine, and so they're going to set up Nako with the Gwen top, and they've already got the AP and AD split now.
Yeah, there is also the possibility of a Gwungle. Or Gwengle, I guess. Gwen jungle, something we don't see too much.
You really threw me
in
off
the
there.
LEC. A Gwungle? I love myself. Good Gwungle.
The Nico! This is a big deal.
It is a big deal for Nisqy.
Because it's Nisqy's Nico. We all remember the game. We've all seen the game. And the only takeaway from that is Nisqy's Nico won the game. Okay?
Yeah, did he win the game by playing the Nico? Or did he win the game while playing Nico?
I don't need to answer those questions.
Okay.
That's not my job. My job is to outline that the last Nico game he played, he won.
100% win rate on support Nico.
So
maybe.
Already very solid side lane threats coming out from the side of Vitality. When we think of them as players, highly skilled individuals, that kind of has been the consensus. Macro-wise, there's room for growth.
Yeah, quite a lot of it.
But right now it feels like that they're setting up their individuals for success. We now need to see a jungler that can really enable them, and I think the Nefiri ban from KC makes a lot of sense. It is one of Lince's most played from the regular season, and I think it is a great enable champion. I wonder if they'll look to remove something like the Xin Zhao as well. Maybe with the Pantheon already taken away, I mean, all of the most played from Lince's has now been banned away from the side of KC.
Yeah, Maoko's gone as well, Sejuani's gone. Like, you can't just play a utility jungle alongside it. I think one of the things with Nefiri is you kind of want pushing lanes, and I'm not sure how easily Vitality get push in their individual lanes currently. I think that Gwen into the Rumble can have an okay matchup, especially if you go for the exhaust teleport instead of going for the flash. But you can get pushed out of that lane relatively easily, at least early doors. Anyway, Wukong is the second ban from Carmine Corp. Talia taken away by Vitality. Trying to pinch Vladdy's pool just a smidge. I wonder if they'll continue to look towards mid. Can't really ban out supports. There's just too many of them available for Targamas to go to.
Silas, maybe Azia. Oh, well. Stand corrected. It looks like they're going to go for
You can ban a support, you just can't ban out a whole subsection of supports, I guess.
It might be because they're worried about the lockdown that it provides, but I was just talking about the Silas, and like I felt like that was the direction that Vladdy has trended so far this split. I think he's got, when he sees the Nico, I feel like that's the only ult he needs justification, being like, I've got a nice ult to steal, I can have team fight value. And I think it pairs up nicely with Vi just because they're both skirmish champions. They both want to get in your face. Varus likely gonna, actually I wonder if he will go for the poke builds, just because when you've got two kind of duelist assassins that want to be diving on your face.
If people are already low, it's quite nice.
Yeah, is the on hit better? I don't know. We'll see what Kallista's feeling. The Kai'Sa going to come through from Vitality means that they're looking for a little bit more dive on their side.
I like the Kai'Sa to team up with the Yone and the Nico going in. Obviously, the repositioning elements of Killer Instinct is really powerful. I'm trying to work out what jungle you put this with. Like, Poppy is going to get locked in. There's still flexibility in this draft if you really want it.
Nico mid, Gwen jungle.
That's what I was thinking with the Gwungle, as we talked about earlier, Vedius.
Right, yes.
The Gwungle is a possibility. It can still take the Nico into support, Poppy jungle, Gwen top, and then Yone mid.
They could put the Gwen mid, they could put the Yone top, they could put the Poppy jungle, they could put the Nico support. They have a lot of options.
Let's see what they do. I think it's Yone mid, Gwen top, Nico support.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be the most obvious one.
Yeah.
No crazy shenanigans happening. Still a pretty interesting draft. Here are the pros and cons.
Okay.
The pros of the draft from Vitality, a lot of individual agency.
Yes.
The talent that this team is touted with having, there's a lot of skill expression for each individual player. Their engage is very reliant on Niski, which, given his track record on Nico, I mean, I'll leave you to decide. Now, for KC, their composition is a little bit more well-rounded in that it all kind of wants to do the same thing. It's got great dive, great backline access.
Yeah.
It's really good at shutting down a single target. They also have a lot of AoE effects, so they will fall short in the side lane department if they can't get ahead early. But in the team fights, their composition has a lot of things going for it.
I 100% agree with you. I think when you get to 5v5s, I would take the composition on the right of your screens 9 times out of 10. And the only time I would take the composition on the left is if they have individual lane leads of about 2k each for them to be actually able to win it out.
Oh, I mean, 2k each?
Each, yeah. I'm going to be honest, I think they need quite a large sum in their pockets if they're going to be out this Carmine Corp composition. We're about to get onto the third game of the day, the first of this series between Carmine Corp and Vitality.
Thank you so much to the viewers at home as well, of course, for bearing with us through all of the issues that we ran into. Who would have thought we'd get another power outage at another road trip? But fortunately, the staff on the ground handled it beautifully, and now we're back into the action. Vitality on the blue side, Casey on the red.
Yeah, if I had a penny every time the LEC's gone somewhere and there's been a major power outage, I'd have 2 pennies, which isn't much, but it's surprising it's happened twice. Yeah, for KC, they're still looking, fighting for that first place in the LEC regular season. First place does give you, you've already got double elimination being part of the top 4, but it also gives you the ability to choose who out of 3rd and 4th that you play up against. For Vitality, a win here would guarantee them at least a tiebreaker for our playoffs, but it wouldn't guarantee them into the playoffs already.
And just to make things clear, it's, I don't want to say near impossible, but it's very difficult to catch up to KC. for top 2. So
they're locked. Fnatic and Carmine Corp are locked top 2.
Oh, I thought there was still a world where Koi could still get it.
No, I'm pretty sure that I'm like
mistaken.
99% sure that they are locked into our top 2. Ready?
Actually, yeah, I can see why. Yep, that makes sense. Right, so basically, as you rightly said, Casey's just fighting for first, but a top 2 finish regardless is still a great achievement for them, especially coming straight off the back of first stand, so much of the conversation about how they would be feeling and their slow road to recovery. In any case, we look at the early pathing, we see the Raptors start coming in from Yike on the top side of the map. His options are, he can either do a full topside clear, maybe into an early gank, or he can do the early Raptors into a bot pathing if he wants to protect his bot jungle. He's probably not too concerned about a Poppy invade, but maybe he needs to be, because I'm keeping my eyes on the minimap, and it looks like that's what he's going to do. He's immediately moving into his bot side jungle, and Linsis, leveraging the prowd that he has, wants to get cheeky with it.
He's going to be really cheeky here, because he doesn't have Smite. Yike is holding on to his Smite right now. Linsis won't have that Smite for another 7-8 seconds or so. Yike's going to come around the corner and should be able to just use this summon to steal this away. Linsis pulls the blue round the corner, trying to get it low enough, maybe to smite it away, but doesn't have that smite still. So
I mean, Yike is just playing for the level 3, isn't he? He has the smite available to him.
The problem for him now is Niski and Kazi have the push through bot, so they can step in here. It is a single camp lead for Yike, but likely going to lose his blue now that Linsis' smite has come off cooldown.
I mean, ultimately, just a lot of time being wasted. Yike, of course, does have that slight advantage for the time being. Linsis getting the blue buff at about 50%, but as you rightly said, it's very likely that the smite is just going to come through, and blue buff secured.
Douglas goes in. Linsis takes the blue, as you say. Niski's helping him out. Chayak having push in mid as well meant that Vladdy would be a little bit later to the fight. So in the end, the invade is completed, and it's just a single camp stolen away by Linsis.
Definitely felt awkward at the start.
Yeah.
But ultimately, Vitality did what they needed to do. They brought their bot lane with the prowd that they had into the enemy jungle. They put pressure down onto Yike, made it harder for him to really contest, while Kalist really needed to make sure that he got this bot lane farm, and ultimately, with their numbers advantage, they find a small lead. So, well, a very tiny lead in favor of Vitality here in the early game.
It's a couple of 100 gold. No, nothing to be sniffed at. A bit of that from Kazi in the bottom lane, who's got about a 1-wave lead over Kalist with how the waves have been playing out down towards this bottom side. KC have had some, I'm going to call them early game woes, but I know you have a slightly different interpretation of how their early games have gone. They tend to be behind in the early game. Behind a gold of 15, behind in terms of getting first blood, but pretty good at getting the first tower though.
The first blood percentage, I think, is really indicative of how I read their early game.
Yeah.
And so they don't come across to me as a super proactive early game team. I think that they have a lot of very talented individuals, and their typical approach is Yike likes to enable those laners. So often he's shadowing rather than trying to force plays. Of course, the big exceptions to that are when they're trying to make counter ganks happen, where a lot of attention often goes towards the KC bot lane, or alternatively setting up dives with Kana. Yike loves to make dives happen with Kana, try and get him that early kill so that he can then have all this agency in his lane, because, I mean, speaking of ganks, here's Yike.
Yeah, Yike's on his way down towards the bottom side. Niski going to shape split, but stunned up with the Shield of Daybreak, and the Vault Breaker coming out. Niski flashes and is met with the Fist of Yike. First blood to Carmine Corp.
And just as I say it, Yike has to go and prove me wrong. He makes an incredibly effective early gank happen, gets first blood on the bot side of the map, and is already off to a strong start here in game 1.
And Niski as well, a little bit greedy, thinking he could get out of that one. I think he should have held on to his flash. He was basically dead anyway. At most, he's flashing over the Vault Breaker if it comes out, but burnt both of his summoners, and now we'll be in a bit more of a precarious spot when a future gank comes out. Linsis trying to see if Kalist and Targamas can be caught. The wave not in the best of spots for them, but they decide to back away, not forcing their pressure any further.
Yeah, you'll notice that there's actually a huge CS advantage in favor of Kazi. That wave freeze was very awkward for the KC bot lane. They needed to get that push underneath the tower, and he just refused to let them have it. And the problem was, it was in such an awkward spot where they didn't have the resources anymore to really shove it underneath the tower, and so then they were forced to overstay. Yike also overstaying. The threat of a gank was coming through from Linsis, and ultimately it did mean that even though they found themselves first blood, you'll notice that the overall goal is even, and the gold advantage that Yike has claimed for himself, Kazi has been able to build for himself as well.
Yeah, part of that is, as you say, that freeze, but also the previous pushes in when they were able to get the wave crashed underneath Kalist's tower. Top lane much ado about nothing, really. Nako just trying to get to that level 6. Kano about half a level ahead in the 1v1 matchup. I wonder if that was just a good chunk onto Nako, meaning he had to use his teleport a little bit earlier. Niski's making his way downtown towards the mid lane to see if perhaps Vladdy oversteps, but he will not be doing so.
A lot of fishing right now for opportunities. Again, we come back to this composition from Vitality where a lot of the strengths of it is in its solo laners, their ability to play through side. And I will say the thing about Poppy is she's quite reliant on setup, I would say, unless, of course, someone positions in a way where she can maybe get a surprise wall slam that can maybe set up for a play. But Gwen doesn't really have the best setup.
Yeah.
The ultimate provides a few slows. There's also Yone's ulti, if you can connect it, maybe a knock-up into an ulti. But really, I think it's quite difficult for Linces to force early ganks in the same way that Yike can on the Vi, a champion that is very much built to gank, and a champion that is designed to help find these early game leads for their laners, as he's already been able to find in the bot side.
Yeah, it's one of those where often as a jungler, you want to have CC yourself. It just makes it so much easier to gank. You can set up your own fights, and here, Vitality, a heavy skirmish comp. Niski, really, the key cog in the machine of Vitality's team fighting. We'll see how effective he can be on this Nico, because last time we saw him on it, he didn't have the best of times.
Crucially, of course, the Poppy's value is going to come much later into the game. Getting in the way of those dashes, that Silas dash, but Yike looking once again, the stun connects.
Chain of Corruption going down onto Niski. There's Shield of Daybreak, and pop goes the Nico. Taken out once again, that's Kalist on the board for Carmine Corp. That's a strong early start from Yike on his Vi.
Yeah, the repeat ganks are very clean from Yike. There is not much vision control in favor of Vitality. And this time they're able to give the kill over to Kalist, and just like that, the 80 carry difference disappears.
Yeah.
So KC controlling the early game, and the thing that we were just criticizing them for, being less proactive in the early game, playing that slower approach, you can see very different here as they're already off to a fantastic start.
And this is also one of the reasons I said it was greedy for Niski to try and flash the first fight. He was as good as dead there. Now, if he'd had the flash, you can escape the second gank. As soon as you burn that flash, you paint a target on the back of your head, and Yike very happily will punch through that goal. On the rest of the map, Vitality are doing okay. Bot lane, a little bit of a struggle, or I guess support role, a little bit of a struggle so far in this one.
As we kind of come to expect so far from this split, Karna finding advantages independently.
Yeah.
You already talked about the experience advantage you'd been able to build, but that farm also doing a decent amount of work. No early objectives secured just yet, even though KC have thrown a lot of ganks towards the bot side of the map. They actually haven't converted it into an objective. Right now, they're on the top side of the map alongside Linces. Jayek not going to be stunned up long enough to really convert into anything big for KC. Looks to me like Lince is actually going to start off these grubs, and Kalist is he going to make his way up towards mid lane?
I'm not sure. I think he's going to go back towards bot. Kazi's going down hit there as well. Both the AD carries just going to match up. We did see Targamas and Niski in the mid lane, but both of them going back down towards bot as well. So Carmine Corp decided they didn't want to fight around the grubs. Instead, just get a little bit of vision wherever they can. Yike is looking for Nako up towards the top side. There, the grubs for Vitality, all three of them, meaning they will have those mites spawning. Yike, is he going to try and... he's looking for a gank on the bounce back. May just be covering for Karna as well.
This is exactly what I was talking about. This type of playstyle is very much what I've seen a lot of Yike doing this split. Just that shadowing, the make sure of like, oh, I'll make sure that you can get that push out, but also you can play as aggressive as you want. You know, Karna is a player that likes to trade, likes to leverage his lead when he's built one, and maybe there would be a window there to threaten a dive. And so Yike is now in that position.
Oh, here we go. There's a TP going back towards the top lane. Nako is immediately met with a fist of justice. Equalizer down as well. There's a cease and desist. And Nako will fall. A bit of a greedy teleport position from Nako straight into the wave instead of just to his tower.
Yeah, he was not expecting Yike to be sitting in the brush. Or maybe he was and he'd expected that he'd already gone back to base. And either way, it's another kill in favor of KC. Yike now 100% KP. He's been involved in all of their early kills. They've built up a 1.1k gold lead, largely on the top side of the map. No objectives just yet, but it looks like he's setting his sights on the dragon.
Yeah, he's now in such a strong position he can solo that dragon out if he wants to. Sundered Sky complete on the Vi, has been involved in every single one of his team's kills. More plates going over to Karna as well, who has that Fated Ashes. I wonder if he's got a full Leandries on this recall Yep, there we go. Leandries and Amtone and the glowing moat to boot. Oh, sells the moat for a ward. I'm sure there's an analyst out there somewhere being like, yes, Kana, good job. Don't need that 250 gold, basically does nothing for you item. Instead, vision saves lives.
Unless that he gets 0 value out of that ward.
But if he gets zero value out of a control ward, he is placing it wrong. That is him making a mistake.
Is it?
Well, when would you ever get 0 value out of a control ward?
If a jungler never goes top. Or if...
No, but he knows there's never a jungler up there if he has the control ward. That's a huge amount of value.
That's a valid argument.
Yeah. The only time you get no value is if you place it in a bush that you know someone's in and they immediately kill it.
Yeah, I mean, these are all great points, but I'm afraid the little number next to the vision when I'm in game is the only number I care about.
Vision score.
The vision score is pretty much the only metric I use to determine good vision or not yet.
That's why I always use zombie ward. It's like, my vision score's 200,
guys. You can inflate that number.
You can.
No, don't let people know about that.
That's the true elo boosting, guys.
You know, it's the same way that Jarvan, he's like, guys, look at how valuable I was this game.
Oh, 10 assists off one fight. How did I do it?
Well, of course, no objectives on the map right now, so neither team really set their sights on anything in particular. You could fish for early towers, but again, I think both sides are quite happy to scale. Laning going very well in favor of KC for the time being, but of course Vitality waiting for those crucial spikes, and as Hysteric said last week, Chayak basically at full build, just needs those Zerka's Greaves and he's basically good to go.
Oh, fate sealed, cease and desist, gonna chase him underneath the tower, there's a flash up, Skondap ducked into a counter fate sealed. As Vladdy picks up the 4th for Carmine Corp. Now Kalist and Targuments have to survive. Pop Blossom flashes forward, Kalist stunned into the wall even after his flash and his cleanse. Good dive from Vitality. Linces channels up the helicopter but walks away with it. Kazi using the killer instinct for a bit of a shield as Carmine Corp are able to defend the tower but do lose their AD carry.
I mean, nice plays from both sides. The movement that came through from Vladdy and Yike to find that kill was beautifully done. But then Vitality, they get a very clean dive on the bot side of the map. Niski with a good sidestep on the ulti from Kalist. You'll see it when the dive comes through, but first of all, look at this play in mid lane. Yike gonna hold with his ultimate to make sure he can get the follow through, and there it does. Comes through, making sure that the knockup that comes through from the Yone ultimate doesn't actually interrupt this follow through. Then Vladdy with a nice follow up with the flash to secure that kill. Meanwhile, look, you'll see the ultimate sidestep by Niski, commits the flash, gets the 2-man knockup, and then good target focus. They lock down the bars, make sure they secure that kill, don't stand underneath the tower too long, and Lintus ready with the ultimate for that TP to come in. So ultimately, well played from both sides, but it's KC that continues to build their lead.
Kalist getting caught out a little bit there by Niski, but gives back as good as he gets. Kalist is a chunk of change behind in that bot lane now, about 700 gold or so. An equivalent advantage for Kano on the top side, but Kazi's off to a bit of a rip snorter of a start here, Betty.
Yeah, he certainly is. As long as Vitality can keep playing through him, they definitely have a clear win condition, but the question is...
does he just die as soon as he gets cease and desist?
Yeah, this composition is very much about those side laners. You want to have pressure on the side, so that maybe you can either win out on a 1v1, 2v1, find picks, and then create numbers advantage to turn it into a more favorable fight for you. If it's just grouping up, playing front to back 5v5, I think it's going to be much harder. Not to say that it's impossible, of course. A nice Nico flank, a good Gwen positioning. If Gwen can easily get onto Kalista, it can change the dynamic of a fight very quickly. But just on paper, it's much easier for KC to play the front to back.
It's really about whether or not Vitality can find those picks at the start of a fight, or as you say, play through the side lanes. Rift Herald currently the objective that both the teams want to battle over. Nako has teleport, whereas Kana does not use his to get down towards that bot side tower earlier on. Nako as well with the Riftmaker trading in. Niski caught out, Zenith Blade tries to get away. Good Keeper's Verdict onto Targuments. Linces goes in with the stun as well. Pop Blossom from Vladdy, stolen away. The counter pop from Niski, where he's the one that goes down first. He's an assist for the chase down onto Shayak, who tried to jump the wall but couldn't escape. Targum is still chasing into him as Shayak is taken out by Kalist. Carmine Corp come on top in the fight once again.
It's 3-for-1 in favor of KC. the initial play looked so promising for Vitality, locking down Yike, making sure that he didn't really have any avenues of escape. And then when the ultimate came through from Niski, you feel like that it's a done deal. So an engage quite deep from Targamas makes it a little hard to follow, but then that knockback from Linces, the target focus is good, but then see this play from Flatty, gets the knockup onto the back line of 2. It kind of splits up the follow-up engage from Vitality, allowing for the re-engage to come through from KC and turn the fight in their favor. It only goes a little awry because they turn their attention onto Kazi, but ultimately Kalist gets himself the double and KC walk away with 3 kills.
And now Kalist ahead in terms of gold in the AD carry position. That's all it takes. We talked about the power of Karmine Corp's team fight and composition. Well, you see there why it is tricky for Vitality, especially if Vladdy steals away that Pot Blossom and just splits up the fight like he did. Now has the Rocket Belt alongside an Alternator and 8 stacks on a Dark Seal in front of his home crowd. Is he going to get out the book, Vedi?
I mean, I definitely feel that Vladdy is locked in. He's obviously had a fantastic split so far.
100%, yeah.
I would say that some games he's been pushing his limits very extensively. But this game, I feel like he understands exactly what he can and cannot do. He's finding really nice engages, and I mean, he's...
So you're saying he should buy mid-tries?
Yeah, I definitely think he should buy mid-tries. I always think a good read is always a great thing to bring to the Rift.
Yeah? Reading your opponents. What would be the book that you'd take to Summoner's Rift if you had to?
I'm not much of a reader myself.
You're just not going to pick a book?
No.
You could pick solo leveling as Yike is getting picked in the Rift Herald pit. Doesn't have a chance to get out of there. Now Rift Herald started up by Vitality. Karmine Corp, I think, were playing for the mid wave, and Yike was just caught out by himself.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to be able to explain the rationale there from Yike, but I'm just going to say great pick.
It's Vi time, I believe, is Yike's rationale.
I guess he just assumed that he was safe. He had the Q from Vi and he thinks that he can get out, but then Poppy shows up and says, you remember what I do, right? And he's like, right, yeah, nope, can't do that. In either way, Vitality find themselves another pick. They are looking to get themselves the first tower of the game. That'd be a very nice pickup.
Nako gonna dance forward here. Kalist is on mid tower, but with the Rift Herald charging in, that will be first tower of the game over to Vitality. Kalist has to flash away from Niski, and oh my god, he missed everything! The killer instinct in! Okay, Kalist was feeling himself, but I'm pretty sure he needs to take a step back after that one. Everything missed at the start, and then Niski was like, okay, you have flash, I'll just use my ultimate.
Really good punish from Niski, as you rightly said, with the flash gone. There's no reason for Niski not to follow up, and Kazi having his ulti there meant that he could easily follow up on the play, and just like that, the 1k gold lead that KC had built for themselves quickly dwindles. As tower secured on the top side of the map, setting up for a potential dragon could be risky just because they don't have Niski's ultimate available. Kazi's ultimate also on cooldown. Linces is sort of in the area, but either way it would be a difficult contest. For now, no dragon going to be started off.
Yeah, Niski getting the Rocket Belt kind of mitigates the fact that he doesn't have that flash as well. Gives him at least a little bit of a gap closer on towards that back line, but still no ultimate for him for about half of its cooldown, so they'll be waiting for that one to come back up before they look for a proper Barney. Chayak here, playing safe, playing back, knowing that he doesn't have any support on this side of the map. Karmine Corp are starting up the Drake and should be able to secure it before anyone from Vitality can challenge.
Easy objective secure. So KC now making their way back towards the mid lane.
I still want to come back to this book point at some point. You know? Okay, we're just going to leave it.
All good. The outer towers become the next main focus for both sides. Of course, there's a lot of melee champions on both sides, which does make sieging a lot harder. You kind of need to win a fight, or you need to cross-map in order to secure these objectives. Linces has spotted Kalist out.
Flash, looking for the knock into the wall, cleanse away. Keeper's Verdict coming out as well. But now Linces is on the wrong side of the rift, collapsed on alongside Niski. There's a Shield of Daybreak. Kalist survives well. Vitality lose 2 for deigning to kill Kalist.
It was a very overforced play.
Yeah.
The fact that Linces also didn't even connect the stun, Kalist reacts with the cleanse regardless, but the reality is that there were only 2 members, proper follow-up wasn't there. Vitality thought that they'd found a pick, but ultimately they fell prey to the aggression of KC themselves. Looking to be another Adakan secure, that could have been a window where maybe they converted it into the bot tower, but instead looking for the longer-term prize of the outer card.
And we see how many petals as well they get from it up at the top of the mini-map. Vladdy going in with the Pop Blossom here. There's a good amount of damage. Oh, prediction on the timing for Chayek to bounce back to his soul. Vladdy gets the 1v1 solo kill, and Carmine Corp regain their 2k gold lead.
He's definitely locked in. Yeah. I did not expect him to win that. We go back to this play. Nice step there from Callisto. Notice how he walked towards the right to make it harder for him to get connected onto the wall. Oh, we turn back to live. Quick, another action.
Decent assist onto Niski. There's the Pop Blossom out from him. Now Knuckle's here as well. Vladdy now diving in. Targum is trying to get across the wall, but can't get close enough to jump onto Niski. Knuckle looking for the needlework. Will just chip away at the Vladdy as he walks back to the wave.
Yeah, and I mean, Vladdy and Yike working together flawlessly this game. Ooh, Niski very close. I think Vladdy didn't have any vision there. He was able to keep Niski alive. Is he just gonna die?
He's just dead! Kana knocked against the wall, but he manages to flash out. Targumus looking for the flank, the Solar Flame into the equalizer. Good double keeper's verdict from Linces will keep himself alive for the moment, but he has to walk back over the fire to escape. Yike gets the kill. Vitality lose 2. And yeah, it wasn't the best sequence for Vitality.
Punishment after punishment as Vitality overstepped their boundaries, and Niski with a massive misplay. Kana, with one of the easiest kills of his life, finds a pick onto Niski, and that just gives them the window to engage. Lensis did what he could. He used his ultimate to try and create some space for Laz's team to disengage, but it just was not enough. And Calist adding insult to injury, gonna wait for the cannon minion to fall, deny that tiny bit of extra gold towards Naknako, and he's gonna secure the tower for KC.
Yeah, now a 3.5k lead for Carmine Corp. We'll have another look at this. Like, Niski is already quite low, and then he just walks towards Kana, gets hit with 2 harpoons.
I mean, not much needed to break down there, really.
He got the root, though.
We're back to live.
He got the root onto Kana, cease and desist onto Linces. He's dead now, you have to feel. As Yike will claim his 4th of the game. Chayek unbinds his soul and sees that his blue buff has been removed from the rift. Niski walking in with the clone. The shape splitter will only spot out Carmine Corp stealing away more of the jungle.
I mean, Vladdy and Yike, they're just padding out the stats now, roaming around as a dynamic duo, constantly finding pick after pick. The gold gap continues to grow as Naknako trying to get something back on the side lane. But KC, they came to play in their home crowd. We've been hearing a lot from them that I remember Calist saying about halfway through the split that they're only playing at even about 40%. There's so much more for them to show, and this is the type of performance that we're expecting from a top team in the LEC. And Broken Blade, even on the analyst desk, was saying that he confidently believes that KC is the best right now. Of course, he wants to prove them wrong as they play up against each other tomorrow. But KC with a fantastic game 1, being led by Yike and Vladdy in this mid-jungle combo.
Yeah, and for Vitality, you're sitting at 3 and 4. You have another game tomorrow, obviously. That will round out your 9 series for the split. You do really want to pick up one more win if you can to almost guarantee that playoff spot. If they win here, they would get at least a tiebreaker if they win in the series, but right now that is looking like a very dim possibility for the Wasps. Niski stepping forward, his vision is clear. That was a useless control ward, Betty, by the way.
Thank you.
So just in case you were still trying to identify them. Targumus coming across, Kana a little bit pushed forward as Vitality have cut off the rest of his team. Nuka goes in, first needlework doesn't connect, but the second should. There's the equalizer. Kana, though, has a stopwatch, and Targumus goes to Kazi. Cleanse away from Kazi. Kana down first. Targumus looking for the solar flame, but Kazi has the fancy feed on Yike caught with a fake seal. Pop Blossom coming out as well. And Targumus goes down. Vitality are going to get 3 out of this, and they don't lose a man. Calist and Vladdy unable to respond in time.
KC, by reacting to keep their top laner alive, end up handing over 3 kills to Vitality and an exposed dragon. No jungle alive, but Vladdy, he's feeling himself.
He's got the killer instinct. Pop Blossom, in fact, was the one he stole away. He gets in. Niski's down. The Drake's still there as well. Oh, they've just done it. They've deleted them in front of their home crowd. 4-0 from Vladdy and Calist.
In the 2 versus 4, Vladdy and Calist make magic happen.
I mean, really, Calist, he was just the backup to Vladdy in that play. And we'll get to that in a second, but let's remind ourselves how this started off. It's Kana getting caught in a side lane. Casey come to his rescue, trying to help, but Vladdy gets knocked away. They realize quite quickly that they're at a massive numbers disadvantage, and there's little they can do. Calist and Vladdy have to watch as their team fall, and Vitality begin to regain some confidence. But Vladdy says, no, I'm not letting you get away with this. He steals away Niski's ultimate. He forces the flash out from Kazi. He's expecting it because he doesn't even flash after him. He flashes up into the river to set up for Calist to land the arrow. And then he turns his attention to the remaining 2 players in the pit. Beautiful play by Vladdy.
Equalizer down onto Niski. There's the solar flare follow-up as Linces has to flash away. Chain of Corruption doesn't quite land from Carmine Corp, but they do force Niski out. They force his flash as well. Baron a possibility for them. Still only a 4,000 gold lead. Hasn't extended by too much, but they are still getting those petals. 33 for them right now. Baron has been begun. Vitality looking to challenge. Niski has no flash to get in here with the Pop Blossom, and they turn on him immediately. He will use his ultimate, but to no avail. The dive onto Chayek. He face seals out and Vladdy follows him! Man, this guy is on absolute fire right now. He even tried to abscond up, dug back onto Chayek as he bound his soul back into his body. No TP for Vladdy though. He's going to push out this top wave. It feels like the Baron has to be stopped for now, at least, by Carmine Corp.
Oh yeah, I think that doing that objective would be far too greedy. Another pick on Aniski. Finds himself at 7 deaths. He really has been the target this game, but he's just so squishy on the Nico. KC, that dive combo of Vladdy and Yike have not hesitated to turn that into a kill. Vladdy is level 17 to the 14 of Chayek. Of course, he is close to ticking over, but what a monster performance from that man in the mid lane. KC on track to securing game 1 of this series. Of course, they still need to break into the base, but in a position like this, it feels so difficult for Vitality to really win out on fights unless they can find themselves another pick.
Shai's looking for Targamas here. We'll jump back. Not really much vision for Vitality. At least not much past that sort of river line. They have the Scuttle Crab, giving them a little bit of vision. 2.5 minutes on the next Drake would be sold for Carmine Corp, but Cloud Soul as well with how Vladdy's playing. Sure, I'd want to have to deal with him diving onto the back line. Now has that Zhonya's, still has 10 stacks on his Dark Seal. Blue on the menu as he jumps onto Niski. Steadfast Presence coming out. The Pop Blossom used purely to disengage, and the re-engage comes out. Let's put the Nico on the bench, eh? Let's put her on the bench, Niski. Hasn't worked out for you too well this game, as Vladdy's Pop Blossoms have been doing much more work.
I mean, I do think that Niski's had some pretty good plays
Oh,
this
there have been some good moments.
KC they have been merciless with their aggression. Vladdy on the flank has the Nico ult himself.
He's in prime position to jump in.
He's waiting for the Linces W to be used.
Pop Blossom, abscond abduct onto Kazi, and even though he's knocked away, Kazi is sent packing. Chayek trying to get in, Vladdy just catching the wave. He knows that the only keepers of justice here are Carmine Corp. 22-7 now at the 29-minute mark.
It's another slaughter with another great engage.
Nako, no.
He's trying to get something, but
what's he trying to get? Maybe trying to get Calist, can't quite do it. Calist survives.
He was down close.
He was close, he was close.
Calist gonna have to go back to base with that one. Vitality do not have the numbers to contest.
So Mortal Kombat.
There's no...
Can you remember the Mortal Kombat theme song? I can't remember it at all.
Actually, it is in my head. That is not it.
I know.
That's the Pink
I told you
Panther
I couldn't know. Pink Panther is... Akana's here to break up Mortal Kombat.
Oh my goodness.
As you can tell, Carmine Corp should win this game.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for them. 30 seconds until Dragon. Baron secured means the resets are going to come through. We look at the engage. Targamas doesn't quite connect with the Zenith Blades. The ultimate from Kana as well. In just the right position. Nako realizes there's nothing else he can do. He goes to back away. And even though he gets close to finding a trade back kill at the very least, yeah, I guess at this point he realized, well, my back has been interrupted. I may as well try for something. The overheat comes through, but the flash stun from Targamas, maybe a little unnecessary, but maybe it was, considering how close Calist was to losing his life.
Also, it just feels really good as the support to be like, I was hiding in the bush all along. Here I am. Drake has been started. Ooh, dodge there from the Void Seeker, but Kalissa gets it! He kills off Nako. Almost dead himself, but he survives. Kazi, Vladdy, he was invisible, Vladdy! You gotta stop doing this, Vladdy! It's incroyable from Vladdy! He's built a wall and he's making Vitality pay for it. That wall is damn blue today for Carmine Corp.
Kill after kill. The flash in from Yike.
Just keeps going. The equalizer as well on Linces. He can flash away, but I don't think even the safety of his base remains to him anymore. Carmine Corp gets soul. They win the kill. They get an ace. They win the fight, and they should take the base of Vitality.
Nothing but a slaughter from KC. There was one good fight from Vitality, but it was not enough.
I mean, that's a demolition. The explosiveness of Carmine Corp over the last 3 minutes or so was a delight to behold. And in front of their home crowd as well, Betty, you can hear the cheers for them.
10-0-10 for Vladdy. Just a monster performance. He got a Medjai's at the end. 24 stacks is how he finished it.
What better way to go to a short break, Betty? We'll be right back after this. Don't you go anywhere.
Damn it. Hey Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're
fit.
about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Explore over 30 hotel brands in legendary destinations. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
That Silas dash, but Yike looking once again. The stuck connects.
Chain of corruption going down onto Niski. There's Shield of Daybreak, and pop goes the Nico. Good keeper's verdict on the target. Linces goes in with the stun as well. Pop Blossom from Vladdy. Stolen away. The counter pop from Niski, where he's the one that goes down first.
But Vladdy, he's feeling himself.
He's got the killer instinct. Pop Blossom, in fact, was the one he stole away. He gets in. Niski's down. The Drake's still there as well. Oh, they've just done it. They've deleted them in front of that holy crowd.
Ils sont chez eux! KC Arena, indeed, they come in strong here in Game 1, crushing Vitality, and we have a special guest with us to talk us through this game. Exakik is here, playing for KC Blue. Welcome, thank you so much.
3XA.
3XA! Oh my god, I'm so confused with the rename. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
No problem, merci beaucoup. I'm so happy to be here, to come back actually, because I played here for the LFL days.
I know.
I don't remember when it was.
How do you compare the atmosphere though? Because you won on stage as well.
Much different.
Yeah,
Because
right?
here, like I think KC fans came like in the bigger number, I would say. Like it's almost only KC fans, to be honest, because it's their LEC team, the most hype team playing. And yeah, I think the atmosphere is like, it's very hot, you know.
Any first takes on the game? What did you think of your
Vladdy
team?
is a god.
I know.
Like, no cap, this guy, what he did this game is so insane. And I just rewatched the Herald fight, and he also carried this. He blocked the Niski follow-up on Linsas. I don't know, like from we will talk about this, but it's like Yike early game.
Yeah, absolutely.
On Vi against Poppy. And
The redemption.
like,
The redemption for Yike.
But Vi is so OP. It's just like it's so hard to play. Like when you're a bad team, kinda, or when it doesn't work, it looks like the worst champ in the game. But when it's like top team, it looks so broken because it's just like point and click, you know. But
Yeah. And it looked good here. And like Yike slowly but surely becoming friends again with the champion and being really creative in the early game, guys.
No, absolutely. I mean, he's finding good avenues on the bot lane in the beginning for that first blood with a like repeat gank again. But I also just think it felt like he was just ahead of the Poppy every time. As you say, it is a very difficult matchup, but it just seems like he found himself in a position where he was always the one with the upper hand.
Yeah, and I think this was so clever. You actually don't see the minute before this, but he waited in that top lane bush. He gave over the grubs to Vitality and then sat in that top lane bush for 45 seconds, knowing that either Naknako will contest the wave and they can gank him, or he's gonna base and TP back and they could do the exact same thing again.
Yeah, but it's just one of those things where he had influence over the entire map. It like normally, if you don't have pure prior lanes as a jungler, it's very difficult getting moves ahead in the early game. But the fact that Yike managed this on Vi as well, who he's been having a bit of criticism on as well, is super impressive. And Yike, you know, he's really coming for that title as Europe's best jungler.
He absolutely is. And look at those early game stats. And I really love the fact that when Yike is in good dispositions, when his mental is at the right place, when he's leading the game and he's leading the rest of the team, they're unmatched, honestly. And he was feeling it today, especially in front of the audience. What was the difference maker, would you say, Exa, for this game? 3XA, sorry.
It's fine, it's fine. Exa is fine as well. For me, it's like that Vi was perma on fog in early game. It's so important on this champ that you don't show, especially against Poppy, because else she just match you. And I think it's just like the fact that Kalis could come back in the game because he was laning into Nico. It's kind of hard to, you know, like get a lead because this champ is broken in lane, at least. Even though he has Varus. And then for me, it's Kana was always stable. Like, it's Kana, you know, he will always be fine in the game, but it's just Vladdy, like, clutch factor. If you watch Herald, he stops the Nico engage. If you watch, like, the 2v4 on bot lane, like, he steals the Nico, but it shows Kaisa, but he knows it's Nico, like, all these things. I don't know, this guy, it reminds me when I play against him in solo queue and he plays Silas. It's just insane.
The audacity from Niski to play Nico again, sorry, but like he was not the best Nico in the game.
His early game was a bit better this time around.
I'm not sure if I agree with that. I feel like
the ultimate specifically, there was some moments where it looked better than the previous Nico game.
I mean, if I had one nickel for every time Nisqy played Nico into the early game and then the game ended with a banger Nico ult, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't much, but it's weird that it happened twice. Because this play by Vladdy was just insane. And he's just like, every ult by Vladdy just connected. He was just always on point in these fights. And I feel like his presence was just known by everyone.
You can make an entire montage out of the performance from Vladdy in this game. Like the absolute 1v9. Well, it's not even 1v9 because everyone's doing well.
Yeah.
The fact that his mechanics was so on it and he was in a position where he could go for so many skill checks and win the skill check every single time. Unbelievable. Like, what a performance from Vladdy.
We had this discussion with Broken Blade, actually, 3XA earlier, about the fact that Vladdy is coming, he's coming for caps. He's coming for caps as the best mid laner in the LEC, and his trajectory and progression has been phenomenal.
I know I'm playing for KC, but
yeah, you're biased a bit, but it's fine.
I feel like he already came for caps, you know, like he's already taken the spots. Like, I think he has this clutch factor that not a lot of mid laners have, you know, and you can see it. I mean, I scream sometimes, like from solo queue, like even in competitive, this guy has no fear. He has legit no fear, and he's just going for the plays, and he always mechanically clutch it.
Yeah, I think that it's the willingness to go for those plays as well, right? You have some mid laners who know, okay, if I just do this and do my job, maybe we can win the game. But Vladdy, like Caps as well, has this instinct where I know where I need to put myself, where my own mechanics and skills can make a difference in this game. And it's the confidence that comes with it, not only just from on the Rift, but also with the champions that we're seeing. We've been seeing the Sylas, the Yone is already a staple, the Akali as well, right? It's all of these champions where you know, I'm picking this because I can be mechanically better than you.
I mean, that's the thing. He came back from Korea after facing Zeka, and he was like, guys, I'm coming from that guy next. And he was saying, especially when he was playing Akali, he's like, you don't want to look good on Akali. You want to prove the opponent that you can flex on them. And honestly, he's doing this with every champ he has been playing, and this game was just another testament of this. I want to award some baguettes points. We have an actual baguettes now. Exa, for the aura, the swag, the flair that these players can bring to the stage, we want to award baguette points. So far, we had positive baguette points. I actually want to put Nisqy at 1.
Oh.
I actually want to, yeah, I want to. I want to take his aura points away after this Nico performance. Let's bench the Nico, guys.
You can like put maybe the baguette on the left for Nisqy.
Yeah.
Only for this game, right? And I think like Kalist and Targa a bit more up, and you can make Vladdy French at this point.
We can claim him.
You can make him French and put in like mega baguette.
Amazing. Looking at the next game though, what can we expect? I want to look at the draft here and take a look at what we had so far, because I like the idea of the flexibility of Vitality's composition.
Yeah.
Didn't work though.
I think crucially Jace just went through the entire draft that first game. And Casey really came in and showed that they actually prioritized the Rumble over Jace, which was like, okay, sure. But now coming into game 2, Vitality still has this Jace they need to think about, because Kana will just first pick that, because that is also a champion that he has shown he will just carry games on.
But I also think next game, there's just so many open up slots for what you want to ban, because so many of these champions you're seeing in this game sometimes is permaban. You're seeing the Rumble, you're seeing the Vi, you're seeing the Varus, you're seeing the Yone, you're seeing the Gwen, right? There's so many champions here where you now can say, well, we know that Asir is high priority. Is that something we want to deal with now? Sejuani, well, was banned here and Yone's out, so maybe that's not so good. But yeah, I'm looking at Asir and Sao as a power duo for the next one.
I'm thinking like Azir, Nafiri, Xinzao, as you said, Talia for KC as well, like very power pick. Jace for both top laner, kinda, I think.
Yeah.
On Besa, like all this, everything is open. Only like Varus is out in the bot lane, so at least that's a good thing. Now we are gonna find like fun champs. Probably gonna be like Ezreal into, I don't know.
Yeah.
But Misfortune, something like this, Jhin. But yeah.
Any chance that Vitality can clutch one and bring us a 3-game series?
I mean, if it happens, for me, it has to be through the bot lane. I actually think, despite everything, Kasi did a very good job at stabilizing down there with how many ganks was thrown at him. And I know you said the Nico was the reason why the Varus fell behind, but I also think Kasi did a good job at finding a spot where he could hold the wave outside a turret. So I think, for me, despite the solo laners having shown a lot for Vitality, I really want to see Kasi in a spotlight where he can 1v9.
And I also want to see Lynsas on something a bit more proactive. I feel like the Poppy, you're always going to play reactiveness. I feel like Poppy thrives when she can either dive or counter gank. And I feel like this game, we didn't really have the opportunity to do either of them, partly because of Yike's creativity, but also due to the fact that his laners weren't just that active. And I feel like he really wants to be a champion that can skirmish heavy in the jungle and let his laners move to him. Something like a Xin Shao, a Pantheon, anything like this. I think this is really where Linces thrives, and I would love to see Vitality give him more agency in the draft going into this game.
And we've seen them do this before and won this before. Let's see if they can do it as the biggest enemies of the arena here. But so far, the arena is blue. The Rift is blue. KC leads the series. So let's see what the second game has to offer. Casters, over to you.
Let's see what it has to offer as we get into draft for Game 2. Carmine Corp really showed Vitality who's the boss in Game 1. The question is, will they be able to repeat set occurrence here in Game 2? We're going to have Vitality banning out the Akali again. No real surprises there. Vladdy is on fire today. Maokai, the second ban from Carmine Corp.
I mean, we talked about it in the early game, but the desk also highlighted it. I guess, considering the Vi stigma that's associated with Yike, in hindsight, I guess I should have talked more how impressive it was, because the man, like, I would say in recent history, like, obviously, he's having a great split, don't get me wrong. But that Vi stigma kind of sits around him. But that was such a great redemption game for him. Excited to see what he pulls out here in Game 2. Looks like the bans are pretty much staying exactly the same.
The Tristana ban from Vitality kind of indicates that they don't want Yike playing Lilia to me, because you've lost your two AD mid laners with the Yone and the Tristana now removed. Pantheon banned away. And we'll see where things round out. It's a Jace ban from Vitality.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Yeah, it does. You
do not want to run the risk of giving Kana that Jace. He still has his Gnar, though. Kind of when we think of the three big power picks, it is, of course, the Jace, the Rumble, and the Gnar. But Ambessa quickly falls right behind them. So Kana has plenty of champions that he can have his independent agency on. As we kind of think about that first pick, Azir, we think a lot about as being a priority pick. The Taliyah as well. I mean, yeah, the Taliyah hover makes a huge amount of sense. It gives you so much mid lane control. It's one of the best mid laners in the game right now, especially when you think of Azir being the next one. Taliyah is just one of the best champions into Azir.
Yeah, she's really solid into it. A lot of people have been taking that handshake anyway, though, and just playing the Azir into the Taliyah. Wukong was the final ban from Carmine Corp. They have relied on Kalist's MF from time to time, and it looks like that might be what they're doing again. Problem with this pick so early is you still have the option of Vitality just going Braum on 2-3 here, which is obviously really nice into the MF. There's an Neferi as well for Yike, so a carry jungler for the Carmine Corp man.
Very interesting what direction Casey's going for. A little bit more skirmishing, a little bit more early game power. Of course, they were already able to find huge advantages on the bot side of the map in the previous game. Leona is taken away. Rel, likely going to be a high priority pick for the side of KC. With the Xin Zhao coming in from Vitality already, they've got a very powerful mid-jungle duo in the early game. Great skirmishing power, great CC, great follow-up, just overall a great pairing. Now the question is, do they want to lock in their AD carry for themselves? Maybe they want to deny the Rel, potentially even picking the Braum that you mentioned. Right now they're hovering over the Jhin.
I mean, getting the AD carry here would make sense. We have seen some good Jhins and some Mosquito Jhins over the last couple of weeks. That Static Shiv rapid fire combination. Ryze is the lock.
Insta-lock.
Yeah. Vladdy obviously very comfortable on the Ryze. We're seeing a resurgence. I was going to say a rise of the Ryze, but that's a little bit self-serving. We're seeing a resurgence of the Ryze. I think a lot of teams, especially over Spring Split as a whole, have gravitated towards globals. Having more globals has just been advantageous. It kind of started with the Symbiotic Souls mid lane meta, where it was you're global because you're really fast and you can just run everywhere. And now we're seeing more Gallios, more Pantheons, more Ryzes, people at Taliyah as well, obviously. Semi-global, just people that can be in multiple places on the map.
Internationally, I've been seeing this Ryze as an answer into Taliyah a lot. And Personally, I don't like it just because I think Rise has to get quite close to be able to trade with the Taliyah. One thing I will say, though, is he just clears waves so fast at a certain point that he just does such a great job in a side lane that I guess they're thinking about your ability to clear the wave, move into river, have the ulti to potentially collapse first. And so you're completely right that having that ulti to potentially match the Taliyah, along with having good wave clear yourself, does make a lot of sense. We move into the second phase. Ban supports naturally become the priority. Nautilus and Alistair ban heavily suggest Rel.
Yeah, but Khan ban as well, coming out from Vitality. So it is pure support bannage, is what we're seeing. And best of the final ban away, trying to get Kana onto something he's a little less comfortable on in the top lane, but he's still comfortable on a bunch of different things. It's not going to be Melio or Draven, I'm afraid, guys, when you are looking at your supports. Or Kalista, it is going to be Rel.
Yeah, there was...
I would say good prediction, Betty, but it was so signposted.
We predicted it like ages ago. It was quite the obvious one. Braum now becomes the kind of natural response, I guess, unless they're thinking about a range support, but range support with Jhin, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to... You could go for something like the Renata if you really wanted to, just to try and disengage the fight, but Braum Jhin I don't like too much because obviously Concussive Blows is such a strong passive, and Jhin takes a while to get there as he has to go through all of those shots. Na in the top lane, safe blind for Naknako. Sometimes we see him in this sort of situation go towards the Yasuo. Here deciding something more conventional.
They're really trying to pinch that Karnapur, trying to limit his impact. I mean, the Ambassador takeaway, the Karma. I do quite like Jhin Karma.
Yeah.
I think you have a lot of power, a lot of poke. It'll give you a lot of agency in the 2 versus 2. And I think that Karma is just a good champion that can help support and facilitate the Xin Zhao as well. Kennen going to be the response to a Yorloth in the top side. And I think it can be a very good matchup for the Kennen. What?
Sorry, Yorloth. It sounded like you were yodeling.
Yodeling.
Yorloth.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it can be a good matchup for the Kennen.
Yes, it certainly can. And again, we turn our attention to the teamfight value that this composition from KC brings.
High,
for those
low,
not that
medium?
familiar with League of Legends, ultimates, the button often bound to your R key, when pressed in conjunction with another, can create some cool effects. And Casey's composition is quite good at that. It is rather good at that. Rel ultimates, the MF ultimate, the Kennen ultimate synergize so nicely with one another. You have the Rise to primarily play through the side lane. And while again, I think Vitality do have slightly better side lane options, it's a question of can they get those side laners to a point that Casey is forced to split their resources, minimizing their actual teamfight value.
I'm trying to work out what we're going to name the combo of Slicing Maelstrom, Magnet Storm, and Bullet Time. I was thinking like Trash Compactor, because it's like an electrical magnet that squashes everything, and then you have the bullet shredding it.
Called?
Slicing Maelstrom.
Then isn't it just the Bullet Maelstrom?
But there's Magnet Storm as well. Although a Maelstrom, you could argue, is a big storm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because that's what I thought to myself. Isn't it just the...
The magnetic Bullet Maelstrom.
I think you...
You need all 3 names in there, Vinny.
Yeah, Storm is your easiest one. That's the one you should focus on, I feel.
I like the Trash Compactor. Because they use magnets to crush everyone together, and then it's electronic magnets, or they're electromagnetics,
sort of flux comment in there,
flux capacitor?
Capacitor? What?
Flux capacitor is from...
not relevant at all to this.
It's from, what's it called? Back to the Future.
Okay. Do you know
Isn't
what
the flux capacitor
does?
what they use to travel back and forth in time?
I don't know. I actually watched that movie once when I was very young and haven't watched it since.
You should watch it again. It's a good movie, man. Yeah, Back to the Future is a classic.
Rather stick to my more modern day movies like...
Gone with the Wind.
The Expendables.
Oh, yes. What a classic. The Expendables.
Yeah, classic.
Oh, we saw a little bit visually gained by Yike early on. He's starting topside again, as is Linsus, it seems. Both the bot laners going down towards that bot side. We didn't talk much about the mid matchup. As you say, Rise can clear out the waves pretty quickly later on in the game. Early on, he struggles a little bit because really you're trying to overload that spell flux.
Yeah, it is quite funny watching a Rise just do flux into flux into flux. But yeah, he gets away with it pretty quickly.
Yeah,
But it's pretty much similar to Taliyah. The difference is that Rise... ooh, Nisky. I don't know what you can do here. Aside from
I can do that, Betty.
A bit unfortunate start to the laning phase.
Hey, he got Prio.
I mean, what's crucial is he's done damage to the wave, which then helps them get that early push, as you rightly highlighted. Vladdy, So the traditional approach on Rise is to start with W, and you just kind of walk up W in the face, chuck an auto attack, get a bit of damage down. Kana threatening to chip away at Nako's HP. Kind of a bog standard early start to the top side of the map, and there's that bot lane early prio. Looks like this time around though, Lince's not looking for an early invade.
Yeah, Yike doing that same clear that he did in the last game though. Goes Razor Beaks into Wolves, into Gromp, into Blue, and then back to the other side. Just expecting with Vitality's bot lane having that push that Lince's might look for an invade.
Yeah, and the idea of it, for those that aren't as aware, is that if Yike just clears his top side, expects the invade, and then moves into enemy top side, he leaves his bot lane susceptible to a dive. The stacked wave, the level advantage that Vitality would have, it would be really bad for his bot lane. So by doing this, he's in a position to cover his camps, and he's in a position to protect from the dives. Flash in.
Flash, Shadowing Strike, double stun, double knock him as well. Kazi low, down to half HP, and now has nowhere to go. The Hounds will chase him down. Niski heals, trying to run away from Yike, who eviscerates him, but only down to half HP. Niski able to escape. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Kana down to half of his health pool as Nako chips away at him.
I mean, it's just a rinse and repeat. Yike utilizing the tool set of the Neferi to sneak over the wall, sneak past the vision, and set up for a gank. I will admit, though, I don't think his presence was necessarily needed. The bot lane had so much damage between them, but by pathing behind Kazi's escape route, he didn't burn the flash. He realized he had no way to escape. So even if he didn't do a huge amount of damage, his simple presence enabled him to get that first blood.
Does put him behind in terms of jungle clear. As you can see, Lince is able to take a couple of extra camps over Yike, who still has only done 4 in totality. We'll get this Scuttle Crab, though, as Lince spots him out on it. Lince is going to make a beeline for that top side Scuttle, but mid-wave is going to be in favor of Carmine Corp, as is top, so I don't think Lince can really challenge for this.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I would actually expect Yike to immediately go towards his Raptors, start re-clearing on his top side of the map, because like you can just afford to give up the crab, but no, he's working with Targamas.
You take all the crabs you can get, Betty.
Everything.
There's gold denied from your opponents. Kalist here, in for a world of hurt. His support has been spotted in the mid lane, and Niski immediately opens up. Kazi trying to get close enough. Couldn't quite get in for that next order.
So that's the only downside. No pots available to Kalist as well. Leaves him in a very dangerous spot. Support very quickly on his way down. The potential route will connect. Ooh, but the minions protecting from the poke follow-up from Niski there. This is exactly how the wave should be playing. Sorry, the lane should be playing from Kazi and Niski. Just poke, 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 poke. It's very obnoxious to deal with. And the fact that Kalist got that early kill mitigated some of that pressure, but it's not going to stop them coming back to this lane and just finding more harassment.
So the question for Carmine Corp is, do you bail them out or do you continue to play? Stun there on Nako. Linces flashes forward to get in range for the audacious charge, and Kana has no place to go. Linces gets Vitality on the board.
Nice gank from Linces. He flashed in to start triggering that 3-hit passive from his Q and is able to get the knock-up. Kana recognizes it's not even worth flashing. And just like that, Vitality have taken decent control back over the game. Of course, Kalist still finds himself with a small gold lead for now, but the fact that Linces finds that gank in the top lane, the poke damage that's coming through onto Kalist.
Oh, Vladdy. We thought maybe it would be Yike going for the gank, but it's Vladdy instead. Niski does still have the flash here. Vladdy, Niski's out of vision, but Vladdy flashes forward. The Rune Prison enough. He chucked out the Flux and took down Niski. Now the crash down from Targamas as they look for Kazi as well, who has the flash, who has the barrier. Vladdy gets in range for the Rune Prison. Targamas looking for the CC, just baiting Kazi in. Remounts, Kazi's down, Targa gets the kill.
A massive overstep from Kazi. He still had the flash available as well, and he just hands over another kill. The Vitality bot lane becoming the target for KC in this series, and Yike uses that as an opportunity to set his sights onto top lane, looking for another cover. Oh,
Lightning Maelstrom out, Nako still stunned underneath the tower. It doesn't go mega in time. Yike gets the kill. And that was a very close to being a botch dive.
And at the drop of a hat, the game just flips on its head. Vitality were finding their footing, but KC with a good play on the bot side, with a nice roam from Vladdy into the top lane dive coming through from Yike. It looked a little bit sketchy, but they make the play work. Dragon going to be opened up to allow Linces to at the very least cross map. But KC off to another fantastic start here in game 2.
Yeah, about 1,500 gold the lead for them. Linces is going to be able to take this Drake without too much contest from Carmine Corp. Targamas is waiting around the corner but realizes the rest of his team's nowhere near, so he does just back away. Kazi and Niski looking to see if they can land a little bit more poke as Kalista and Targamas come around the corner. And we'll get a little bit of that down. Good. This is what Targamas should be doing, by the way, on that Deadly Flourish, is just eating it. Every now and again, just jump in front of it. You've got to crash down, you've got to shield. Don't let Kalista take that extra bit of damage. He does that well to make sure that Kalista is still topped up as they walk back to the lane.
Now, looking at summoners, Vladdy being flashless means that there could be a great opportunity in mid for them to look for a play. Notice that Chayak, hovering in the fog of war, has the ability to potentially work with Lintus, to have Lintus come from one side, then the Chayak ultimate can cut off his escape route. Then they can set up for a potential gank. So that's why Vladdy, every time Chayak moves into fog of war, has to be very cautious. This kind of takes a bit of a chunk trade. He trades it right back.
That's Sork Boots for you right there. Kana only has an Amp Tome and those Sorcerer's Boots, but absolutely shredding through Naknako with only those Merc treads. Vladdy on his way down here again. They have the Realm Warp. You can see the Eviscerate over the wall from Yike. He is spotted on vision. Chayak comes across as well. I think Vladdy's going back to mid to push the wave. Chayak have to take a slightly longer route to get back there, so...
I mean, the threat of the dive was enough.
Yeah.
Farm was lost, advantages were gained. Of course, the downside of them committing this many members on the bot side is that the grubs are going to be secured, but this means that Yike can threaten a dive.
Hound's Pursuit onto Kazi. There's the Realm Walk back in from Vladdy as well, and Kazi has the flash. Vladdy can't... Oh! Kalist cancelled it! He cancelled it, Vladdy! Kalist just cancelled it!
Kalist, he took
What's next, the co-streamer?
He took one click too far. It happens to the best of them. Happens to the best of them.
And Kadril.
That's a low blow, bro. Low blow. Love you, buddy. Anyway, Kalist did in fact cancel it. That could have been a kill.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Kalist doesn't find one. 2k gold lead for now in favor of KC as we get closer to the next dragon. But Vladdy, proactive with the roams, Yike continuing his early aggression. I mean, this is the KC that we have been looking for throughout the entirety of the regular season. And as we draw closer to playoffs, I guess playing in their home crowd, having the energy of so many people supporting them, you can see them performing incredibly well here on stage. Right now, the lead is solid. Vitality still have ways of turning things around, but very quickly things are getting out of control.
We have seen, sort of in the mid-game, sometimes Carmine Corp are a little bit over-eager to make plays. Saw it in the last game where Vitality were able to get back into the game a bit, but for now, they are just stepping forward together. TP coming out from Chayak down towards this bottom lane tier 2. Maybe looking to contest around this red buff. Niski spotted on vision. Yike! Oh, just a bit early on the smite, and it's Linsus who secures the red. Blast Cone. Oh, Magnus Storm in the Blast Cone forward from Carmine Corp into the middle of 3. Chayak falling low. Kazi in the midst of them all as Yike flashes away, but Niski gets the kill. And now the curtains open. They might close on Carmine Corp. They blasted in and then blasted back off to the fountain. Kalist follows suit. And just as we say that Carmine Corp are playing well once again, Vitality punch back.
I mean, you just mentioned it, Medic. Sometimes they overstep their boundaries, and this was an example of that. Kalist not having his ultimate meant that so much damage was missing. The engage looks very good, but Kalist is offering nothing. It's just a straight up 3 versus 3, but then Lintus is able to join first. In the front to back, Kazi's able to flash away to safety, has the ultimate to still provide value. And Kalist tries to retreat, but the flash comes in, the wind becomes lightning, and Linsus secures the final kill. 4-0 in favor of Vitality, and the gold lead disappears.
That gold swings into Vitality's favor. Seraph's on its way for Chayak, halfway stacked on that. It's a Rod of Ages for Vladdy, just picked that one up. First couple of neutral objectives in this game as well did go over to Vitality. 3 grubs and that Hex Drake. Next dragon up in 30 seconds time. Targamas won't have flash. They will have ultimates across the board. On Vitality, no flashes on anyone but Nako. Unless Kazi's comes back up in time.
Find ourselves in a dead even game state. Vitality, we were talking about how they weren't completely out of the game just yet. It was just starting to lose control, and a big team fight win like that does a lot for momentum, does a lot for your confidence, but crucially, item spikes. Some of those first major items are now being completed. Kazi still a ways away from the Collector.
Shadowing Strike coming out, there's the Weaver's Wall follow-up, and you can see with the Crescent Guard down, where you gonna go, Targamas, knocked back, jumped into the wall and taken out by Vitality.
It's a quick collapse that turns into another pick, should set up for the Dragon, as Vitality threatens on the Kalist in mids. I think this is gonna be, I don't know if Vladdy can make the same highlight play that he did in the previous game.
It would be a bit of a tricky one, considering he's got 1 stack on his Rod of Ages and 201 stacks on his tier. I think for now, they're going to give up the Ghost on this Drake. Vitality will get their second of the game. They maintain that gold lead. Linces off to an absolute stormer here as well. 3-0-2 with the Sunder Sky already complete. The Curtains call. Kalist, is he going to break a leg? Oh, crash down coming out from Tugman. Slicing Maelstrom on the top side as Kana goes in with a Hextech Rocket Bait. Misses on the Shuriken there, though, which means Naknaka will be able to walk away.
Kana very close to finding a solo kill, but Naknaka with some fancy feet is able to circumvent death. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Kalist finds himself in a very precarious position as Niski and Kazi continue to use their range to chip away at his HP bar. He still holds onto the gold lead for now. Gonna go back to base and will pick up the Bloodthirster, so that is going to help a lot with the poke that consistently comes through from Vitality. But Vitality doing a great job of swinging the game in their favor and leveraging the strength of Linces on this Xin Zhao. So strong, you mentioned it earlier, but he's eager and ready to skirmish.
As he should be. Next fight, have to feel, will be in a minute 30. 80 seconds before we get towards that Rift Herald. The question is, will Carmine Corp want to fight it? You've got a completed item across the board, apart from for Targamas. Niski has just finished his redemption, having picked up 2 of his team's 6 kills throughout the early portions of this game. Once again, it's an early game where Carmine Corp have fallen a little bit behind. They were ahead. But as we get towards the 14-minute mark, it's a very slight gold lead for Vitality, but a lead in terms of neutrals, in terms of those major objectives through the early game as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was a priority to invest on the bot side of the map looking for kills. Of course, Yike still doing exactly what he did in the previous game. Finds a gank bot, finds a gank top, making things happen in the early game, but then it was just that one overstep. You mentioned it, sometimes they do it. Typically, it's a little bit later on in the mid game. This time, their aggression was a little bit too early on the bot side of the map. And we'll see how much it ends up costing them as...
Kana probably thinks he has lethal there. Slicing Maelstrom out. Naknako still has the flash, but look at how much damage is already in the back of that. Nah, that was very clean from Kana.
Beautifully done. Chained the CC and the stacks from the Kennen as well so nicely to maximize his damage, and he finds a nice solo kill. That's a Korean Kennen right there.
And it is. Both Kana and Vladdy not speaking English, I think, on the Rift right now. It's a great play all round from Kana. Gets himself a tower, a 1.5k gold lead now for him. Kazi opening up in the mid lane. Yike coming in as well. Call to the pack, chucks some hounds on Niski, but then has to jump away with the Eviscerate.
Vladdy going to have to move off to a side lane as Chayat gets a nice push out onto top. The reset going to come through from him. Will leave open the Rift Herald, and Yike going to set his sights on it. Very close to level 10 as the resets come through, but look at the minimap. Vitality are making a beeline towards this objective, and it is not going down quickly enough to stop Vitality answering.
I think Kana's ultimate comes up just as this fight begins. So the question is, do Vitality have the timer on that? Seismic shove back on Targamas. Realm Walk coming in. There's the curtain call. Targamas able to flash away behind Yike. Bullet time in as well, but the Crescent Guard stops it from Linces, who flashes the wall himself. Yike falling low. Linces the first to go down, though, as Yike is able to dodge away. Seismic shove on the Vladdy will take him down. Now a Weaver's Wall forward as Kana goes back in with a slicing Maelstrom and absolutely nukes Niski. Now it's in for Kazi towards the top side. Shayak able to get a kill. Kana locked up by Naknako against the wall. Kazi will kill him off. It's a triple for Shayak. Kana hit with a wallop. Kalist was able to kill off the enemy mid right at the last moment. But in the end, it's a 5-for-3 exchange.
It's a huge team fight win for Vitality. Towards the later end of the fight, Kana holding onto that ultimate and investing it onto Niski was the best case scenario for Vitality. Kazi had a lot of safety, but it's Linces that starts this one off, setting his sights onto Targamas, trying to shut down the front line, and they do a good job forcing him back. The ultimate from Kazi is able to pick him off in the backline while Vladdy does good damage as he ulties in. Nako on the flank forces KC into a very awkward position as Chayek finds a nice knockback. It's at this point where you think, oh, don't overstep, Kana can flip the fight, but he doesn't connect onto Kazi. He then works with Nako to find that kill onto Kana, and Kalist, doing what he can on the top side, is able to trade 1-for-1 as Chayek just barely gets a kill back.
Chayek picking up 3 kills in the fight though, Kazi surviving as well. Once again, things swing towards Vitality. The goal's still even though, as we go for round 2. Ding ding, fight's not over. Karma and Korva got themselves back off the map. Yike, maybe looking for the eviscerate across the wall. Okay, fight's over. We take a little break, have a cuppa, and reset for the next. Drake up in 4 seconds time. Vitality likely to use the Rift Herald here mid just to add a little bit more pressure for themselves. Might hold on to it as well as they just want to gain control of the river.
That bot push, very valuable from Kana. KC realizing that they want to play for the next objective. The ultimate from the Maelstrom was unavailable, but now it is. KC's in a much better position to actually turn and fight. Let's see how things play out as Vitality is poised to answer. The Dragon has been aggroed. Nako is already in Mega Gnar, but it looks like KC don't have vision of where he is.
There's the Rift Herald down as well. Kazi's going to clear out that mid wave, so KC on a little bit of a timer. Kalist stepping on vision as he steps up towards that mid lane. Should be able to clear out this wave, but the Rift Herald will still get its charge in. Now the Weavers will down. Realm Warp coming out as well to try and protect the AD carry. Not taken by anyone. Kana on vision as he looks for a flank of his own. Targamas trying to flank all the way behind the Dragon Pit right now. But Carmine Corp, having lost their mid lane tower, won't have as much pressure around here anymore. You can see Kalist having to step up. Dragon started by Vitality. Targamas out of vision in the bush. Seismic shove dodged by Kana. No flash on him, but does have that slicing maelstrom. Targamas has no flash either. Nako goes in. There's the Gnar back. Slicing maelstrom only used on one. Double wall, double stun. Double seismic shove. The Magnet Storm comes out, but it's too little, too late. Yike knocked against the wall. He'll kill off Nako, but there's no escape for him. It's 4-for-1 for Vitality.
Exceptional patience from Vitality throughout that entire Dragon exchange. From utilizing the Rift Heralds to forcing KC out of the river to great utilization of vision control, making it so much harder for KC to face check. Step by step, Vitality picked apart KC. They waited for the single overstep and then turned it into a massive team fight win. And this was that overstep right here. Nako sees an angle onto the backline. Kana commits the ultimate, and then with the double stun, connects with the two-man knockup from Chayek. And then at this point, the fight is over. There's little that Yike and Vladdy can do to offer assistance, and they just pick apart KC. Truly beautiful team fight play from Vitality.
Yeah, really nice from Nako as well to get in there on the Gnar, set everything up. Chayek now 5-1 on this Talia, on his way to having his Liandry's complete. And again, it's about stopping Kana from having a big slicing maelstrom. He was 2 items before that fight, but his ultimate's only hitting onto Nako in Mega Gnar form. Carmine Corp, after a small blunder in the early mid-game, now really water is flooding onto their ship. They need to get the buckets out. They need to start bailing it out because Vitality are very happy to put them under.
There feels like such a massive range difference between the two where Vitality can basically do whatever they want while also chipping away at your HP, and you're so reliant on Targamas to find the engage. And this man is a level 7 Rel. He melts before he even gets close enough to find a good engage. I think this Karma pick was such a great response in terms of your ability to disengage and poke. The Arakan Ace started off 3.5k HP.
Yike can just go in here, call to the pack, look for the steal, can't get it. Smited by Linsus, Yike has to flash away. The chase continues though, and there's the root, there's the Gnar, and there's Yike going down. Another 2 Vitality, 69 now in their favor.
KC doing their best to cross map, but
Double
Vitality, they're gonna respond. They're not gonna allow them to get anything back out onto the map. Mid tower healthy. Of course, the top tier 2 exposed, but I think that's completely fine given Vitality's position. They're continuing to grow the gold gap, and I think we're really seeing the difference in the draft where Vitality find themselves with And it's crazy to think how there was a 2k lead for KC. That single blunder in Vitality's jungle has now put them in this position. It just goes to show how a single mistake can cost you dearly.
Really can. 2 items now on Linsus as well as Kazi and Chayek. They're 1 Drake away from Ocean Soul. Baron up in 3 minutes time. They already have the Atacon. They've got every single neutral on the map up until this point. Targamas and Yike look to see if someone oversteps, but it's more fishing than anything from Vitality. Chuck out a seismic shove, don't catch anyone, back away.
Vitality should be setting their sights on that last starter tower in top lane now. They want to push in mid, put some wards in the entrance to KC's jungle, and then turn their attention to top. I'm a little surprised they're not doing that. Instead, they're just kind of bimbling back and forth, catching waves for the time being.
I think they may have been waiting for Nisqy to go back and get his ward resets, but they do have enough vision for it. Like, they have at least superficial vision into that red side jungle, so it could have been maybe they were just a little apprehensive.
Looks like the pings are coming down now.
Yeah,
so
they want to do it.
To be the game plan moving forward at the very least. KC will have this window though to clear out some of this vision. Notice that Vladdy now gone back to base, going to upgrade the boots, 2 completed items for him. He's going to make the Ryze a lot more lethal. But again, I don't know. I just don't love Ryze in team fights.
Yeah.
Like, he can definitely pop off, but I think his biggest value is the fact that he can kind of cheat positioning. You know, that extra tempo that he can skip just because he has his ultimate to catch you off guard. So that's how I like to see him. I mean, one of my favorite Ryze players was Jizuke back on the old Vitality.
Oh, yeah.
And it was just the way in which he would hover, one of his side laners, you know? He used to hover Cabo, and he used to just sit there in the 2 versus 1, and he would use his ulti to then basically appear behind you, and then they'd find a pick in bot lane, and then they would either threaten sides, or they would use TP and then collapse on the map. And I think plays like that is what I think Ryze is really good at. You kind of have to be creative, because your ultimate doesn't do any damage, right? So finding value where you can ahead of the team fight is, in my opinion, the best way to utilize it.
It used to be able to do tons of damage, because you...
I mean, also, it does give damage to your other skills.
Yeah, but also your teammates couldn't get out of it, so they just go into a fountain, one-way trip. As Carmine Corp setting up early around this Drake, they're going to lose some waves to that mid lane towers. Vitality do have the mid prio. Kana looking for that flank, has the flash, goes into the pit, unseen by Vitality. They'll get a little bit of vision. Vladdy trying to bait Vitality forward here. Yike doing the same. Targamas goes in. There's a Magnus Sword slicing Maelstrom, but they're only going to catch onto 1. Knock the next target. He's down to half. Who pops before he can go into the Meganar? And Carmine Corp have come to fight in this team fight. Kana goes down. 3 members of KC going forward as Kazi immediately flashes away. Vladdy opens up, chucking out spell blocks after spell blocks, but he's the one that falls first. A double for Kazi. Goes down after, in the end, a 3-for-2 exchange.
It's still a close fight, but KC find the fight that they've been looking for. Bit of a blunder there from Yike as he fails to get over the wall, but it doesn't matter. The dragon will be secured, the soul will be denied, and that was the engage that KC was so desperately looking for. In previous fights, Vitality had stopped Kana to getting onto any priority targets, but this time Kana got on top of Chayek, one of the biggest damage dealers on the side of Vitality. But they're immediately setting their sights on the Baron. A huge tempo play here as Chayek TP's back in.
So Yike didn't smite the Drake, importantly. Let's going to step across here. Does have the fast set automation. Nisqy looking forward as well. Vitality will just have to back away. KC.
I love the idea from Vitality, though. Love it, love it, love it.
Oh, Yike's got a dog's nose in this game, so obviously he can send that one out, sniff it out.
But the idea is that as KC is resetting, you then quickly sneak away the Baron. But keep your eyes on Kana. Medic was talking so much about it leading up to the fight. The fact that he went in there unseen, catches Chayek out. He doesn't even get a chance to flash away. And at this point, you're thinking it's an easily won fight. And I would argue that maybe they just go a little bit too deep. Nice response there from, I believe it was Kazi. The ultimate was unfortunate timing as the Ryze ultimate comes through. But they notice how much damage Kazi is still doing as they're chasing for these kills. And so they have to commit quite deep. A lot of summoners were used. Kalist Flash is gone, Vladdy Flash gone, and crucially, Kana's Flash is gone. So now they're going to have to wait a long time. And I mean, we work with Odo Omne a lot, and he's talked all about this. Kennen's value is so much determined by that Flash.
It's like any support.
Yeah.
How often do you have the Flash? Also, you can't really take Hex Flash on him. Makes him a little bit weaker as a champion. He's going to spot out Nisqy, though. Shuriken doesn't quite connect. Let's have to work his way away, because Linsus is here to play. Almost 3 items on Kana. Importantly for him, Kazi doesn't have Flash, Linces doesn't have it, Nagnako, Niski, none of them have that summoner. Kana now trying to get out of here, does have the teleport, will use it early. Should be able to escape. Good dodge out, TP's up. Oh, by the way, everyone's in the bot lane, guys. Let's just do the Baron bullet time to open it up. And immediately Carmine Corp, oh, Kana! He baits everyone down. The Weaver's wall coming out as Vitality want to take the fight afterwards. Nagnako doesn't have a TP. He stays towards the bottom side. There's a slicing Maelstrom. He doesn't need Flash to get in the back line. Come up here. I have a bit of electricity for you, says Kana. Chases in, lands the stun onto Shayak as Targamas dives forward. Takes the tower. The Hounds pursue them. Linces will find one, but he dives back into his demise. And it's all gone tipsy-turvy. It's all gone on its head for Vitality as KC get the Baron, get 3 kills, and are looking for an inhib.
It's such a rookie mistake by Vitality to send your jungler bot with the Baron available and no way to answer. KC may even be looking to end the game.
Kazi's up in 9. I don't know. Is this greedy from KC?
Yes, it is.
First Nexus Tower, their target. Vladdy coming in. He'll land the root on Nagnako. Kazi begins to open up. Kalist is down. 1, 2. Oh, just out of range for Yike and Vladdy. Nagnako still chasing forward. Vladdy able to sidestep Nagnako's boulder, but the chase continues. Yike has a blast cone there to get away if he needs it. Vladdy has one as well and should be able to get to the wall just in time to escape the claws of Nagnako.
My goodness. The Baron falls, a multitude of kills, and it just comes down to a simple mistake. Linces on the bot side of the map, and Casey just said, their jungler's bot, we go Baron. They cannot respond in time. We look back at, and you asked the question, and yes, it was far too greedy. They should have been happy with the inhibitor. They stayed way too long. The arrival of Kazi with his ulti meant that this chase down was very easy for them to make happen. Vitality do only get 2 kills on the retreat of KC, but it doesn't matter. Now the game quickly swings back into the favor of KC, and they've already been finding some huge fights, but the Baron, very much momentum in favor of KC.
Those flashes are back up from the last Dragon fight. Kana has his, as does Targamas, but so does Kazi. So does Linces, so does Nagnako. The ability to escape the engage just as vital for Vitality. Drake up in 40 seconds time. Vitality have a little bit of vision in the river, but not as much as they'd like. Importantly, no vision in the back of the pit, which is where Kana lay in wait last time. At 1 ward there, though, will spot Carmine Corp as they step across. It's good positioning from that ward from Niski, just out of range of the control ward in the bush above it, but it gives you a little bit of information at least as Carmine Corp walk around the corner. You can tell just about where they are. Super's still pushing down mid, Vitality having to keep a couple of people over there to answer it. Kana's going to look for a flank around the bottom side here. Currently in the Tribush, was pinged out. Drake up in 6.
Vitality, if they can get this soul, of course there are still ways for them to win this game. It is
I think they're going tier 2.
Not a terrible play, because it's going to make it very difficult for KC to get back. They do, of course, have the Rise ultimate. They're going to use it to look for a pick.
They go in onto Niski. Hounds pursue. He's rooted with the Rune Prison, and that prison will be his grave. Tier 2 falls in the mid lane for Vitality. They get what they were looking for, but they do it at the expense of their support's life. Shayak staying around a long time towards the top side here as well. Targamas on his way across, but there's the TP out from Shayak.
So Vitality just make things awkward for KC. They secure the Dragon and they get themselves a kill, but they have no waves to play on. By clearing out mid and clearing out top, it's difficult for KC to really push that single pick into anything further without overextending on the map and basically wasting a lot of time. So they're now going to go catch these waves. The resets are now going to come through. They're going to spend what gold they have and then set back out onto the map, and it's likely going to be another Baron. Of course, the advantage that they gained was more closing the gap that had been created between the two teams. But now this objective will likely be the one that determines the outcome of this game. We've crested the 30-minute mark. Items are coming in quick as Shayak is desperately trying to complete the Zhonyas. But 4 items for both AD carries. I mean, this game could go either way depending on the execution of the fight.
It really could. It's very dependent on how the Slicing Maelstrom Magnus Storm combine. Yike able to dash across the wall there. Does have 3 items now with the spear. Interestingly, not going for the Edge of Night third. Instead, the Eclipse Black Cleaver into spear. A little bit more damage, a little bit less safety. And obviously, there's a few things that can pop that Edge of Night relatively easily. The Threaded Volley and the Deadly Flourish. Kana pushing out bot side. He is definitely ahead in the top lane 1v1. About an item in totality and 1.2k. Vladdy in a really strong position as well. Has his 3 items and his Seekers. Zonya's now complete for Chayak. And it all comes down to this, Vedi. Every dream and every wish.
The vision control is good from KC on the top side of the map, making it much harder for Vitality to approach the Baron. Reset's going to quickly come through. His itemization nears its completion. Kennen, let's see what Kana picks up here. Wonder what he actually has enough gold for. Oh, he cancels his back. We're not going to know just yet. I wonder if he even has time at this point. 30 seconds left. Of course, has the TP available.
I think he's just like playing around those 2 pockets of vision in the bushes, looking to see where the best flank position is. Going to clear out this control wall, but Vitality are trying to collapse on him pretty quickly. They don't want both of their sides to be dark. Like, they want to make sure they at least know one of the sides they can be flanked of, and they control that control wall pretty well. Baron up in 8 seconds time.
It's KC that have position. You'll notice that it's completely dark on the top side of the map.
Weaver's Wall flash forward from Lincers, looking for Targamas. He'll find him. Stopwatch from Shayak. Magnus Storm from Targamas doesn't really do too much, nor does the bullet time. Lincers going back in, corner of the pack, out from Yike, but he almost dies, has to flash the wall. Nagnako going for Vladdy, slicing Malshamoni onto Nagnako, who flashes away himself. He's rooted and stunned up. Good long range Deadly Flourish from Kazi, catches Kana, but can't take him down. A 1-for-1, a 2-for-1, in fact, the exchange as Yike died towards the top side. Not quite sure how that happened.
Yeah, I thought that he'd flashed away into the red pit and gotten away to safety.
Yeah, same.
But I think Kazi's ultimate is actually what finished him off. So with the jungler gone, this Baron now becomes a real threat for KC. Vitality
Kana TP.
Does have it available. He's committed it. The fog of war.
Seismic shove onto Vladdy, has the Seraphs, just enough shielding to keep him alive for now, but not when Kazi begins to open up. Kazi now 9-4-8 on this Jhin. Targamas back alive, has the flash. Magnus Storm on its way back up.
So much time is being spent kind of controlling the river. Kazi, remember, on this Jhin isn't the fastest Baron taker either. And with Yike on his way, it's just going to be kills for Vitality. Or do I have to? Yeah, I will have to hold my breath as Vitality's going to start
Monge those words, Vedi. Monge them good. And Vitality have decided this is the time to play the Baron. TP comes in, control ward into the back of the pit. No flash for Kana. Yike still a while away. We need to get there quicker, but can't get in range in time. Vitality secure the Baron. 3 minutes with the buff, 40 seconds on the next Ocean Drake.
Cut it close, but they do secure it. This time, though, the engage. Look at Linzer stacking up his Q, and then he flash engages onto Kalist. He steps up for a minion, and that was his undoing. Forces the flash out very early, but the target immediately becomes Targamas, the front line. Yike finding an angle, but he doesn't really have a target to lock down. Nagnako is splitting off both Vladdy and Kana, and it's just a single pick that really starts things off. Then you see on the top side of the map, Yike gets sniped out by Kazi with massive damage. And it ends up being a 2-for-1 with the Baron as well. Vitality back in the driver's seat. A back and forth game between the two teams. KC looking to win the series as Vitality looking to keep the series going.
Actually, a really nice unraveled earth there from Shayak onto Kana as he went forward. The Hexac Rocket Belt is a dash, and so he was stunned during that dash, meaning he couldn't chase any further. Really nice stuff as Vitality are giving up the Ghost on the Drake. They know it's only the third for Carmine Corp. Carmine Corp accepting the exchange of top inhib for a Dragon. You've seen taking an inhib doesn't win you the game, but the top one is a valuable prize. KC will be able to defend. They do get that Drake, and everyone from Vitality gets away.
Credit needs to be given to Niski. Obviously, a lot of the conversation has been about Kazi and the impact that he's having in fights, but Niski is doing what he needs to do, keeping people alive, the additional movement speed, the poke that he's dishing out. Karma is not a flashy champion. She's not designed to be that way, but the utility that she's providing, and you can see the poke damage is sticking and is having an impact in this game.
And Niski's done almost as much damage as his jungler, more damage to champions than his top laner, almost as much as Yike has done. It's it is a lot about the poke, but it's also about using the shields at the right time, using the Mikhails, the Shurelias, the Redemption. Obviously, Karma mid was a thing for a while, so Nisqy knows the champ, knows how to use it effectively. It's always about whether he can translate those skills into skills needed to be a support. Karma and Corp a little bit late to playing around their top lane inhibitor tower. Won't be here to defend it in time. Knuckle on that front line. TP coming out from Shia because he realizes his team is currently in a 4v5 without him. Baron expires in 38 seconds time, so we've got this wave and one more before Karma and Corp have a bit of an easier time defending.
Just keeping my eyes on Vladdy there. He has the ultimate, of course, and I'm wondering if they were thinking about trying to TP Kana in behind them for a potential play. Flash going to be up relatively soon, but Kazi still has all of his summoners left with the GA as well. That wombo combo is much less lethal than it was before. As long as Kazi stays alive, Vitality's win condition is alive with it. The siege continues onto the bot inhibitor.
Full build for Kalist. GA, Rapid Fire Cannon, Bloodthirster, Essence Reaver, and the Infinity Edge. Kana has a Seeker's Arm Guard. Yike goes up, comes down, puts some damage onto Nako, but Chayak now shepherding in. That mid lane wave makes it harder. You've got to defend on two fronts. If you're Carmine Corp, Kazi goes in, should take the inhib. KC have lost 2 inhibitors now. Top back up in 3 minutes time.
And it looks like we're going towards the Ocean Soul and another Baron. It's a tense affair, but it's KC whose base is largely broken now. Super minions constantly coming in.
So the good thing for KC is their top inhib respawns around the same time as the Drake.
Yeah.
So they only have to deal with one wave of super minions at that point, but still obviously a challenge until then.
Ultimately, this game is going to come down to a
who wins
pick.
the fight. Yeah.
I mean, I don't even think it's that complicated. I really think it's just a single pick. I think the moment that a piece of the puzzle falls apart, then the other side just gets to clean up. Like, the chase ability of both sides, I think, is so strong with Karma on one side and Rise on the other. I just, like, based on how this game has gone, I feel like it's really difficult for Targamas. I think he's doing his best, but it's so hard to find engages against this composition, especially when you're pretty much the only engage. And I know that might seem counterintuitive when there's Kana as well, but it's Kana's trying to flank. He needs someone else to engage first.
Ooh, Weaver's wall in here from Shayak. Kana gets on the right side of it. Yike can always just jump across or wait for the Unraveled Earth and then walk out. Vladdy down towards the bottom side, trying to push out those waves as deep as possible so they don't have to deal with the super minions. Still a minute on the Baron here, Vetty.
You can hear the rallying cry of the KC fans providing their support. Vitality putting up a fantastic fight here in Game 2. They're on the cusp of getting a massive victory. Of course, there's still a road ahead of them as they have to do it again in order to win out on this series. But why not start with a win here? Kazi, 4th shot. Unlikely he's going to use it on anything significant. It's just the waiting game for both these sides. Clearing what camps you can, getting what XP, finish what atomization off ahead of the ensuing objectives. Dragon and Baron on the cards.
Yeah, Kana will be really happy if you can get the Zhonyas before this next fight. Might even just be saving up for Rabadons. He's got a Seekers, right? He has the active. You could just go straight for the higher damage purchase of the two. Instead, there's the Zhonyas and a couple of control wards for him. On the other side of the rift, a Seeker's available for Nako on that Gnar. So we've got eyes on that throughout the fight. Lots of stasis, both the AD carries full build. Both the mid lane is basically there as well.
It's one of the problems with Kennen. The later the game you go, it just becomes so much harder to have a high value ulti. Yep. All the summoners are up. Kana, let's see if you can do it.
Yeah, Vladdy's on a bit of a flank position here, currently catching the mid wave. Kana's going to be spotted out by that ward behind the pit and will clear it out himself. Vladdy TP's down. Nisqy.
Big hits onto Nisqy. TP comes through.
A large chunk with the double up. Is it just a smite fight? Wave in mid is neutral. Top wave, no supers there. Someone could be in the back of the pit. Vladdy, oh, they're looking for it. They're looking for the Realm Walk combo. Vladdy and Kana going in, but Targamas is caught. Bullet Times opens up. There's the curtain call. Weaver's wall out. Kana goes in with a slicing Maelstrom, only onto Nako. Targamas caught towards the top side. Nako knocks 2 into the wall. Kazi flashes forward and one's down already. Yike almost the second to fall. He's able to run away from Nako. The Drake secured by Kalist. KC lose 2, but do manage to get the soul. Yike spotted out in the pit. Will he get away in time? Niski's going to chase Targamas. Kalist will get back. Niski, a little bit too deep here, you got to feel. Uses the Manjin in a flame. He buys a lot of time. Double TPs in. 8 seconds before Yike and Targamas are back. Kalist has no bullet time to clear the wave. There are mites here as well, but they make it rain enough. Yike and Targamas now here to join their comrade in arms. The GA popped. The wave under the tower, enough. The wallop hits. Nucka goes in. Double Gnar from him. There's the stopwatch we were talking about into the cyclist job. And Vitality have done it. They fought back and they'll even out the series against Carmine Corp at 1-1.
An incredibly hard-fought battle from Vitality. From a catch into a throw into another catch themselves, they held strong and they outperformed KC in the final fight. They managed Kana's Kennen well, their target selection was good, and they're bringing us to game 3.
Crazy credit to Nucko in that game as well. His Gnars were absolutely sublime. We're going to go to a short break before we come back for game 3 of this thrilling series. Away, but Nitsky gets the kill, and now the curtains open, they might close on Carmine Corp. They blasted in, and then blasted back off to the fountain. Kalist follows suit, and just as we say...
See how much it ends up costing them as...
Hana probably thinks he has lethal there. Slicing mouse from out, Nucko still has the flash, but look at how much damage is already! Nucko goes in, double Gnar from him! There's the stopwatch we were talking about into the cyclist job, and Vitality have done it! They fought back and they'll even out the series against Carmine Corp at 1-1.
What is going on here at Evry in the LEC? Vitality with the surprise win against KC. And guys, it was so funny because you're at home watching, you cannot see what we're seeing here. 90% of the arena is KC fans. You have this like 10% of Vitality fans right here. They were so loud by the end, but rightfully so.
C'est une banger! Oh my God! Banger totalement! Oh my God! Vitality striking back, showing what we want to see from them.
I know.
We've said we've seen Vitality at their lowest. This is Vitality at their highest, contesting with KC and showing that they actually seem to be excited about, not just their own delusions, bringing us to that.
No cap, I thought they were gonna choke.
I mean, they were so close. You're not wrong for that. And it showed as well, right? I mean, me and Finn, we were sitting here all the time and saying, I mean, the goal lead's not that big, right? It's only 2.5. Like, so easy to throw. All that KC need is one good cannon ultimate. What do you know? They do find it. But I still think the early game for Vitality, before Linces popped off, it's still rough, and I still think they need some kind of way of shutting down Yike, because Yike has been phenomenal in that early game.
The problem is, if you draft lanes like this for Niski, when you draft these range supports, you need to actually make sure you can be like pushing these lanes forward. But look at his fight as well. Like, I feel like Vitality just were so clutch, especially Carsey. He was just so slick with it all the time.
Yeah, Carsey was fantastic in this game on the Jhin, and while the scoreline and there was one questionable Jhin ultimate, it didn't really show that. I think that he is one of the reasons that they're also able to win that game. But who I really want to look at is Linces, because Linces in all these fights from 10 minutes and forward on the Xin Zhao is the reason why so many of these skirmishes go so well. Finn, you specifically was asking for more agency for Linces. You got it in this game.
Yeah, I mean, he really got this Thunder Sky spike so early, and the moment he got that item, all the fights suddenly started turning in Vitality's favor. So many cool plays. I think of that early top gang where he flashed out like the minion to stack the Q. I think so many micro plays, which is so impressive by him, and I love that he can actually bring this onto the real stage.
But it's also the same thing with Vitality, right? We see these high moments, but at the same time, we also get the lows. And that's also what happened in this game, because one moment, they're having incredible team fights. The next moment, they're griefing the team fight, and you really have no idea what's really happening. But yeah, Linces, one of the reasons they were able to stabilize that early game.
Absolutely, keeping the boat afloat. And I mean, even later on, with spacing the rest of KC, finding his space in those team fights. And as you said, Vitality want to be defined by their highs, but even in this game, it was not clean. Questionable decision-making around objectives as well, not only in team fight, but man, what kept them alive in this game?
Unbreakable spirit. I don't know what it was that kept it into the game, but I feel like the fact that they got 3 early dragons despite all that chaos was really the backbone, because they kept throwing around these objectives, but every time KC got a dragon, it was 1 dragon, 2 dragons, 3 dragons. They were so far from the soul all the time, so they had so much time despite all the chaos to get this gold, get these items, and be strong.
No, you're completely right, and it's an overextension from KC as well, trying to end, that really brings it back in Vitality's favor too. I still think that if anything has shown me that Vitality has hands, it's this game, but if anything has also shown me that the decision making is still very questionable, also this game. I'm really lacking a bigger voice in the macro aspect for reasons that you're explaining, Finn, but also that Baron where they send that jungler down the bot lane pretty much just gave KC a free Baron.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't do that in games like this.
And that's something we've been wondering, like,
look at that is a roller coaster!
It is a roller coaster. Oh my god. And honestly, with the tools that you have in the late game for KC, I'm actually not surprised, but impressed that Vitality managed to pull this one. And we were talking about the mess, the chaos, the fact that maybe they don't have this strong leadership that they need. I'm just wondering who made the shot. I know you can't answer because you were not in comms, but like who made the shots in this moment and who kept everyone calm? Because talking to Niski, I feel like he played a huge part here. Silent hero.
I don't know if anyone was calm. Niski, I think, had a slightly better, like he had a solid game for sure. He only died 3 times despite all the dive on Vitality. That Karma baiting that cannon ult crucially in the topside fight, I remember, where kind of solo ults him, kind of taking that threat away from his teammates. But the guy I really want to highlight is Carsey. So many good micro plays in this fight, so much damage being dealt on this Jhin. He had 4 bullets, but made them all count.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anything Niski did, it was press E on the right teammates, so they were shining in these team fights. The movement speed needed for some of the now ultimates. Carsey on the Jhin to get that 4th shot in multiple times. It just gave him movement to maneuver with his mechanics, which we know he's so proficient at.
Niski redemption or question mark?
I mean, I'm not sold yet. Hold up.
I'm not a big fan of the Karma, but he made it work. I was kind of concerned when he didn't run Exhaust, especially against the Kennen, but like, that gold lead from this Karma, I know that I'm making stats up, honestly. Like, I'm arranging stats the way I want them, but Nisqy, I want to give him more baguette back. He earned his aura again.
Definitely.
He proved his worth. He came back in the game. I'm just going to wonder what's going to happen in the third game now, because KC losing here in front of all their fans, does it mean anything? Is Vitality going to be able to seize the chance? What do you think, guys?
Yeah, I mean, I still think there's so many options available going into the next games in terms of draft, right? We know that the champion pool of Vladdy is so deep. We also know that Asir is still open as a power pick, so I'm sure Jay's there too for Kana, right? So I think in terms of what we're expecting, there's still a lot of meta champions available.
What I wonder is that I feel like Vitality is showing this preference towards putting Nisqy on the range champions. They picked the Nico game 1 and now the Karma game 2. I wonder if this is something they've practiced specifically because they think Casey's bot lane in lane is maybe one of their weaker parts. So I wonder if they actually see this prophecy through and in game 3 also draft another range champion to make sure Nisqy has the disadvantage. One thing I must say though, you guys are not doing a good job making sure Nisqy can pressure because they're getting ganked every single game. They need to either be more disciplined or they need to invest vision into these lanes so they can actually pressure and not die to every game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been 2 games in a row in this series where the bot lane has fallen prey to First Blood by Yike. And I think Yike had phenomenal jungle pathing both of these games, but that's something you need to be aware of going into this game 3. Vitality need to show their learnings. They're able to come back from a game 1 that went quite disastrous for them. Even this game 2 wasn't convincing. So going into that game 3, this is where all the pieces and the learnings have to come together for them to at least secure this win and a potential tiebreaker going into playoffs.
I don't know if they have enough tools, man. That's the issue. That is the issue, because KC, I know that they're going to come resourceful. We saw, as you said, what they're capable to pull in drafts like this, especially when it comes to like Fearless Draft and Game 3. Vitality, though, I don't know. I want to say, I don't want to fall for it again, because whenever I believe in Vitality is usually when they let me down the most. I love the way they won here. I admire the resilience, especially with 90% of the crowd just booing you. I want to see them see it, honestly. I want to see them do it.
Yeah, I mean, if we're still talking about range support still, right? You know, back in the day when Hylissang was still to support with Kasi, they were bringing out the Cillians as well, giving Kasi that movement speed to really perform on a Saya or a Seri as well. Still haven't seen that either. You know, that's something I could look at as an avenue if you want to play around Kasi, who I think, once again, phenomenal performance.
Is Karzi the one that you believe in, though?
For me, he is the one that I'm looking at, who's the one with the veterancy, the most experience, that can pull them across the finish line here. Despite not getting resources, I mean, Kasi never really got resources in his career, right? No. But anyways, he makes it work, and I think that's what I'm looking at.
One thing I'm looking at, actually, is that both Game 1 and Game 2, all the bans from KC, at least in the first half, have been towards the jungle department. Now we're going into Game 3. 4 champions are banned by default in the jungle, and I think KC is still going to look to attack Linces in drafts to make it really punishing if he can actually find the champion. Because I wonder what Linces will look to bring out now, because the Pantheon will stay banned, the Maokai will stay banned, and I don't remember the first champion, but he has been targeted by KC hard.
What is one advice that you would give each team to pull this one cleanly? Doesn't have to be clean, actually.
I mean,
just
for both teams, just take a deep breath.
Yeah.
I mean, the games are very chaotic. I've seen from both teams, people overreach a little bit. When the crowd starts roaring, you think you can kill all of them suddenly. Take a deep breath and try to think of the game rationally. Again, I know you can do it, but it's hard on the stage like this because it's so exciting.
I mean, for me, that's the thing. If I'm KC, I want to thrive. I want to feed off of this energy because, again, I don't know how much you can feel this at home, but the energy has been electrifying for KC. And with the support from the crowd here, I want to give them the advantage. But again, it's their series to lose, and they have everything to lose. Vitality on the other side, they have everything to prove, and I feel like they're just playing carefully.
Yes,
here.
but it's also one of those moments where KC as well, defending champions from that winter split, they need to win both this series today and tomorrow if they want to surpass Fnatic in the standings for playoffs. It doesn't really matter that much whether you're first or second going into the playoffs. You're still in the upper bracket. But for KC, you want to solidify you're the best. Who wants to lose games? That's not part of the competition. And you want to make sure that you're the #1 team in Europe.
Especially at home, especially with all your fans cheering. And on the side of Vitality, man, there is so much on the line. Fighting for these playoffs still is the reason they're playing for today. Can they make it happen here in this game 3? Let's find out soon. Casters, over to you. I'm so excited! Woo! I'm so excited.
That is the question, isn't it? Can they make it through, Vetty? That's the question.
Can they make it?
Can they make it through?
We're going to find out.
We are.
We're jumping straight into draft.
So.
KC,
for the first time this series, on the blue side. They're going to ban away the Ezreal to kick things off. The question is, how much does this change for KC? Because we were talking about this a little bit beforehand. It's like, they could just slam Maokai Victor.
And Bessa, yeah.
And Bessa, and just have a really strong draft and be very comfortable.
They're just like, hey, do you guys remember this draft?
No, by the way, we're pretty good at this.
The Azir ban now with the Talia gone definitely raises in priority, so already we're seeing a lot of shifts. They themselves banned the Wukong. Similar to what we saw in the previous game, yeah.
I mean, Lince's Wukong is just really good.
For sure, and they just want to take carry junglers off him, basically. They want to force him onto something a little bit more utility-driven. So, what now? Does Tristana still make its way onto the ban pool? The thing about Trist, you talked a lot about it, but the Lilia then becomes more of an option as well once Tristana is open, just because it's kind of the next best AD. There goes that Maokai option possibility for Yike. Remember, he is a friend of the forest, though. So there's always the possibility of the Ivern to come through as well.
Yeah, that's true. What were the Zyra was the other plant-based champion that he loved.
Yeah, Lilia, Zyra, Maokai, and Ivern.
I still disagree that Lilia is a tree.
She lives in a forest, part of the forest kingdom.
So Nidalee, like...
Yeah, but he doesn't play Nidalee.
That's true, but they do live in forests.
I should say. They live in jungles, actually.
Is that not just a wet forest?
No, because forests can also be wet.
That is true, but I think a jungle is kind of just a wet forest.
Jace's going to be banned away by the side of Vitality.
It's past my bedtime, buddy, okay?
First picked. Yeah, once 10 PM hits, that's it.
I'm done. Pantheon instead. We've seen that banned out in a couple of games. Pantheon locked in for Yike. Gives you a strong, aggressive jungler, very similar to the Vi. You can look for those early skirmishes. You have good CC, good follow-up from your teammates, because they know exactly where to click with their follow-up. Sejuani into it would make sense. Don't really want to fight the Pantheon too much, but you're tanky enough after like first item that you don't really have to worry about him too much individually. Also gives you non-committal CC or non-committal engage with that Glacial Prison.
We've seen Akali banned a bunch this series. Is this now where Chayak pulls out his Akali and says, show me what you got, Vladdy?
What would you play into the Akali if it was locked in here?
Victor.
Yeah. So I think no.
Yeah.
I don't think the Akali really works too well this early in the draft. There's the Corki, likely going to Kazi in the bot lane.
Yeah, probably. But they always have the flexibility option. But yeah, I think you're 100% right. When you kind of look at some of his most played, Corki's definitely up there.
Panth support, Lilia jungle.
You know the rule about not talking about hovers?
I do, but oh, can we talk about this one?
You know that he's just
listening to us, man. He's listening to us.
They're
listening to us. You are so smart, buddy. You are so
Victor
smart.
Slam. This is the thing about Vladdy. It's in winter, it was something that teams learned to ban against him. Even at first stand, teams were banning this champion against him. And then in winter, he barely plays it. He's just kind of like, spring. He's barely playing it. He's just kind of like, it's whatever. I don't care. It's not a big deal. And then he can slam it at any point.
Always come back to me. It's like the whole Jace storyline.
Yeah.
It's like, see where it's brought you. Crawling back to me, Jace. Jack's the lock for Kana in the top lane. Good CC again, can dominate in the side lanes. I like the side lane threat of the Jax here, especially with the ability of the Pantheon just to close that gap into a lane with the Grand Starfall.
Ooh, Chaya bringing out the Aurelion Soul.
Okay.
I think it's a very solid matchup into the Victor, just because you get to a point where you don't interact with the lane anymore. And against Victor, that's really good. Because Victor, he loves to punish you when you're literally about to last hit.
Yeah.
And you think, oh, I'll try and play around it. Laser instantly falls on your face, you can't react. So when you're able to do what Aurelion Soul does, which is basically you just put the thing down, you hold your Q for a little bit, and then you immediately wipe out the wave, Victor just kind of gets irritated because he then doesn't get to engage with you that much in the wave. Of course, that does come much later into the laning phase. Early on, still lots of room for the Victor to be a big bully, to build those advantages. But maybe the Sejuani can look to punish, maybe burn a flash or two. We'll have to wait and see.
And there's the Rakan ban and a Renekton ban coming out from Carmine Corp. I wonder if we'll see Nautilus removed again. I do like Nautilus into things like A-Soul and Corki because you can kind of follow them a little bit with the depth charge.
But that's the only other engage support really, right? Because with Rel, Leona, Nico taken off the board, Rakan banned away, the next one, I mean, it has to be an Nautilus, I think.
Yeah, I think Nautilus is next
Alistair.
up. Alistair,
Alistair,
we saw banned in game 1, but wasn't picked in game 2.
Yeah.
I don't think it was banned there either, if I remember correctly.
No, it was banned in game 2 because remember the Nautilus.
Oh, it was not out.
Rel
Yeah, instead of the Rel, yeah. Okay, yep. So I wonder if we'll see Alistair Nautilus in the bot lane. Could see ranged as well. We haven't seen Calist on something like the Jinx. Could be an option. Venectin and Embessa with the
Giving
Jax
a
pick so late.
Malphite. Come on, Nako. I feel it was Broken Blade that played the Malphite top.
Didn't go too well for him.
Yeah, but I still love the matchup. I think it's so good into Jax.
Why do you think that, Betty?
Because his E is mega OP.
That is true.
You basically, every time Jax jumps on you, you press E, you press Q, you run away. You can also just keep harassing him in lane with Q. Aatrox is fine. This is also a fine matchup. Obviously, I would say somewhat of a skill matchup. Probably.
Yeah.
I don't know top lane.
Every matchup is pretty skill dependent.
That's not true.
No, because if I'm a lot better than my opponent, even if the matchup is bad, I can win, Betty.
That's true.
It rarely happens, but it can.
True. Yeah, this level, usually that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Unless it's Zeus versus...
Oh, Kog'Maw Braum.
Ooh,
Kog'Maw Braum.
Braum.
Do it. Yes.
Nice. Hyperscaling bot lane.
Big fan, big fan. Also does a lot of damage early if you are caught out by it.
Seraphine. Is Seraphine good into Braum? Like, in lane, sure, I can see you, like, being big bully. But doesn't the shield just... Does it go through?
No, yeah, Encore is stopped by the shield.
It is blocked?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I like the Rel hover, immediate realization, I can't hover this champion. Instead, Nami is the lock alongside the Corki, so looking for a little bit more harass in that bot lane for Niski and Kazi.
I feel like this is like a Season 3 bot lane.
Yeah, it's like Gatling Gun here, Tidecaller's Blessing, sweet. Just water bullets, I guess.
Okay, so overall, I think Casey's draft, their engage is a little bit limited, but solid front to back with decent side lane options thanks to the Jax and the ability of Pantheon to be able to ulti onto a side lane. And of course, with both Victor and Kog'Maw, as long as you have a solid front line, you can very easily play the front to back. But I would argue that Vitality, not a too bad front to back themselves. Their ability to attack the side lanes thanks to Radiant Salt is also good. I'd say that both compositions are very similar. The biggest difference is that I fear for Kog'Maw if it goes super late again. Like, Corki, I think, will reach a point where, like, you can do really good damage, but in contrast to a Kog'Maw, I don't know, man, this champ is just really terrifying super lane to the game.
You fear that the Kog'Maw will take over the game?
Yeah.
Okay, because a fear for Kog'Maw kind of implies...
Sorry, my apologies.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you.
I should have worded that better. But basically, I think at a certain point in the game, Calist will be very terrifying to deal with for Vitality.
And there's not a huge amount of easy backline threat on him as well, right?
I think it's going to be a lot of front-to-back fighting.
And I think Cog can definitely take over in that spot. I agree with you, Betty. As we jump on to Summoner's Rift for the third game of this series.
Was that your French twang?
No, it was the beginning of one, and I decided halfway through not to twang it.
So you just rolled your R and then...
I roll my R sometimes because of my rotatism.
Yeah, that's fine.
Rapido.
That's okay, but you definitely got a bit of a French twang on that.
Oh, quelle surprise! Je pense que Kana c'est le meilleur top joueur en the LEC. Le LEC.
Oh. I know no French to disprove anything you've just said, so...
It's all French to you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I know allons-y.
That's from Doctor Who, though. I don't think that really counts.
Hey! It counts.
You know a bit of French.
I know Je m'appelle Betty.
And déjà vu.
And I know that the word for swimming pool is piscine.
It's true.
Yeah, I do.
You guys didn't see the hand motion. He did a very French hand motion. Ooh, a little bit of an evade here from Targamas Calist, then Yike down towards this bottom side. Targamas going for the Winter's Bite onto Niski. Will proc it. Oh, Yike sneaks in. I think he was spotted.
Was he?
Well, because there were the little eyes above Calist and Targamas' head because they got hit with the Phosphorus Bomb. I can't remember if it gives AoE vision around them. He snuck in. That's the important thing.
He's taking his wolves, whether he knows it or not. And there's not really much that Vitality's going to do about it. Lintus on his way down.
Now we know if he knows. Nah, he doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
Because you'd go round. You go round the bottom side if you knew. Oh, immediately running across. A couple of pings coming out. Yikes, gonna wait. Doesn't start the blue, importantly.
Yeah, Linsus is suspicious of Yike being in the area. Little do they know they already set up the ward in anticipation of this.
Yike stacking up his passive, trying to get to those 4 procs. There we go. W in. Q, smite. Oh, again! Yikes had a mare of a time with the smites over this last game, and this 4 HP on that one.
Yeah, no smites available, but obviously...
I mean, Linsus has his now.
Yeah, exactly. The stacks in the early game. Linsus going to have his available. Yike is going to be up any second. All right, so Yike gets 1 camp?
Yeah, if he gets the Gromp, it's a very different story.
Yeah, it would definitely would have been. But c'est la vie, as one would say. And so... What?
And
that means agreed in French?
Oh, we're
I see, okay. In any case, Linsus now going to path back towards the top side of the map. This does mean that bot lane should have full information that Linsus isn't near, so they can play as aggressive as they want. Don't know how aggressive they're actually going to want to play, but they have the option should they so choose. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, you're seeing pretty much what we expected, where basically Victor is a big, mean bully, and he's just going to harass you.
That's what he's doing. Steps in, will take away this Scryer's Bloom to get a little bit of vision. Linsus is ahead in terms of camps, about 1 camp ahead overall. And Yike's been able to farm up through this top side jungle. In the top lane, once again, Kana's getting a little bit of a lead, but it's a wave crashing in. As Kazi is clipped by the Winter's Bite, Unbreakable comes out from Targamas. Kazi uses the Valkyrie to escape the final shot of the concussive blows. Good stun onto Shaik, but no follow-up from Vladdy. Likely had already used the Siphon Power and his Arcane Ray. Hextech Ray? Hextech Ray.
His laser.
Used to be called the Chaos Ray, and then they made it all Arcane-y.
Yep.
So it's Arcane Storm now instead of Chaos Storm. As Niski has to flash. A couple of auto attacks here. Kazi falling low as well. Cleanse away from Kalist. Kazi stunned, immediately cleanses himself. Targamas now doesn't have a flash and doesn't have a leg to stand on. Targamas dies to Niski.
And that's the first blood drawn for Vitality's bot lane. The reality is that KC were hesitant to fully commit to the play. You notice that the moment that the Winter's Bite came through from Targamas, Kalist was thinking, oh, we've got to kill here. Nothing else. We've got some summoners that we can burn for sure. But then the bubble connects, and then once he's forced to cleanse, there's a slightly too big gap to really allow Kalist to chase and follow through. So Targamas then says, okay, we're committing. But at that point, it's too late. You've committed way too much. Now you have no way of actually disengaging from this situation. And on the retreat, Vitality's able to pick themselves up a kill.
Targamas keeping Niski and Kazi around, but Kalist's going to be a little while before he gets down here. So Kazi and Niski should just be able to push this wave out.
It's perfect still, though.
Yeah, he's frozen it well. It's going to get pushed in. Like, Kalist will be able to catch it. I think he loses probably 1 minion.
It depends on aggro.
1 minion? 2 minions. Gets the XP from the second one. 3 minutes. Yeah, but those were like debatably lost anyway because they were low enough HP that he couldn't attack them before the tower hit them, right? So.
Ooh, that's a pretty big deal. Not only does he interrupt the back, but he's also got the wave in a pretty good spot. Targamas is being a massive nuisance right now because he will finally get to go back to base. Tia going to be picked up, but of course, with all this information that's happening on the bot side of the map, Yike is fully aware that he can secure this dragon completely uncontested.
Manages to get it. Linsus all the way on the top side of the map. Just picked himself up a bunch of ruby crystals, wants that extra health for the early game here on the Sejuani. And I think that's the first Drake we've seen Carmine Corp get today.
Correct. I will be honest that Yike has prioritized ganking over the early objectives so far in this series, but you are correct. This time around, we haven't seen Yike gank bot lane.
That is true.
Which is what he did in both games. Bite will connect, but Kazi has the movement speed to get away to safety. And something that Finn was talking about on the desk is pushing Niski towards range supports. I will say that I think I do in general prefer him on them. I think that it's more mage-like.
Sure.
And so if the criticism towards him is the micro, specifically on a lot of support champions, put on something as close to a mid laner as possible, where positioning is important, you're naturally more squishy, you're not entirely responsible on the engages. Facilitating champions, I think,
he seems to be a lot more comfortable on.
It does make it harder for your team as a whole, because you usually are looking for a secondary engage source as well, right? Whereas here, only Linsus really has engage for Vitality. I guess you could argue the Tidal Wave is a bit of an engage tool, but people getting clipped by that are not reacting that well.
It can be used in a lot of ways.
It can.
As a zoning tool, as a follow-up engage tool, or, as you rightly said, potentially as a way to start a fight. There was a player, I don't remember who, that demonstrated the flash ult combo.
Yeah, probably Hellsang.
My instinct was
whenever it's a flash plus something combo, my instinct is Hellsang.
He showed it to us on Lulu.
Yes, he did.
But I don't think he did it on the Nami. In any case, right now we have Lintus hovering bots.
Oh, here we go, Glacial Prison. Well, it's going to get a slow on Tugmas. There's the Aqua Prison as well, as they manage to kill off the Braum. Grand Starfall in by Yike. Niski needs to work on that positioning. He's caught out a 1-for-1 exchange of support.
I mean, in his defense, he had no flash, but that was a nice...
Don't be there.
That was a nice response from Casey and a nice initial play from Linsus, utilizing the ultimate in a way that kind of forces only bad choices from Targamas. He had nowhere where he could really go, and then instantly focusing him down this early on. He wasn't able to get the Unbreakable up, allowing Vitality to find themselves another kill.
Is answered at least by Yike getting a kill for himself with the Grand Starfall in. He gets Carmine Corpse first on the board. Kana going in here. Grandmasters might being used. Niski in the right position to force out Kana's flash, and now the chase continues for Naknako. Good leap strike away. Naknako won't be able to get in range. Yike and Targamas on their way across. Naknako no flash. Niski does have his backup. Flash from Yike past the Aqua Prison. Naknako down. Yike gets his second. Niski unable to help his top laner any further.
A quick collapse comes through from Casey's jungle support duo. Targamas, maybe a little too deep.
Okay.
The swap has come through from Callisti. He's on his way to top lane. Level 6, close for both supports. The Grubs will be abandoned, though. As far as I can tell, none was secured as of right now. And with Yike's flash already used, this is a great opportunity for Lintus to start the objective off.
I might go for the Scuttle Crab first. And we'll choose that. Looking for the Permafrost. Yike coming across. But Linsus does have his Smite and the Permafrost here, so should be able to get that. Oh, that was close to being stolen away by Yike. Targamas stepping in. All the summoners available for the KC bot lane. Niski still missing his heal. Grubs have been begun by that Sejuani. Trying to feed them to Habor quickly before KC can really respond.
And I think Yike is wise to just let these go. Right now, they're even on objectives, even if the Grubs are secured by Vitality. And it gives him an opportunity to clear through his camps. You can see he's got a lot of camps up. The red is also spawning very soon, so he wants to clear these out as quickly as he can ahead of the dragon spawning in 55 seconds. Back's going to come through from Callisto and Targamas. I wonder if they'll look to swap again. I don't imagine that he's actually going to have an item upgrade. Oh no, he's sticking around for another wave. Okay. I don't think that's going to be too detrimental because the dragon is still 40 seconds away. And I'd be surprised if KC just try to start that one off immediately.
Yeah, it looks like Targamas is pathing out through mid. Niski and Kazi immediately going towards the bottom lane. They know where their bread is buttered. Kana looking for the counter-strike. Can't quite land it as Naknako landed the chains and pulled Kana back out of the play. Looks like Yike will do a full bot side clear, or at least his Razor Beaks into red before moving across towards that Drake. As you say, still about 10 seconds away, Betty.
Linsus choosing not to reset after Grubs. He did his red into his bot camps. Now he's going to be in position as everyone arrives.
Naknako with the World Ender. There's a Grand Starfall. Niski, the bubble a mile wide from anything, really. Niski goes down. TP in from Shayak, but no CC to lock him up before he jumps away. He brings down a star. It's more of a damp squid than anything else. Targamas locked up with a Glacial Prison, though, and doesn't have the opportunity to move before he is felled by Vitality.
A nice response from Vitality, what was an initial pick. So it's just a game of exchanging supports, I suppose. Niski very squishy on the Nami. Quickly gets collapsed on as Targamas face checks. And he also suffers the same fate. Dragon still alive, TP invested by Naknako. As the two top laners continue to trade, nothing really going to be converted. So an interesting game where it's just simply a matter of kills, trading back and forth. Objective very even. The stun, very close. Is this a dive though? I think it is.
I don't even think it needs to be a dive, Betty. Giant Quartz back into the Arcane Storm. Vladdy gets the kill. as Yike had the CC. Lince's looking for Yike across the wall here. And the Aegis Assault is a lot, but there's a Heart Steel stack onto Yike. Gravity Well coming down. Lince's flashing forward for a little bit more. Niski flashes in as well. Lands the bubble. Shut down for Lince's. Targamas coming across, but great realization from Lince's that he can win out that.
Lince's does in fact win this.
Yep.
So much initial damage that I think caught Yike completely off guard. He was hoping to get the level up from the Grom, but the arrival of Niski ahead of Targamas meant that with the added support that the Nami provided, more than enough damage to get a kill and get away to safety. 4-4 now the kill score as kills continue to be traded.
Drake is up. Lince's actually looking down towards bottom side right now. It's good vision for Carmine Corp, meaning that Lince's won't go for the fight on Vladdy. No TPs on anyone in the game, so what we see is what we get in terms of lane assignments. Yike is in the area towards top here, does have the Grand Starfall. Kana losing out on a few of these trades, but he does still have about an 800 gold advantage.
Nicely done there by Nako. The Imperial Mandate finish for Niski is definitely a nice purchase. Bot lane swapping a lot. This is also something we've seen a decent amount from KC. They will just continue to move their bot lane to where they feel it's the safest, even if it gets them a small advantage. Admittedly, right now, the goal... Ooh, Kana.
That's a bait. Glacial Prism going in. Lince is going there. Glacial Fissure coming out. Kana flashed away from the Q3 and gets the auto off just in time. Grand Starfall down. Yike and Targamas now need to retreat because Lince's is here alongside Niski. Permafrost into the Aqua Prison. Targamas trying to turn it back around onto Lince's, and they both dodge the player of the Northern Winds, but Lince's has got one. They're looking for the melee autos here. The Aqua Prison lands again. Yike, though, will get a counter kill. Now we'll try and chase down Niski. Does he have the mana to do much? Niski sidesteps. Prison just short. The bubble doesn't connect. But
Niski's going to get him.
Tidecaller's blessing isn't enough. Yike, he gets him. Eben Flow. Eben no for Yikers. Niski gets the kill. And it ends up being a 3-for-2 exchange in top.
It was a 3-for-2, I think.
It was. Nako died, Kana died, Yike died, Kalist died? Where did
Kalist die? That's what's throwing me off. I was like, shouldn't we be even on kills? Because we were 4-4, then 5-5, and then it should be like 7-6.
Yeah, Kalist died as well. So okay. Yeah, Kana died first.
So this is where it starts. As you highlighted, it's a trap. Kana, though, plays it pretty well thanks to the arrival of Targamas. And this whole game is very much just junglers and supports grouping up and doing stuff. Targamas providing what value he can, and this was really nicely played by him. Connects the Winter's Bite, stands in between his both Niski and Lince to try and stop the support stuff coming through. And then Kalist on his roam up towards top, gets caught in the river. Oh, that was actually quite a close fight, but Chayek just picks up another kill.
Oh, Yike goes in, Niski.
That was spearfishing done right.
I'm going to say that's how you don't use the tidal wave, right? It's a Pantheon in my face. Drake begun by Carmine Corp.
Admittedly, the flash was committed by Yike.
True.
So that potential play is not going to be available for the next 5 minutes, but it will be a dragon secured. And I will say I'm loving the aggression we've seen from both junglers this series. Both Linces and Yike really putting their all, especially now that we've entered the mid-game. Items are being completed. There's the Blade of the Ruin King for Kalist. He's found himself in a bit of an awkward state here in the early game, moving around the map a lot, getting caught out by Chayek. But ultimately, both teams relatively even. Small goal lead in favor of KC just because the Jax has been able to build a pretty big lead, which has kind of been the name of the series for Kana.
It's a sizable chunk of change for Kana as well. Like 1.2k ahead when he's, I guess it's about 30 CS, but a lot of plates picked up by him as well. And a kill, that is true, that is true. Yeah, as you say, has been the way the series has gone for Kana. Nako's had some really good team fights, especially in that game too, but in terms of laning, Kana still sits atop here, at least in this series. 500 gold lead for Carmine Corp as the Rift Herald has spawned, and they're going to try and take it down before Vitality can really answer, but Vitality do have the numbers coming through the mid lane, and Carmine Corp might have to back away. Targamas has Glacial Fissure available.
Targamas looks very squishy with these items right now.
TP, but it's already gone, no? Rift Herald secured. Chayek has the The Skies Descend, that empowered ultimate, but no place to use it. Glacial Prison going out onto Vladdy. There's the tidal wave follow-up. Yike trading towards the top side, and Nagnaka will keep him in the midst of the fight. Yike's gonna fall. So Vitality do find one out of using that teleport.
At the very least, they get a pick. But it doesn't really convert into much. You'll notice that Kana's already making his way towards the bot lane. Nagnaka has the TP available to him, and Linsus gonna move into Yike's jungle and steal away what camps he can. Kana with the TP available to him. Does he want to do something really cheeky
No.
here? TP back up. They have the Pantheon ultimate. Crazy.
Do the Baron! Oh wait, no, it's still 2 minutes before we can go for that play.
Linsus though, he's going to be swatted out.
He's going to chase
Pantheon
forward
ult.
here. Linsus flashes away from the Glacial Fissure. Pantheon ult is available, but Yike is...
respawn.
He's still
Okay,
in the
getting ahead of the game. I'm getting ahead of the game.
I get you, man. Obviously, as a Pantheon, he is, you know, a god, so you would expect him to be able to ult across the entire portion of the map.
Is he a god? I thought the whole thing was he's a man.
So he is, but Pantheon is a collection of gods.
Yes.
Like, you know, the Greek Pantheon, the Roman Pantheon.
Yeah.
Doesn't he become a god? Isn't that kind of the point? He climbs to the top of it and ascends to deity.
But isn't that
Or is
like,
he still
I don't know, there's like a dual thing, isn't there?
Yeah.
He ascends a god, returns a man or something, or it's the other way around. I don't remember.
It was a really good comic, though.
It was. And he was also in the cinematic. He got booted off a mountain by Leona, I seem to recall.
This is Targon!
Thank you for that rendition.
Oh, it's solid, right? Okay, so what have we got? Well, we got Targon flashing onto Kazi. Flash follow, cleanse from Kazi to try and get away, but there's no escape for him.
Nice flash there by Targamas.
He's done that a few times this game, and often it hasn't worked out.
Yeah, I will
so
admit.
that's the one where he's tricked them the entire game till this point.
It's a long play.
Yeah. Riptail used towards the mid lane to try and take down this tier 1. Nagnaka here to defend alongside the rest of Vitality, and they'll manage to do so. The Singularity grouping up those minions, and then the Breath of Life just working
Kana
through
once
it.
again finds himself in a side lane, chipping away at these towers. I should say chunking away at these towers. He looks like a demolition ball the way he knocks that one down. First tower of the game goes in favor of KC.
Yeah, those are the sort of chips you get at one of your local fish and chip shops rather than McDonald's fries or something, you know? Chunky chips coming out from Kana there.
I had no idea where you were going with at the start, and then you rounded it out with that.
Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Buddy, are you scared of Nagnaka?
Nah.
You're right, he's not.
Should he be?
Nope.
Also not. Callista's here. Here we go. Open up. Knock, knock. Open the door. It's Callista.
Knock, knock. Open up the door.
It's the start to a song, Betty. And I realize I can't say any of the rest of the words of that song. It's XCOM, give it to you.
It's late, guys. It's way past his bedtime. He should be asleep right now. Oh my goodness.
I could say the next couple of lines. It's nothing inappropriate. So.
Anyway.
But for now, what are we waiting
18
on?
seconds.
Yeah,
dragon.
on a dragon. You're
on
right.
a dragon. Kana is exceptionally strong. Exceptional. One could say that if there were a League of Gentlemen, he's extraordinary enough to join them.
Oh, nice.
Given his itemization. He's going to get himself another tower. He can choose the base. And I wonder if he can get a cheeky upgrade in. Oh, nope, they're just going to get the dragon. Never mind.
I mean, I think KC kind of gave this one up.
It looks like it, yes. I was really setting up in my head. I was like, okay, he's going to go back, TP, ready for the fight. And instead they're going to be like, right, okay, you take Dragon, we'll take Atakan.
Yep. There we go.
I will say, I don't think Atakan is that big of a deal. That's my take on it.
You say that to his mum.
Okay.
His mum loves him.
Okay.
His whole
I didn't say that he
world.
wasn't doing his best.
That he's not that big of a deal. He worked hard to be on the Rift, Eddie.
Okay. Did he?
Yeah.
I mean, his last two jobs, he failed miserably. He didn't like them at all.
Okay. But now we get into the lore of Atakan, where he was a big soldier and then possessed by a demon or something.
No, I was
right?
more talking about first he revived people and then he made a bunch of flowers. So he tried first, he worked in a morgue, and then he worked as a florist.
Okay.
And now...
What type of... He's still a florist.
I don't know what his profession would be
He's still a
defined
florist.
as.
He's a farmer because he harvests all the
Yeah,
petals.
or a gardener. Yeah. There you go. The evolution of... It just goes to show that you can do anything if you put your mind to it. apparently not commentate League of Legends, so I have no idea what we're doing.
Okay, well, let's lock back in, Betty, okay? We're 22 minutes in, and Kazi is being caught out, and Kazi is dead. Niski, short to follow, as Targamas and Kalist begin to open up. The sky is distend. Targamas trying to get away from the Inferno. Jason will stand beside Kalist. Now Linsus running for the hills as Kana doesn't quite have the leap strike range to get on towards the Vitality jungler. Pings down towards the bot lane tier 2 as KC realize they can play on 2 lanes at once, but it looks like they just want to crack this mid tier 2. Vladdy and Targamas stepping forward. Kalist taking the long route away. Linsus here will dash in. Is there any follow-up from KC? Chayak going forward. There's the Glacial. Sorry, the Gravity Well. Onto Linsus. Follow-up from Yike and Kalist now on a killing spree. 3 quick kills out of this exchange for the dog. Kana gets more in the bot lane.
It's a single misplay from Kazi. Like, he Valkyries in, anticipating a play to come through from his team. Oh, Kana goes in, and he goes right back out.
Okay, our casting matches the energy on the Rift. I'm going to put that out there.
I need to see a replay because I want to understand the motivation from Kazi. Is there another TP I'm not aware of? No, okay. But I want to understand why Kazi chose to Valkyrie in there. I'm assuming that they had some information to garner like where the rest of KC were. Question is, will I get the replay?
No, because Naku and Niski are on a clandestine adventure, Betty.
They've spotted out Kalist, but he will not fall prey. Here we go. So I mean, it's just a sneak level 100 coming out from the KC members. Kazi thinks he's caught a single member of Kalist out, and he did not expect the rest of KC there. Meaning that he immediately drops. KC converted into another pick, and it's just a simple matter of KC punishing their opposition. It's such a massive gold swing now as well because they get so many picks. They secure the mid lane tower, opening themselves up much more to the enemy jungle. Vitality now find themselves 5k gold behind.
They do. A huge swing, as you say, Betty. Bound up in 40 seconds. Clouddrake as well in a minute 35, but it would only be the third for KC. As much as you say Artican isn't as big of a deal these days, I agree with you generally, but you can see 35 petals now for KC. That's a lot of extra experience they've been able to gain. Unbreakable coming out from Target. Fisher splits the uprights. Niski going in as well as Naka tries to dive onto Kalist on the back line. Needs another auto attack to take down the dog, and he won't get him. Kalist survives. And now the collapse continues from KC. The Arcane Storm on Chayak, he has to flash away from it. Only Linsus and Chayak left alive.
The mechanics from Kalist in that play were out of this world. The fact that he held his ground, the fact that he held his cleanse for as long as he did, and he ends up getting a double kill in that scenario was absolutely crazy. Great play from Targamas, being the support that he very much needed to be to keep his AD carry alive. And while the supports were very much the target throughout the early game, Targamas comes up clutch here towards the end as KC set their sights on the Baron and look to claim firm grasp over game 3.
It's going to be 9k in gold when they get that Baron. Have another look at this. Targamas gets in, jumps on Kalist as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and so that's why he chooses not to cleanse. And that was crucial because Aatrox finds a flank angle onto the back, so he uses his cleanse here. But look, he's actually going to land the auto attack onto Niski at the Q and then turn his attention back. Truly min-maxing his damage output there to maximize the kills he can get as the rest of KC chase for more.
And manages to survive as well, which is just insanity, let's be honest. Now a 9,000 gold lead for KC. 2.5 minutes on the clock of that Baron buff. There's a Drake up for them as well if they want to try and do this by the numbers. But they have such a massive advantage. 2.5, almost 3 items on Vladdy. Yike, I think, is sitting at 3 completed. Vitality have to back away from the Drake. Question is, how many waves can Carmine Corp play on? You can see the pings happening towards the top lane wave. They're like, we can play off this one. That's where Vladdy is moving up to right now. They've already pushed through mid, so they're looking for the tier 2 in top of this sequence. Targamas will step in towards that red side, get a little bit of vision down, and then they're going to play off this wave as I think Kana will likely catch the next mid wave.
I mean, Kana can basically do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
He is, we already talked about how strong he was earlier, and I don't really think anyone can answer him. Targamas acting as the shield for his AD carry, trying to face check to help his team get a little bit more vision. Yike going to try and steal away the red buff.
You kind of have to play on 2 waves if you're Carmine Corp, though, because of the
100%.
singularity. Like, there's too much wave cliff and vitality for you to effectively play just 1 lane. Now, because they have to split up a little bit here with Kana drawing attention towards the mid lane inhibitor, then Carmine Corp can push through mid and actually get push through top, and actually get some damage down. With there being no wave on mid right now, I expect this wave in top's going to be cleared out pretty sharpish.
Has the ulti available. The wave clear is just not enough. The double cannons chipping away at the HP of the tower. As well, Kana in mid lane. I mean, Vitality just don't have the wave clear needed to defend their base.
No, man down as well right now as Nucko pushed through the bot side. Kana goes in, lands the stun onto Shayak. They're looking for the follow-up. Sky's Descend. Does manage to get the knock-up on a couple of members of Carmine Corp, but not much doing there for Shayak. It was more defensive than anything else. Now, Carmine Corp did push too greedily in game 2 and cost themselves the game in the end. Targo's now dashing forward. Singularity onto Kalist. Nucko going in, but he's stunned immediately as Kalist goes unstoppable. Carmine Corp still a man to the good. Kalist down at half HP though. They have a huge amount of life here. There's a Grand Starfall as they dive towards the backline. Linsa's flashing away, but the Nexus towers go down. And in sub 30 minutes, Carmine Corp will take the series on home ground.
A single good fight in the mid lane was all they needed to close this one out. A small mistake from Kazi, thinking he had caught Kalist in the mid lane, ended in disaster as Kalist pops off. Yike's aggression is untempered and Targamas keeps his team alive. 12k gold is the advantage to round things out. KC start the weekend off with a win.
And be very happy with that overall as well. For Vladdy, 2 games in this series without deaths. Went 10-0, 10, 1-0, 5. Continues to impress in that mid lane. Overall, Carmine Corp, the game 2, I think they will be frustrated with themselves because they were on the Nexus towers and they just greeted.
Yeah.
Didn't need to. For Vitality, still hope for them. You can vote for one of the Carmine Corp players in the Player of the Series vote at LEC on X. Kana, Yike, and Vladdy are your options as all 5 of them take a bow for the end of this series.
Of course, Vitality are going to be frustrated. They had a solid fight back in game 2, and then things just very quickly fell apart in game 3. But
I think we're going to go do an interview, Betty, because we are on Carmine Corp's time. So we're going to hand it over to Law.
That's right, that's me. I'm going to be doing the translation here for this interview. The host rugby is talking about the schedule for tomorrow, prepping the audience for the fact that we're going to have a banger KC against G2 tomorrow to wrap up the show.
On va rentrer rapidement dans l'interview. Déjà, est-ce que le fait de jouer devant un public comme ça vous rajoute de la pression ou au contraire, ça rajoute de l'excitation? On le sait que ça dépend des profils.
Playing a game like this in front of your audience, do you have more pressure or do you feel more excited?
Je pense que ça dépend des profils.
I think it depends on the profile and depends on the player.
Pour moi, ça dépend des profils. Il y en a certains qui vont succomber à la pression et d'autres justement vont vouloir.
I think it depends on the profile. Some of them are going to crumble under pressure, and some of them are going to be boosted by this and feel stronger and more aggressive. I'm more of this type of player. I see that I'm more aggressive on stage.
Comme j'ai dit, ça dépend des profils, donc je vais demander ça à Targamas.
And as I say, it depends on the profile, so I'm going to ask Targamas what he thinks.
Je pense que ça rajoute surtout un petit peu de piment parce que ça reste des games de saison régulière.
I think it makes the games more spicy because it's still regular season games and it adds this something extra that we don't usually have.
De rejouer en France, on n'a pas l'occasion de jouer devant.
And of course, it feels amazing to play in front of the French audience again. We don't have that much opportunities to do so. And even though it's just a regular season game, it brings this extra something.
On va rentrer un petit peu dans le BO. C'est vrai que vous avez fait face à
Thank you so much for your honesty. We're going to talk about this series a bit more now.
Tour en maîtrise, la deuxième partir entre guillemets à leur avantage, mais les compos le permettaient. Mais derrière, vous avez montré quand même une vraie abnégation en ne rien lâchant et en même en
crushing game 1, game 2 was a bit more difficult. Maybe the drafts were a bit more complicated, but you just did not drop it regardless. Game 3, you guys managed to come back.
Ou est-ce que ça a été peut-être Vitality qui a été au-delà des espérances selon vous? Et parle-nous de cette botlane, surtout de ce 2v2 botlane que tu voulais.
Do you feel like Vitality exceeded expectations here?
Il n'y avait pas vraiment de plan spécial à part
the botlane 2v2.
Mais ça c'est normal.
There was nothing really special outside of the fact that Niski hinted.
Il a bien joué, respect à lui. Et
no, I'm joking. He actually played well after that.
On a joué notre jeu comme d'habitude. On est focus sur nous-mêmes.
And when it comes to us, I just want to think that we played our game. We focused on ourselves. Game 2, we made a lot of mistakes.
Je pense que c'est principalement nos erreurs qui ont fait qu'on a perdu plus que
Vitality. And I think the main reason we lost is the mistakes we made and not so much Vitality stepping up.
À partir de ce moment-là, c'était gagné.
And when it comes to game 3, we just needed our duo to get activated, and after that, it was going to be won.
Ouais, bah pour le match-up bot, je sais pas trop, je pense Niski aujourd'hui, s'est un peu inventé une vie de range support. Alors on m'avait dit,
on the bot lane matchup today, I don't know what happened with Niski. I think he just invented a new personality for himself as a range support player.
Mais ouais, on avait quand même le plan de jeu à chaque fois qu'il joue un range, on sait qu'on peut le punir facilement.
But we had a great game plan. Every time he plays a ranged champion, we knew that we could punish him.
C'est la classique game 2 saison régulière.
We should have won game 2, but it's the classic, right? It's regular season, so we had to drop this one.
Face à leur public, ils ne mâchent pas leurs mots. Dernière question, parce que j'imagine que vous avez aussi besoin de sommeil pour préparer cette deuxième journée comme
Last question for you guys.
Du coup, de la saison régulière qui donnera lieu après au play-off. Une question plutôt simple. Qu'est-ce qui se passe dans cette équipe depuis le début d'année 2025?
What is going on with this team? What has been happening since the beginning of 2025?
Leurs fruits. Mais qu'est-ce qui se passe?
A lot of work behind the stage, and we can see the results now. But how do you explain that you guys have been so strong and so dominant, and that you're making Europe shake? You're establishing a new generation. You're gonna have to confirm during playoffs, but.
Mais ouais, chacun votre tour, qu'est-ce qui s'est passé?
It's been amazing watching you guys play like this, so I want to know more about what's been going on.
L'arrivée de Kana et Vladi, je pense qu'on a beaucoup de chance d'avoir.
I think we're really fortunate to have the teammates that we have. Kana, Vladi stepping up.
Le petit cadeau de G2 pour Yike.
And Yike was the little gift from G2.
Donc ouais, on sait que. On est une team avec énormément de talent brut.
We know that we're a team with a lot of raw talent.
On travaille énormément.
And we work a lot. So the audience is actually saying thank you, G2.
Ouais, comme ça, on travaille énormément. Je pense que c'est vraiment une combinaison de énormément de talent dans l'équipe plus.
We work a lot, and there's a lot of talent within this roster.
C'est rare d'avoir des équipes avec.
And I think it's pretty rare to have teams with so much motivation, putting in the work that much.
Forcément, on a des gros objectifs.
And of course, we have big goals that we want to achieve. So we're making sure that we can.
Je suis d'accord avec Targa. Je pense qu'on a un très très bon groupe déjà. C'est très facile de travailler.
I agree with Targamas. I think we have a great group to work with. I think the 5 players have raw talents. And our coaching staff is really competent as well.
Très motivé. Donc forcément, si tout match et qu'on arrive bien à travailler,
and everything matches together. So
pour moi, c'est pas trop une surprise.
It is not a surprise given the fact that we put in the work, we have a lot of talent, and we have the right support staff to help us.
Une dernière fois votre bot lane, Carmine Corp, Targamas et Caliste.
Evening one more time for your bot lane, Caliste and Targamas. And that's it for the translation of this interview. But there's a surprise. And Kameto is going to come on stage with Marex, his co-caster, to share a few words with the audience after this series and this day.
Merci. Kameto, Marek, on a vécu une très longue journée. C'est important pour toi aussi de venir t'adresser directement au public, aux arènes, qui a été monstrueux. En plus, avec les pauses qui ont été parfois à rallonge, vous avez vraiment été extraordinaire ici sur place, je tiens vraiment à le préciser. Mais Kameto, je te laisse le mot de la fin et encore merci pour cette journée. Et dire que ça
Closing thoughts from Kameto here in front of his crowd, in his arena, sharing his excitement about the game tomorrow. And the game against G2 tomorrow, thanking the fans for the energy and everything. And that's all for us here on this side of the translation of the interview and the stage. And we're gonna come back for PGL with Yike, Finn, and GB. And we're back! It's the first time I do translations like this, guys. It's so hard. Honestly, shout out to all my girls, Jisun, Wendy, all of them, dear, for the work they do, because girls, it's the first time I do this. I'm in awe in front of your talents. Anyway, back to the LEC. Yike, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations. It was not an easy one. No. And your teammates said it on stage. Game 2 was more on your mistakes. Can you talk me through the series and how scared were you getting into Game 3?
Yeah, I don't know. Game 1 was... I don't even remember Game 1. What did I play?
You played... What did you play?
What did I play? Vi?
Vi first game, yeah.
I think all the early games were good. I was happy with all the early games, but I think mid-late game was like choked a bit. And yeah, the Vi game, good. And then I did like a little... my Q was a little bad on Herald and I died. Very awkward, but second game also, I think I ganked bot lane a lot. Like I was ganking bot like as much as I could. We got ahead, but then we entered. Like on that, we tried to end like the second game. We tried to end at some random point, and it was just.
And then you got gynned.
Yeah.
Bam, 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 bam. Exactly. Speaking of your early games, sorry if I interrupted you there, but you were talking about the early games there, and I was just getting so excited because your early games this series were insane.
Yeah.
I don't know, is it because you saw Niski on range supports, or what prompted you to just come bot every single time level 3? Because I've been told by my junglers that junglers need to full clear every single game, but you clearly disagree.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of drafted for very aggressive bot lanes, like Nico lanes and the Karma lanes, so we knew that they would get pushed, and I knew I had always a window to gank them, and they didn't ward for it. We talked about it, and it was just easy ganks.
Yeah, especially game 2 with an Fury, where they were like baiting the ward and you jumped over it. It was beautiful. Perfection.
Beautiful. And something that caught our attention was actually the space that you gave to Kana, especially in the first game. He's the key player of the series today. So any thoughts on your top laner's performance?
Yeah, I think Kana played very good. I think he got some solo kill probably. With Kennen, he got a solo kill. He played very good. Game 1, game 2, all the games he played good. I think he like very good Kennen ults, and the Jax game as well. I think we played good together. Like Phantom Jax, we just went on them and killed them. So Kana deserves it. But honestly, looking forward to tomorrow. If you win it, you secure the first spot of the regular season. It's against G2 again. Yeah. Your former team. Almost last game of the season. What are we feeling? What's the thought coming into that one?
You know what? Hold that thought, because we want to show you something actually. So I want you to watch this.
Okay.
And then you can answer. Even before playoffs, you're facing off against them tomorrow. Is that the main theme for you? Do you want to get revenge?
Of course, we want to get revenge. I mean, I like.
Fueled by revenge.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I love Yike. You know, I saw his dad today in the hotel lobby. He was smiling at me. I really like him as well. He's a very genuine dad, you know. But I will have to make him sad tomorrow. I'm sorry if you look at this tomorrow. Just let me be happy for one day as well, and then we can talk again. Now me and Goldberg will have a discussion about who will win the playoffs.
I feel like there would be a special satisfaction in turning the arena into a library. He's not even coming at you. He's coming at your dad.
Yeah.
So, GB's question once again. How excited are you about tomorrow?
I'm so excited. Like as I said, my parents are here. They're supporting me, and I've never lost with them on stage. So it's very important for me to win, right? For my dad, for my mom, and yeah, I'm sorry to be that they're here. You know, they gave me the buff, so we will see what happens, right? But it's gonna be very exciting, I think. So when are you gonna start flying them to the internationals? Well, they went to Korea, but they left, and then as soon as they left, we left.
Oh my God, no.
We gotta get the LEC budget on that. Pay for all their hotels, all their flights, for our region.
Casey budget on bringing parents.
Yeah,
no,
Casey,
but yeah,
help us out.
hopefully. They're gonna be out for blood. I guess that you can imagine that, especially after what you guys did to them in the winter finals. Something that we've been talking about a lot this split is the fact that G2 maybe doesn't perform as good as we expected to, losing themselves a bit. I feel like they took a step back and started to recognize the fact that they needed to work differently as a team and drafting differently. Do you feel like they're on the right path, and are you a bit more worried maybe?
Yeah, for sure. I think in the beginning they looked good, and then they went to Madrid and they really didn't look good. And then they beat Vitality and SK, pretty good games, right? So I think they're on the way back up. I think this team is always like a roller coaster, even when I was there. So that's just how they work, I guess. And yeah, it's gonna be. That's why it's like so exciting for me to play against them tomorrow. I think they're gonna be good, and we're gonna be good. So the best team is gonna win.
Yeah, it's the first time you play in front of so many KC fans at your home, in your stadium. I mean, being part of the team, it is your stadium. How much did that boost you today and help you perform? And like, tell me about this experience of like, because we could hear them, but they're not chanting for us. What is it actually when they chant for you guys?
Yeah, I don't know. They were. It was so nice. Like every kill we got, we just couldn't hear anything in the game. You know, we were like, we just had to ping. We had to ping everything because we couldn't hear anything. But I like it. You know, they're cheering for us. Every kill we get, every play we make, it's just them cheering for us. And I think it's a big boost for us. And I appreciate it so much.
Do you feel like it made a difference in the way you guys played, the way you came back, the resilience that you had in this game 2, even if you lost it in this game 3 in the end?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even after game 2, you know, when we come back, they're all like supporting us, all like looking at us and just sending love, right? And I think it's very important for us, and it helps us for sure, like especially me. So I really appreciate it.
I want to take a look, unless you guys have something to add on this matchup, on this rivalry. We can call it a rivalry now, given the level of play that both these teams have displayed. But I want to take a look at the standings, guys, because G2 is now locked after their victory today, and we now have a top 4 that is not really going to move. So what do we have? We have 3 teams left that can join playoffs here. Everything is still open. No team is actually eliminated. When you look at the stakes for tomorrow's game, SK versus Vitality first. If Vitality wins, they at least guarantee a tiebreaker, and BDS SK Rogue would effectively be out. If SK wins, though, they lock Team Heretics in playoffs, and then we're gonna have the match of the week, KC versus G2. Not a lot of implications here between KC and G2, but if KC wins, they lock in first. And that I think you're gonna like.
Yeah. I was locked in looking at the. I really want to be first place. I was really locked in.
Last question, who do you think is making it? Given the games that we have tomorrow. And of course the games that we're gonna have on Monday. But who's for these 3 spots?
Oh, it's so difficult. It's like only 2 spots now because MK is also locked
It's 2 spots, sorry. Math.
And
I failed math.
I really think Heretics should have... I mean, it all depends if they can beat GX. That matchup is very important for playoffs implications. I do think Heretics has the advantage, not only with the extra win that they have, but also with that matchup being favorable for them.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. I think Vitality as well, I mean, they can go both ways. They're such a crazy 50-50 team at times, but if they win tomorrow and secure a tiebreaker, I could see them win that too.
Yeah, before we go, do you have a message that you want to send to BB or G2 in general?
Or your parents.
Or your parents, actually. Yeah, you choose.
I'm going to win for my parents, and BB's going to lose, sadly. That's what's going to happen. I'm sorry, BB. I'm sorry.
Saj, one of you two will be sad tomorrow. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us today. Congrats again on winning at home here in Evry. And that's all for us here on this side of the arena. We're going to be back tomorrow at the same time. 4:45 CEST for the pre-show and 5 p.m. for the beginning of the games. And if you didn't have enough League of Legends, there are more.
Nice, good job. Oh, that's rough. Tower angle resets. The might is there. Q flash forward, gets the proc. Path makers his way out. Broken Boy making it clean.
No, okay to
Yeah?
No.
Yeah, good. I like it. No flash get in. Nice, good job. Get in. Get in, no flash.
Front to back, guys, front to back.
Yeah, good. Play.
In one. Zin als Q-stack. So get Zin. I got it. Yeah, Come on.
Nice. Bukata on the way, and repeated dives coming in. Reeker free to fire. Wind becoming lightning. Reeker getting out. Ulti goes in from Onsama to clean up 1 though.
That Silas dash, but Yike looking once again, the stuff connects.
Chain of corruption going down onto Niski. There's Shield of Daybreak, and pop goes the Nico. Good keeper's verdict onto Targums. Linces goes in with the stun as well. Pop blossom from Vladdy. Stolen away. The counter pop from Niski, where he's the one that goes down first. He gets in. Niski's down. The Drake's still there as well. Oh, they just blasted in, and then blasted back off to the bouncing. Kalist follows suit.
See how much it ends up costing them as
Hana probably thinks he has lead on there. Slicing match him out. Knuckles still has the fight, but look at how much damage is already. What the f*** is this?
Come up, this guy. Come up. Come up. Jax flash, Jax flash.
What is that for this, bro?
I can flash on it.
Ja, even John, ja.
Yeah, don't do the thing, okay?
10. Nice.
I think.
Good job.